You hear that? It's quiet. Guess why it's quiet? Because the crows are gone. Guess why the crows are gone? There's a red-tailed hawk sitting above me in the trees. And every time the crows try to come over, I can feel the hawk assert its territory, and the crows are like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. So I was able to sleep at peace today. Except, for some reason, about an hour ago, the crows didn't care about that hawk. And one of them came over just to go, panic like something. So I was like, if it doesn't care about the hawk, and it wants to come yell at me, what's so important? And then immediately, a overweight, low muscle, so skinny fat cop walks over, hits my tent like that. He goes, you gotta go, time to go, pack your shit. And then he picks up my bike and tries to see if it's stolen. I'm like, nope, I bought that from a guy at the library. And he's like, well, let me make sure. And he keeps trying to get me to leave. And I said, all your problems are made up. Look how many people are dying overseas. And he's like, I don't care. I was like, oh, you don't care because it's not happening to you. And then he takes my bike and walks. Big hissy fit. And then you stole my bike. And then he came back. And we chopped it up for like 30 minutes. I just went back and forth about his problems. And then talking about all the stuff that he's avoiding because he's fat. You feel me? And then halfway through the conversation, right when I started talking about the crows, so right where I was looking, a giant hawk landed and looked at me until I felt the connection back to nature, and it made the cop look. Once the cop looked stupid, like we looked at us long enough to realize that cop was a big baby. And then the hawk left. The hawk came to remind me. No, 4 people showed up at once. So you're one of 4. I'm talking about the crows usually crows, and now there's 15. Matrix doesn't want me to go live. You splish. I know. It's new. It's 15 people, bruh. The algorithm had to check me. Too many people are watching. I could give too many people a good time, a good experience, a good moment. But yeah, there was a hawk above me, and then the police came to try to bother me. And we went back and forth for a half hour. He kept telling me things, and I kept telling him, that's stupid because you need to restructure your priorities. You need to stop trying to emotionally abuse people. You don't realize that you're trying to be a conqueror, you feel me? Peace out, brother. See how we did that? He just got more and more like a 12-year-old kid. And he's like, maybe you should go to another country. And I'm like, maybe you should go to Europe. And stop pretending like your whole society isn't a brainwashed lie made up by people that rape them and torture them in their dungeons. And they bred you to be the way that you are, where you're doing a good job for the people. But foundationally, you've been cut off from natural empathy. And when you do that, you rise into pride. When you can't figure out how to be humble, you raise up into pride naturally. So white pride is just the aftermath of the indoctrination that the Freemasons put onto the people that were originally their indentured servants. Like when Britain came and tried to tax America, that was all a stage because George Washington and Britain were both Freemasons. They were all in the same cult. That goes back to ancient Egypt. They all have the eagle coin, like Rome has an eagle coin in a guy's face, Britain has an eagle coin in a guy's face. It's all made up. So when these people come in, I go back and forth with them, it's funny. Listen to these tiny little things that they way over exaggerate because they can't find that humility. And he was especially mad about the live streams. He was pissed off about the live streams. He kept saying over and over, he's like, they're not watching you. You're not getting people on live streams. And I'm like, go look at my views. He was being a beta. The sun literally just told me he was a beta male. The sun to the side of my head, and I felt it, and I heard something in my imagination go, beta male. He was being a beta male. I'm not allowed to camp on state land, but as long as it's not right in this specific spot. So this guy he's like a mall cop, he's like a security officer for a state building, came out and said, you're not allowed to camp here. I've been a police officer for 24 years. But the local police have said that they're totally fine with it. They encourage me to camp out here. So I'm just confused, man. And it was because, I think, because the crows had finally left. And the hawk had showed up. The crows left. I started to feel happy and at peace. And then suddenly there's an out of it beta male talking. He was talking about our relationship was like a point system. So he lost points because he did something disrespectful, and then he said I was being disrespectful by not leaving. And I was like, you came up to me, bro. This is state land. And I'm a United States citizen, right? So this is our land. Just like Hubbard Park all the parks are state land, where they tell the homeless people to go. And there's a hawk above me. I can feel that the whole place is safe, because there's a king of the food chain that's holding it down, hunting, making the crows leave. I set fire to the whole place before I go. I don't know. But I have to make a couple phone calls. I have to call the post office. I have to call... Maybe I'll try Capstone or something. I have to do a bunch of stuff. But I just wanted to let people know that happened. That finally the crows have left me alone because I have a hawk that's sitting in a tree above me. And I can feel, because I'm connected to the forest, I can feel his territory. The crows are all the way back about 6 or 7 buildings, and I can feel them stirring and angry that they can't come over here. Because every time I have a thought, it like pings off that hawk, and that hawk has a large territory. Because the hawk can assert his focus. Range, just like polar bears have 100 miles. Animals have specific ranges that they keep in their mind that other animals can feel when you don't stay addicted to a cell phone. So yeah, do you think you stole my bike? That's what he doesn't realize. His subconscious was trained to ruin my life. He was being guided up here, and he hit the specific parts that I was most proud of. He tried to ruin the things that I was very happy of my achievements. And then when you call him out on it, he goes on like this long roller coaster about respect, when he had disrespected me in the first place. Elon Musk, and this is the last thing I'm going to go to. Elon Musk just did that thing with Donald Trump. He just went Trump, and the first thing he said is that he wants to have a nice conversation with you. In adversarial conversations, you can't find a way to be yourself, because you constantly have to check the other person. So if he had come up not as an adversary, but as we're all the same. Namaste, right? The divine in me recognizes the divine in you. Some people are just more misguided and have lost touch with that. So that's what you're fighting when you fight these police. When you argue with white America, it's like, then that's what they call the devil. It's like this lie that hovers over their spirits, keeping them trapped so they can farm them for emotional Bitcoin. And perpetuate a dying system that rapes and abuses people that I call them real, you'd call them humble, some people call them close to Christ, but some people call them just natural. It seems like the white people, and there's a fat white woman walking down the street. Oh, there's a pretty girl too. I'm a hawk. There's a fat white hawk. There's a fat white person that is all the way down there, but as soon as I activated my realness, a fat white woman walked out into the center of the field, turned and stared at me like this. Because they're robots, fam. That's me. I have a lot of stuff to do. I was just doing a quick check-in, talking about that. And because I mentioned my YouTube channel, I know they don't do anything in there. There's no tourists here. There's no. That was like a field day for that guy. So I guarantee you he's trying to find me alive. So that was the case. He came up like a 12-year-old. I called him out for being a 12-year-old. He came back to try to impress me. It didn't work. I didn't humble him. I thought he was funny. He seemed to me like a kid that had an abusive father. That's what I saw. Like as soon as he came up, I got the same way I can clock people's genetic ancestry sometimes. When I look at them, suddenly I just like download their vibes. I could tell he was just a scared kid. So that's all it was, man. Can anyone let me know what camping is? Like when the indigenous people would travel by teepee, they would plop down for the night and then go to the next place. Were they camping? Is that what they called it? Or is camping when you leave your nice cushy home to go pretend to be natural for a couple hours, fall asleep in a tent with all your amenities, and then wake up and pay the people again and then drive your nice car home? I think that's camping. Camping is like it's like a vacation activity for nicer people. Nicer, well-off people, that's what I meant. Not nicer, but wealthier people. I'm alright, man. There's a hawk above me. Where is he? There's a hawk above me, and he's been fighting the crows. He's been hunting the crows for me. Every time the crows come over, the hawk swoops at him. And you can hear them. They're like in the background trying to get in. They're cawing, but they can't because there's a hawk here. So I've angered the fat cops. So the fat cops came to press me today. And it didn't work, so he took my bike. I know, bro. Yeah, dude. Hold up. Yeah, fat cop came up, gave me problems, and the problems, he couldn't do what he wanted to do, so he took my bike. So I was like, this guy's 12, look at him throwing a temper tantrum. And he stomped back up with his head up like this. And then I woke him up to the truth of the universe, and then a hawk came and joined me. A hawk literally showed up and hung out with me when I started talking about how society's messed up and that nature is just as conscious as we are. And then I told him about how in every culture across the world, they gave the same attributes to the people born on the same months. So in Celtic astrology, yeah, I don't know what he did with it. He thought he was being a big man. He slammed on my tent and said, it's time to go. And then he tried to see if my bike was stolen. And I don't think the police even got back. If you wanted me to leave so bad, you shouldn't have spent so long trying to make it harder for me to leave. You feel me? Because now I don't feel like picking up my shit. Okay. I got this. I have my lighter and my cigarettes. I have my lighter and my cigarettes right there. I have to make phone calls. Yeah. And he said I asked him for $100 and he said absolutely not. I was like, if you want to donate to the cause, I'm helping a lot of people with mental illness on the internet. And he was like, absolutely not, because you wouldn't leave when I told you to leave. And I was like, you can't tell me to leave. This land is owned by the state, just like the state parks. You're mad for personal reasons, and that's clouded your judgment. Your judgment is clouded. That guy's skinny fat. He has all these American tattoos. He's got no muscle mass on him whatsoever. I'm just getting late, man. There's my butterfly. My butterfly is here. I'll show you. And it went right to left. Okay, my bike is here. And he put the kickstand down, which is polite of him. What's up, man?
That's not yours, right?
It's my bike, it wasn't my shit. I don't know what happened. I shit in a different place. Swear to God. He said there was cigarette butts. I do smoke. I think I might have left some on that picnic bench, but I don't think I left any over there. I usually throw them out because there's a trash can right there.
Okay.
But
You know, state property, no camping, right?
I know that all the different state properties say you can camp. I don't know what camping is. It's like when you go on vacation with your family and sit down.
Camping is if you stay overnight at a location that's considered camping.
Okay, well, I go during the day. You see that? I'm also planning on leaving.
Huh?
I'm also planning on leaving. Just
Yeah,
leave.
so like,
Don't worry. No worries.
no, but like, so camping is considered like if you set up like a tent or something like that. If you're just gonna lay down and go to sleep because you're taking a nap during the day, like people do out here, right?
Yeah.
But when you're actually gonna set up a camp, bring a sleeping bag and things like that out, that is considered camping.
Yeah. It's just I got a tent instead of a hammock, so it's still I pick it up and leave.
Okay.
It's just to get the slugs and the bugs out.
Okay.
So it's not like a permanent place. It's just like if I need to sleep and then get up and then go do stuff in my day.
Okay.
That was just I got a tent the other day, so it was a sleeping bag. And I do pick it up. It's just to me, like the guy came and slammed on my tent. He was like, "It's time to go. Is this bike stolen?" Then he tried to make sure the bike was stolen. Then he took the bike. I was like, "You just stole my bike." And then, so then I went back and forth with him for like a half hour.
Well, it's the same like hooking up your phone and stuff over here too.
Yeah, I heard that the generator was down. I don't unplug that.
But that's like
Yeah.
electrical stuff that we don't need people tampering with, and when it does, it could do something else faulty. And if it like shuts down the whole system and the generator doesn't work,
Yeah.
all the moisture in the building will ruin
Mhm.
that whole building, and that would all be because of you plugging something into it.
I mean, that was because the electrician chose to put the generator into an
No, it
outlet
doesn't
instead of
matter what
actually
the
to
electrician does.
where it
That's
should go.
Public to be plugging into stuff there, okay?
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind.
I told you I was planning on leaving.
Okay.
But it's good. It's kind of like a test round for when all the homeless people come from Burlington. When they migrate from Burlington and you're going to get flooded.
And
This is like
tell them get out.
this is like the initial round, where you get to see a nice homeless person that doesn't do any problems, and you got to highlight all your issues like structures of a castle before you get raided. That's what happened in Brattleboro, Montpelier, Randolph. It's just everywhere I go, they tend to follow. I'm like the ambassador or something, king of the homeless. How lucky could one guy be? Like a fella once said. Yeah. All the post office. Like a fella once said. Check this out. You see? Look at how much they did. Look at how overboard they've taken because their personal little feelings were hurt. So see what happens. It's hot out here, man. Hi. Good. She had no problem with me. I'm enjoying the nice views before the fat, dramatic white people try to ruin my day because... You feel me? I know. Fat white people playing pretend. Over dramatized problems. Because it's all they have to hold on to. While there are kids playing down there. But I've become this evil villain. Howdy. It's okay. Yep. It's my butterfly. It's left to right, so we won't stay. I was just seeing if he was going to pick up my shit. Not my shit, but my stuff. There's some hot white mamas. Hot white mamas. What's my charge at? 8. Yeah, I'm just seeing what they're doing. she was looking back at. I don't know. Thumbs? I'm going to sit on somebody's property while they're working. We're gonna see what they do. It's 3:30, they get off at 5. The cop is still here. I don't know. It's like a business. It's like a state office where they're doing work for the public somehow. That other place where the cops are pressing me and all this. You watch this? I'm sure that they'll love their 15 minutes of fame, man. Look at that. Let's get him passing this guy. Let's see how they interact. So he clocked that guy and he sped up. You can see that guy jolting to get away. That guy's staring him down for no reason. And now they're following each other. Now he's sped up to be directly behind that guy. And he pushed him down the stairs. That guy didn't want to deal with it. And then the other cop is following him down the stairs. And then that guy lifted his head back like, really, go? Come on. And that guy's like, I'm on a mission. I have to make sure that I'm in. It doesn't matter who's around me. Now his head's up with the white pride, the robots. And then his head went down when I called attention to it, and I felt judgment hit the back of his head. We have a nice woman. Hello, nice woman. Yep, freeze because you're a robot. Keep being a... Once attention's on them, they have to exercise their white pride. Look at them asserting their dominance. And this... See them pointing at everything? You go over there, you go do that, you go do this. Boy, keep picking cotton. Where is she? There she is. I've stirred up their subconscious mind with my presence. Okay, good. She's hiding. Hopefully they're back to being nice. Because they're all nice. They just don't realize that their culture is wrong. That they're subconsciously controlled. Are you gonna freeze? Nope. Okay, we're good. It's not real. It's a matrix town. Most of these are like social experiments. A lot of these towns were made like dollhouses for the elites. They're completely not real, and they structured society in certain ways, and they bring members of the CIA in to infiltrate the community and influence it in certain ways, and then they watch the reactions. It's all part of God's plan, right? So when I travel through it and I make everybody upset for no reason, just by my existing and trying to have fun, then they come at me. Those guys are respectful. Good on you. Those guys were nice. It's a couple on a bike. The police have not come to press me. They haven't tried to take my tent, but they sent one of the employees out to just watch what I was doing. So I rode my bike in circles until they left. You never heard about my town? It's good. How often do people hear about Vermont? Nobody ever. I think the internet has enough. I think there's just as much people talking about like the Abenaki Indians as they were talking about Vermont. There's not a lot of presence, but it's out there, man. Some places, if you guys are still here, some places, like you go far out into the Midwest, and there were entire towns made by like rogue Freemasons that built the whole thing as a cult, and they have like ritual altars in the center where there'd be no trees, and it's way in the Midwest, and then it'd be like a town full of 2,000 people, and then they would do human sacrifices on babies and shit. And they still do it. Like sometimes YouTubers and TikTokers will go there to see what they do, and they'll try to rope them in to sign their life away in a cult. That shit's still here to this day, bro. They still do it. They just don't do it as publicly. Yeah. I'll show you this just to emphasize these guys are nice. They're polite. They're just kids. They thought it was funny. It could be any of them, bro. Like all the towns are like this, but this one specifically is Montpelier, Montpelier. The real fun is in Brattleboro. That's my hometown. Brattleboro's crazy. Brattleboro's got all the... It's like a whole different universe when you step into Brattleboro. The people are different. The way they act is different. It's all the craziest people from New England get sent to Brattleboro to go to the asylum. And then they just get out after a week and they wander around the streets homeless. Like, that's a place where people, like, hunt people down and break into their house and then kill them with hatchets and shit. Because they're mad about something that the voices told them. That, stuff like that. No, I don't think we're red. I think that the Abenaki were more melanated. Like the New England Indigenous looked more like black people than Mexicans. Like, I think... I forgot which one. It might be Cree. The northern states had the curly hair and the afros. And then the southern tribes had the long straight hair. But they're all indigenous. They've been here for 200,000 years. Like, you can date Indian stuff. You can date Native American stuff back. They said that they showed up like 2,000 years ago in the Bering Straits. They said that come on, what the fuck is going on? Come on, bro. They said that Native Americans traveled here from Asia 2,000 years ago, but they can date pottery and stuff. They can date old architecture that they left back 200,000 years. Like, people have been in North America since people were around. Like, the oldest thing is around Ethiopia, and then people said we all left out of Ethiopia and went to different places. We all started in Ethiopia, according to what we have. But North America wasn't empty. It wasn't an empty forest full of animals for all that time. There's been tons of people. And people say, like, people are uncovering... What was it? People are digging in the ground in cities like Chicago, and they just dig up a little piece of sidewalk. There's like this big hole that they look inside, and then they hit one last thing and they drop it, and then you look inside and it's like an entire giant old medieval architecture. A lot of these cities have entire cities below them, and people are saying that that's called the mud flood, that something happened around the time North America was founded where most of the world got covered in like 20 or 30 feet of mud. So I don't know if that was a tsunami or if that was aliens or what, but people are like digging into rocks and finding a whole old building that's covered in rock. How the fuck does that happen? People are finding alligators the size of like mobile home trailers, like those double wide trailer park trailers. Archaeologists are finding alligators the size of double wides. And then people just said, like, science is coming out that dinosaurs had feathers and they were like giant birds, like the shoebill. And then if you look at the old like the medieval times when they would talk about dragons, the way that the dragons were shaped and looked were just like the dinosaurs were uncovering, and they had feathers. So like the dinosaurs that the knights would slay back in the day, when a good knight would be able to go defend itself against a literal dragon and beat it. It wasn't folklore. They were killing dinosaurs. They were dinosaurs that were still roaming around, and they would send the best knights to go defeat the dragon. And they just called dinosaurs dragons back then. That was the whole secret. You feel me? My butterfly's going left to right. I still have phone calls I gotta make. People have left me alone since I started talking. I was just waiting on the police to come try to... Yeah. I'm a lot better when the camera's off, and something happened when I turn the camera on. You kind of lose track of the flow state. You feel me? That's when I start squinting like Sketch. When I talk live, and I start squinting like Sketch does. And my phone is just permanently zoomed in now. Come on, bitch. There we go. Why is it zoomed in? There we go. Should I? He gave me so much shit about my cigarette bus. Should I smoke a cigarette right now? There are people at work right now. There's someone sitting at a desk next to me. Yeah. I'm waiting. If I had money, I would pay people to make edits of my own videos and edit them together. No place has hired me, man. I tried. I went to all the different places. I went to FedEx, I went to Walmart, I went to all the different local businesses. The only income I have now is YouTube. Until I can diversify it with merch and Shopify stores, and then I have a better phone to do TikTok content. But yeah. So there was a pissy cop, and I had a conversation with him, and I feel like that's empowered him. So now he's walking through life the same way that cop was walking. They feel full of vigor and meaning now that they've communicated with me and tapped into my energy. So I shouldn't have said anything. I should have cut him off and waited for karma to get him, for him to realize he was overreacting. And they stole some of my stuff. They stole my fucking charging block. Good thing I have one spare. I keep one spare charging block in case people try to steal it. What you mean you were on live with your bro like a day ago, I guess? Yeah, it's been a bad storm. It's gonna rain all the way through winter to the next, and we have tornadoes. What's up, Susie? Susie, a hawk came and scared away my crows today. A hawk showed up and attacked them until they left, and they haven't come back. There's now a hawk living above in this forest. It's like claimed the territory. So I slept nice, and then I woke up and there was a twitching fat cop with no muscle, very angry at my presence. So I had to deal with the police, and because I had that piece, now they're really trying to ruin it. Like, they've sent police at me twice. They've sent workers up to just stare at me. They know who I am. I've been here for weeks, but they're like overly like trying to get really close to me today. And they called the police. I'm here because I'm waiting to see what they do about it. I'm not gonna leave. You're not gonna scare me. You feel me? I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong at all. They tried to tell me, you can't camp on state land. And then I was like, but you want me to go a half a mile up the mountain and then I can camp there? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, that's the same land. And I'm also not camping. See, here you see a robot that's frozen because I gave her attention. No, I'm from Brattle Bronx. I'm from the closest thing Vermont has to a hood, where it's just poor people with guns and no way to get money, so they bring drugs in from Springfield and Albany and New York City. And there's like 17-year-old kids that think that they're hood because they're technically running drugs for the hood, but they've never grown up there. But the big buff guys down in the hood, the big coke dealers from Albany, validate them, and they're like, yeah, you can act like that, man. It's culture, man. Nobody can tell you how to be. So then they come back and shoot their friend in the leg. Or in some cases, they will follow somebody into their house. Springfield, Massachusetts. It's called Little Puerto Rico because it's full of Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans. So Springfield, Massachusetts. I like Springfield, Massachusetts, man. That's where I wanted to go next. Because it's a city. It's a city like Massachusetts, but it's not like Boston. It's a hard place, definitely. Like, I'd probably have to get a job breaking bricks with a hammer for 12 hours a day for cheap money, and I'd be around a bunch of Mexicans. Immigrants. Illegal immigrants. That's the only way I'd be able to hold on to my food stamps and disability if I ever get it. I haven't even applied. I thought I was gonna be rich. I thought I was gonna be rich by now. Yeah. You can't camp on state land. But you can camp on state land as long as it doesn't bother my delusional reality that lets me bully people and act like a child. If you start to make me feel like I'm doing something wrong, if you start to make me feel like I need to hold myself to a higher level of accountability and raise my standards in life, then I will stop at nothing to ruin yours. And that's all it is. And then I get to watch these people over dramatize the whole thing. Like, I was sitting in the back by myself, sleeping at peace for the first time in months because a hawk was sitting above my tent, protecting me from the crows so I could rest. And then they came out in waves, came to bother me, and they've gone so far as to call the police. So that's why when I was riding my bike in circles, waiting for them to get out, and then I rode my bike to the center here, and I just let her pass me by to see what she would say. And she just said hi, and then kept going, but she seemed kind of uncomfortable. I think she's one of the people, she's still kind of really controlled by her emotions, but those emotions feel bad about my situation. So when she goes, she puts her head down really far, and she's like, hey. So we feel for that. That's what gives me hope. That's what makes me feel like it's not all bad. So I'm waiting for these places to close and then people to leave. And then once they all leave and they see I'm still here, then they'll go home being mad about it. I can't wait for the next day when he's there so I can bother him. And then I'll already be gone. What's up, random? Susie, I appreciate that. For whatever reason, a giant hawk is now in the place where the crows are. So there's no crows at all. You can see how peaceful and quiet it is. But they had to get me somehow, so they sent a bunch of mall cops after me. And then when the mall cops didn't work, they called the police. So I think they're probably reviewing the camera footage to see if I am in fact the one that took a shit over there in the woods. That's what they're mad about. There's a shit in the woods that they saw when they walked up the trail. And I couldn't, you know me, I go shit. You know where I shit. So I don't know where this one came from, but they're very mad about this one. And they said that they have an entire giant generator that generates power for this whole building. Look, this whole building is powered by a tiny little generator right there. And that tiny generator goes into a 2-prong outlet, like a regular phone outlet that you'd put like a toaster oven on. And that's generating power for this place. So that got unplugged last night, which, I mean, when I go to check it off, like, if I'm being honest, when I go to plug my phone in there, the power is usually off, and I have to hit the restart button. You know, when it's like red, and it means that there's no power going to the machine. So you have to push the button you hit test, and then that goes away, and then it starts to put power back. Usually when I go to put my phone on the outlet, I have to hit that button. It's already turned off. So these people are freaking out that the generator got unplugged last night, but they leave it off for days. That outlet stops producing power because you have to hit the button to reset it. Somebody did. I don't think it was you, FBI, but somebody came to warn me that they were watching the other day. I was sitting over here with my umbrella on that stone steps right there in a big storm, and then somebody came up to me and was like, "Are you Derek?" "No, you're not Derek. You must be Larry." "Oh, you're not Larry. You must be..." And then I think he said James, to be honest. Not to scare you, Susie, but he said James. And then he named off 4 other people, and he's like, "Oh, I'm just looking for the guy that was starting a hunger strike against the government." When I was talking about fasting, stop eating, stop eating. It'll heal your body so that you can come to your senses and wake up to a higher level of reality, that when you start to take in the good, and it lets you feel happy. It lets you start, I taught you how to produce happiness chemicals in your gut with probiotics, and how to not let all the disease in you affect you. So that guy came at me. I don't know if that was CIA or if that was an undercover cop that's been watching my YouTube or what, but somebody definitely came at me the other day about it. No, it's very nice out. So usually I'm the one that has to make sure the crows stop screaming at everybody. So usually the crows are here bothering everybody all day, like invading their subconscious mind and trying to get an in, and I have to be like... But now there's a hawk. There's a big hawk in the forest that's taken my place. Right when I have to leave. Right when we have to leave. Right when they make me have to vacate the premises, a hawk has showed up to keep the crows at bay. You feel me? And they're not here at all. You know, they scream all day and now they're just gone. They've decided to move. The hawk probably ate their babies. I ain't even gonna lie. Yeah. No, I mean, I got arrested like 6 times over being trespassed, and then I would go sit back down. Like, I'd have the same interaction where it's like a wimpy... Car horns. There's a wimpy, skinny fat officer that's still stuck in his police mind, but he's now become a security officer that thinks he has to hold on to these beliefs because he had a strong father that abused him as a child. And then he comes at me, and then the way that I talk triggers him, or the only time that they can catch me by surprise is if I'm asleep, so they've started showing up when I'm asleep. But it is like a once, twice, 3 times a month interaction sequence I keep having. And then they'll trespass me, and then I'm like, okay, sign the paper, and then I'll just climb back to my spot and sit down and just keep going with my day and see what they do. So the ones that get really offended, or they're like, no, he signed it, he did it himself, he chose that life. So they'll call the police and they'll watch me get arrested and molested when they pat me down and grab my balls and shit like that. And then I have to go to jail and be around a bunch of rapists and serial killers and crack addicts that take the mattress and they whip it on the ground next to me, trying to make me submit like a dog because they can't hurt me physically. Prison rules. And then I get out and go right back and sit down, and I wait for them to get mad so I can tell them about what happened. And they come up and say, guess what happened to me in jail? And then see what they do again. And once they called the police again and I got arrested again. But they let me off with no charges every time. Like I'm now met most of the police around. I've met most of the judges at all the different counties. So they know who I am. So I don't doubt that, because one town, like when I left Randolph and I went to Northfield, they already knew who I was. So it must be in my file. The same way that they have like auditors. Like police in cities have people that audit and show up and audit them when they do arrests and searches. So they probably have me under that. So I bet like suddenly when I fill up with 15 people, that might be like 7 cops on their phone. And the chief of police was like, look, he's live. And then they all joined to see if I'm going to give them their fame. I'm going to bring attention to them again. Because they don't care about what I've been through. They don't care about what's happening to me. They want to know if I brought them up. It doesn't matter. So I'm waiting for people to leave. I'm waiting for the town to clear up, and then I'm going back to my spot. I had so much hope today. Ain't that crazy? That's dope. That's dope, Susie. So I just started to feel good, and now they're coming. Now they're on their way. Because it's spiritual. They're not attacking my lifestyle. They're not mad that I'm up there. They're mad that I was feeling close to God. I was feeling at peace and excited to make better decisions. I had more clarity of mind to make more meaningful, impactful decisions. I could make better content. I could come up with a better song. I could say something that triggers somebody else to wake up from their problems. I could go do things that would help me instead of running in circles, constantly trying to figure shit out. Okay, I'll be waiting, FBI. It's usually when I raise my vibration, it starts honking and car alarms go off. Other animals that communicate with you, I mean, a hawk came today to make sure that I was still focused. The same way that, like, say you're on like a city street and you're chopping it up with somebody. It's called code enforcing. Like when Kendrick said that Drake code switches all the time. He acts black and takes in the culture, and then when he's around different people, he'll switch and be his rich Jewish self. You feel me? I don't do any of that. I don't do any of that. But the same way that people will come up to you on the street and make sure you're acting right, you're coming correct, because maybe you like said something a bit too fruity, or your tone of voice wasn't serious, or you weren't taking it serious. You were starting to fall into the fake. You weren't keeping it real. That hawk showed up today when the police was bothering me, and I started to have a conversation with him, trying to open up, and I saw that that was exactly what he wanted. He was starting to get happier and more prideful because he was stealing my attention. He was ruining my day. He was affecting me, and he started lighting up. So then the hawk came and got right in front of my face and looked at me like, remember what you're in. Remember that guy's not real. That guy's fake. He's not connected to nature. Remember, stay focused. So let's see, we have these white ladies getting louder. Hello. What's going on? Yep. So they have to congregate around me when I start being freely creative. It's a subconscious thing. They don't realize it's happening. They think that when they suddenly get a suggestion to move 5 feet to the right, they think that that's their own higher self telling them what to do. When they're just standing there and there's not really much going on in their mind, they're trying to have a conversation, and then suddenly they're like, I should move 5 feet to the left. We have this. What's going on, man? Yeah. No, that's the best. That makes me happy to see. I actually like seeing people like that. I actually feel more comfortable when I'm around people of color. You feel me? Which not, we're all shades of wheat. When wheat grows in the ground, that's all the different shades of wheat are all the races. But there was like there's a girl probably in high school, and she's got long hair, and she's got the emo stuff going on, and a nice different bag. And she's still looking around angry because she's this place. Look at where she lives. But I can tell that there's no animosity in her. So that makes me happy to see. When I go live like this, my simulation gives me diversity. Yep, so you can see that the person I said was an NPC, right when I changed the subject and brought the attention back here, they've frozen like a robot because they're not real. They're trying to stay in my node network to continue siphoning life from me. So as soon as I moved over here, that person stopped like this. Because they're not real, brother. I'm not sure how many people are real. I swear to God. But I know a lot of them are so unconscious that they've become bots. And those bots bother me when I'm at peace. Susie has lost AC. Yeah. No, man, I'm sure they're very happy about what they did. So this is the shit in court. Look, this is what they were talking about. Somebody took a shit right here. And they think it's me. They think I did it. Because I'm the only one here. But let's show you how many people are here. Maybe I've highlighted the fact that people need an outhouse. Check it out. You can't see them, they're behind the trees. But there's people all over the place. They're on the other side, they're sitting. There's people having a picnic over there. Here's a crow. And there's no outhouse at all. There's like if you have to use the bathroom in Montpelier, and it's past 6 o'clock. There's nowhere for you to go. So I'm surprised they're not getting more of this. So when I went over there and I started recording that shit, that cop that was angry at me stomped his way to the door and was staring at me like this through the window. He was acting like he's not a child controlled by his emotions, and then he stood up and got pissed like this and went to the window staring at me like that. The clean pinch. Oh, my car got impounded by police because I made a YouTube video talking about how they raped a woman. 2 state police officers pulled a crackhead over that was, and I'm only scratching because I feel stuck in the matrix. A couple months ago, 2 police, or when I first broke down in Randolph this spring, the state police that were supposed to patrol there pulled over a crackhead in her 50s, and they caught her with drugs, and they caught her speeding, and I think she didn't have a registration. And they said, we'll let you go if we can hit. So she gave them both blowjobs to not go to jail. And then they dropped her off at the parking right afterwards, and I was just sitting there singing my songs on the top of that hill, looking at the big view of the mountains in the middle of winter when I was freezing out there. I was sitting up there with my mile marker like a staff, and I was walking around in circles trying to fight back against all the people that were overdosing next to me. And then this woman came up and started crying, and she needed hugs from all the guys that were overdosing. Like, she just walked up to cars and were like, please, I need a hug, something like this happened to me. And then so there was like a big group of us all together, and then I came down from the hilltop to go see what the fuss was about. And everyone was pissed off, and they're like, it happens all the time, these guys are huge bullies. They're like beat on the public whenever they feel like it. They hurt people, like they hurt girls and take advantage, and the police have gotten in trouble for trying to like hit on and pull over younger girls so that they can talk to them because they're lonely out in the woods. That police officer stuff. So I made a video talking about what they did because they tried to do it to me. They tried to search me without consent or reasonable articulable suspicion. You feel me? It was that I was at a place and I tried to get a job there, and the manager came up and said, I don't like wiggers in my town. And I was like, well, you're gonna have a really hard time in the future if you hold on to that prejudice. And then they called the police and said I threatened to kill him with a hatchet. So the police showed up and they tried to just they basically tried to rip my pants off. I was like, I don't consent to a search, and they tried to just rip at my clothes. So I pulled my phone out and I called the sergeant of every precinct surrounding it, and I called all the way up to St. Albans, and I let them know what happened. I just like stirred up noise. I'm like, this just happened. You need to make some phone calls. You need to figure out what's going on. And then they tried to do it again. They like did in their state car. They did donuts around me. They did donuts around me in my car. So I just made a video talking about it. That these state police are taking advantage of people, and they're not doing their job correctly, and they're like rogue. So they saw that, and the next day they stole my car.
You have anything to eat today?
No. I appreciate it, man.
You want an energy drink?
Sure.
There you go. Just make sure you get some the trash.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
That's nice. They gave me an energy drink and they gave me a Cliff Bar. There we go. That makes me feel good, man. I know I probably shouldn't, but it was the people that I said were nice. I told you that they were the nice people, and they were the guys that treated me with pride. The nice people just came and gave me some food. And now the crows are back because I took the food from the energy vampires, right? You're not supposed to take food from others. Like, that's why the real Indians that do the namaste, when somebody hands you something, you're supposed to put it on the ground, and then you're supposed to pray for it, move the boundaries, and then allow the other person to extend their will to take it, so that you don't get the residual. But I just took it, and I felt like there was a big power shift, and now the crow is back, and he's right above me like this. Just to show you that even though it was a kind gesture, there's a system in place that's trying to use it to hurt you. So it is what it is. Let's hope. See, you can hear that this bird has gotten louder over here. One of the robins have come. And now the crow is yelling at the robin, and it's yelling at the hawk. Hold up. The robin and whatever that thing that sounds like a snake is here on my side, and then we have a crow that's like the advocate for crows that just left, the ambassador. So he's like testing the waters. He's exerting his dominance in the forest to see if that hawk will come back, and then he's gonna call his friends back to go check on their nests. But that's, to me, I'm a nature show now. I'm like National Geographic for white America. Spiritual baddie. I'm seeing a tarot reader that likes me. Yeah. So when those... Do you notice there was a lot of people in my chat, more than usual? And then when they left the chat, those guys came out to give me food. I think they were watching. This is nice. What's also funny is like a resolution. That cop that was originally, that I said was acting like a child and whatever, how he stomped to the window and stared at me. And then the nice cops came up. The real cops, not the Capitol Police, the real actual police officers came to help me. And they didn't say anything about my tent. You feel me? And now all the butterflies are going right to left. And the crow is not here. The hawk made the crow leave. So next, that set my day back a lot. I gotta wait till Ain't it always like that? Yeah. What do you mean that the cops, the butterflies? That the mall cops are way too... I mean, that guy that gave me the protein was the guy that also bullied that kid. He like followed behind the kid and pushed him out of the way earlier. That was the same guy that gave me this bar. But it's documented now. We all saw it. We all probably have spirit guides and angels looking down and God watching. So we got to highlight that behavior. So I'm sure that there's a system in place that's going to set up scenarios to correct it, the same way that they're doing that to me, where I can't feel peace. I probably wouldn't have went live if I didn't. There's a lot more butterflies than usual today. And here we have probably the guy that took that shit. So now the cop that was mad at me is going to see that he was targeting me for no reason. Because he said they were too lazy. They said, no, but nobody's going to come up here. Watch this. You need a cigarette?
See me doing that? Almost busted my 50 doing that.
You broke your charger? Or your,
Dropped my right butt trying to get a cigarette butt.
Pop? I got one.
Thank you, my brother.
No
You're
problem.
an angel. God bless you, bud.
Just pop?
Thank you, my man.
No problem. So now that guy that was screaming at me about all this shit. He just got to see it. You see how that works? He said the homeless people, and I'm homeless. He said that it had to be you because other people are too lazy to walk all this way. And I'm like, you mean the people that will suck dick for 12 hours for a pimp to be able to get enough for cocaine? The people that will run across town at full speed to go try to steal copper and get there before the other people do? Those people are lazy. He said they were lazy. Nobody's ever gonna walk up here to take a shit. They're lazy, even though there's no outhouses. There's no porta potties across this place. So this is actually the only place that they could not get in trouble for it. Is out of the way of all the cameras and all the people. Right here on a public trail. And that guy's like, no, nobody would ever come up here. They're lazy. I've been a cop for 25 years. I know. And then he just got to see the real homeless people, the real drug addicts, come up right to his spot, right to his place. And he got to watch me give them a cigarette at 1:11:33 with 9 people in the chat, 9 likes. We got to see this guy get a resolution. That's what he kept saying. How do we come to a resolution of this conflict? And I'm like, you started the whole thing. You're looking for a resolution for a conflict, for a problem that you made up, and you attacked me with your own problems. Well, I was just grateful to not be having to keep these crows that are bothering everybody to stop screaming. So that all these people, look at all these people that can enjoy themselves, because every single day I was here, I was making sure the crows weren't in the trees screaming at them. This is an old Freemasonic lodge. This is like when they would kidnap the Native Americans and they would bring the babies and the children into the dungeons, and they would do rituals and practice tests where they would bring in a Catholic priest, and that priest would have these like prior claws that they would shove up their ass and then extend it for some reason. And they would like pull out ribs while they were alive, and they would skin them alive. and do all these horrible things to test. Like Benjamin Franklin had thousands of bodies around his different offices, and George Washington had his own dungeon in his basement. This was one of those places where they built this giant stone thing as a big fuck you to the world. Look what we did. And then now it's become like a museum. They call it the State Capitol building, but it's just a museum where you walk through and you get to see all the cool things those people did. So they have a thing called the Capitol Police. So they have glorified security guards that are supposed to protect this place from terrorists. And mainly what they do is just walk around pushing high schoolers out of the way, trying to dominate them. Yeah, and those Freemasons believe that, I'll show you these pillars. No Mason has given me the right answer for what these pillars signify. These pillars that go all the way back to Greece. And then they have the flat plane. So the pillars go to a flat plane, and then they have that marble arch. If you ever heard people say marble arch. Just off symbolism, like if you don't have the whatever the 33rd degree knowledge is, they believe the earth is flat and it's an alien dollhouse in a box. The Freemasons believe that we're on pillars, like there are these giant pillars that are holding this flat world up, and then there's like this dark gravitational ball, the black sun, that's under that flat plane, that's keeping us grounded and keeping us keeping us from floating away. And it's also kind of like a demiurge where it's sucking out our consciousness, like a black hole eats a star. And then they say we have a firmament, which is a giant dome above us, keeping us in, like when you have like a little terradome, or like the first memory I have is when I told you I had a whole mountain to myself when I was young. When I was growing up, I had the whole ski lodge to myself, and then I had an entire mountain full of empty homes that are only occupied in the winter by the wealthy elites. So during the summertime, I would be able to walk up that mountain all the way up whenever I wanted to. And my dad would, we had a whole lake to ourselves where we had beavers that we'd hang out with, and we had a black lab dog that we'd take the little chuck it in the tennis ball, and we'd throw the tennis ball to, and Hugo would chase it. And then I could go up that mountain, and now where there's a whole ski resort, it used to be just empty flat land at the top of that mountain that I would just go hang out at. But I remember one day I came, and right before they built the ski resort, they built like this little model of it, and the model was in a dome on a flat plane with pillars. It was on a table, and then it was the diorama of this huge, big, tiny version of Haystack Mountain, and then they had a big glass dome over it. And I kept looking at it like I kept thinking that I'm looking in at this place and looking at this mountain and a small version, and I'm this giant looking in. And I felt like at the same time I felt like that I was looking in at myself, looking in at myself, looking in at myself, looking in at a small version of a fake smaller version of the world. Like I felt like I was like 10 versions of me looking through each version of me as we got closer and closer. The kid staring at the tiny little terradome. So they believe that the Masons believe the whole world is like a tiny version of that terradome, or a large version of that. The police sirens went off when I started to channel presence over. You can see that I've started talking different. But yeah, those Masons, they sacrificed children. The Masons built a world that would make your daughter as pretty as possible so that she would throw herself at them later. They made it okay for 70-year-old men to be hooking up with 14-year-olds in Miami because they have money. And then they structured it so only their group could have the money. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? The reason that the Freemasons built society like this is so that for future generations, their club would be able to be the richest people in the world, and then they would structure it so that 14-year-olds would be okay with throwing themselves at those guys in Miami for a Birkin bag. They're just like white America was taught to be like hall monitors, Stanford prison experiment enforcers. so that they would keep up the ruse going and continue to value strong, hard work, 12-hour days, continuously building up a world that allows them to have more power over us. It's all the way down to the level where if you break away from that subconscious programming, it triggers the rest of the people in the system. And like, it's imagine like a bunch of sheep that have just ripped down another sheep and have started eating it alive. Because that sheep had like one strand of wool that was a different color. That's the image I got. And that's where we're at. It's all to make people not able to connect to the sun. And that's why the FBI is watching. That's why the CIA might be watching. Now the butterfly's going left to right, so that's not the case. But that's why people would be, like, Freemason organizations have, earlier in these lives, it used to flicker out, like all of a sudden my Wi-Fi would stop. And then I would get a notification for a guy named GG33. And GG30, look at this. GG, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. GG33 is like the top numerologist, but he's also a 33rd degree Mason that works with government intelligence agencies. And he's like, when people say to be famous, you have to have a handler, he was a handler at one point. So I got a notification for him. Who's this person walking up on me? Are they related? There's a pretty girl that was walking, like, imagine I have a bubble, like a circle, around me. Somebody just walked the perimeter of the circle, facing me, but walking sideways around my circle, staring at me. Why? Is it because I'm channeling that hawk and I'm able to extend my authority of my territory easier because I have a hawk in a tree that's supporting me, when usually I had tons of crows that were fighting at me? I have an ally now. I don't know. Sometimes they do, man. Sometimes they really do. D-Mark from Denmark has joined. I need rest, fam. Mi familia. I don't know. Yeah. So now we have to wait till tomorrow. All the things I wanted to do today got disrupted by the local police. So I have to wait and do it tomorrow. But last night we called it, bro, remember? If you were in the live last night, we saw those cop cars that kept coming around. I'm from Bronx, but I grew up in Vermont. So I'm in Vermont. And I've been traveling since I was 14. So I've been across the country a few times. I've been to Miami, Phoenix, Detroit, Columbus, Ohio, West Virginia, Los Angeles, Oxnard, Montreal, upstate New York, Old Orchard Beach, Maine. So I've been traveling for a long time, but I initially grew up alone on top of a mountain by myself with my dad in southern Vermont. Yeah. I've been to Montreal. I went to the border. I didn't have a passport. I saw an opening in the concrete barriers that just fit my car perfectly. So I just turned my car and I drove through the border, and then I just sped off and they couldn't catch me. So I went across this giant bridge, outdrove the police, hid out in some suburban Canadian town, which doesn't feel real at all. As soon as you get into Canada, it feels like nothing's real. Like, the minute I left upstate New York and I entered like these tiny little towns across Canada, it was like there was no 5G towers constantly making everything seem denser and vivid. It was like backstage of a show when I went there. and the kids were all like so excited to see an American. Yeah, I lived outside America. I lived outside America for 2 months in Canada, in Montreal. And I didn't speak the language. The people were very friendly. The drunk people were very aggressive, but everyone else was like very kind of timid and docile and just trying to have a good time and very peaceful. And then the drunk people would come out and just abuse the fuck out of those guys. And then I got deported. No, Canada, what's up, pimp? Keep it pimping, keeping it real, brother. Canada is like Canada's like the, imagine you're in a school and then there's that group of kids that are like the kids that sit in the back and nobody talks to them, like the nerdy kids that everyone's like, don't hang out with those guys, and they don't really hang out with anybody else, and they just sit in the back by themselves and they just watch everybody else, like the people that stand in the corner at the party. That's Canada. I'm in Vermont right now. I'm thinking about going south for the winter. Thinking about going to Arizona for the winter. I want to go to the res. It's as soon as I can get a studio. Once I have a guitar and a studio and I can make the music, then I'll probably go to the reservation and we'll make content. I don't know if Abenaki still have a reservation. That's where I'd go first. I'd go down all the different ones. I'd start off at the Abenaki, and then I'd head over to Cree, and then I'd go, I don't know what's in southeast, like around Georgia area. I don't know the reservation out there. But I'd go through all the places, and hopefully I'd have like an RV and a way to make content, and I'd do kind of like what Radio West Virginia is doing, where they put on a bunch of artists. I'd be able to make good content that is high quality and invades the internet space well, of people showing off their culture. But maybe we're too late for that. So let's check to see if the people are still here or if they've left. It seems like most people have packed up. Some people leave. That was the best part of the whole thing. Didn't that guy? Do you guys hear what that what did that homeless guy who was wearing a veteran suit? That homeless guy that came to check for cigarettes. I think he called me an angel. That guy just kept, like, that guy turned around and looked at me, and I gave him the cigarette, and then he looked me in the eyes, he kept going, "You're an angel. You're an You're an angel." And I was like, fist. No, I can definitely smell it. That shit is stinky, brother. That shit is smelly. And they didn't clean it up. Toilet paper. If there wasn't toilet paper, they wouldn't, I don't think they would. It's harder to believe that it wasn't me because I'm not camped out. See, I keep wanting to use their terms because they've tried to infiltrate my network. You feel me? So there's nobody here. I'm gonna light up. Goodbye. Have a good day, lady. She rolled her window up. She was staring at me and then said, "Have a good day," and then she rolled her window up. Now my butterfly's going right to left. I'm gonna have a cigarette. You didn't leave yet? No, now they're gone, so I have no reason to leave. Where would I go? Where would I go? I was gonna take a bus, but the bus I was gonna take got interrupted because I was thrown in with a bunch of police. I was supposed to take a bus and get out of here. I was gonna rest, and then the last day that I rested, or the first time I got actual rest, I got swarmed by a bunch of whiny mall cops. So then I did this whole extravagant thing where I rode my bike in circles, making everybody mad, and then stirring up the pot, and had police officers show up, had white people show up and twitch and get mad at me. And then at the very end, where they were mad about me being homeless, a real homeless man that was wearing his veteran's hat. And that guy has American tattoos. He has an American flag tattoo, and he really loved his country. So he got to see a drugged up, out of his mind, homeless veteran wander his way when he said they were too lazy to come up here. He saw him wander his way across town to come up here to check this place for cigarette butts, right next to where that mysterious shit has shown up. And then he saw me give him like a kind of a hug, gave him a cigarette, and the guy kept going, "You're an angel, you're an angel, you're an angel," right in front of him. And now he's probably gone, but just in case he's still here, I'm doing my victory lap. I always said I was gonna do it. She's bad as hell, bro. She's a single mom. I always said I was gonna do it, and I did it. That's a fact. That's a fact. So, I don't know, I have songs and music videos. Yeah, look. So I don't smoke here. So there was somebody that was here. Look. I'm not the only person. That's what happened at the other place too. When I got trespassed from Vermont State campus. The first day that I went there, I sang my Native American songs. And I took pine trees. I think I told you I took pine trees off it because I felt like when people looked at me, I got hit with their energy. At the risk of sounding schizophrenic. So I took these pine branches, and whenever they'd look at me and I'd feel like it attached to my back, I'd just take the pine tree and wave it behind me, and that felt like it helped. So I did that, and I was singing the native songs and walking around Vermont State campus, and then the governor of Vermont was the only person there. So that person that I kept feeling like was attacking my energy, that was the governor of Vermont. He just butterfly right to left, the good way. So I was feeling like I was in an energy battle with the governor of Vermont, and I solved it by playing Native American music and waving those pine trees. So he took a video of me, and he sent it to the group chat with all the different state officials that probably work here, if I'm being honest. He probably sent it to these guys a couple months ago. And he said, I'm getting tired of this engine squawking on my land, which I hope was a joke. And then the first person to press me over here was that governor's neighbor. The governor's neighbor is the security guard here. Yeah, I usually keep a clean scene, except they haven't found my shitting spot yet. They blame me for this shit when they have no idea that there's a massive steaming pile at one of their exits. They're gonna get mad over this other homeless guy's shit, and then in a couple days, when I'm gone, they're gonna uncover this massive steaming pile of Duke outside another one of their exits. And I let them know. So there's this cute single mom, and she keeps coming close to me. She's brought her daughter up next to me. They're over here. They keep coming towards me. shooty with the booty. Now she's leaving. I put the camera on her, she's running away. I also talk loud, so they can hear every word that I say, brother. They can hear every word that I say, brother. I don't know, I'd be flattered if somebody walked by and I said, there's a cute guy sitting on the bench. It's really funny. This is what the cop went for. So the whole time, he tried to make sure this wasn't stolen, and then he took it. Like, the guy, his sole focus subconsciously was to get this away from me. Try to get this bike as far away from me as possible, and this is the thing I'm most proud of. I'm so happy about this bike. It's my favorite. So what else? That energy drink got me feeling nice. Nice. I can move down to my nice spot now. And then, should I pack up or should I stay one more night and get him mad? Let's do a poll. Better days, better plays. Should I stay one more night? Popo. Stay another night triggering the popo. So that when tomorrow morning they come find me again and we have to do the whole thing again. They'll probably get police involved and then they'll put them in their place again for overreacting. Or should I go better days, better plays, go to the next place and see what happens? Should I try to take a bus? I'll ride my bike another 30 miles north to an even smaller town with less opportunities, but it looks nicer. It's more beautiful out there. Is it 4:44? Yeah. Where we get? Better days, better plays. Yeah. Okay. So I have to call the post office tomorrow. I still have 15 minutes. I can call them in the last 10 minutes. I have to call the post office because I won a free necklace. I signed up for this app that sells Native American jewelry. And because I wanted to wait for them to... I was hoping they'd take suggestions and I'd figure out if they had a hookup for bear rugs. Because I know they have people that give them bear claws and bear teeth. So I wanted to know, like, if I was gonna, because it's a small app. But they gave me a free necklace. They had an extra one of. And they said, you were the so-and-so customer. So if you want, we'll give you this necklace. So I'll show you when it comes. It's really cool. So I got that. That's in the post office. Then they have a solar panel and a portable battery at UPS for me. Then once that's there, I will talk to all the homeless community action programs, exhaust them of whatever resources I can get, and then I will ascend to the next town 30 miles north. And all the NPCs in my simulation have been hinting at that place. Every time I run into people that I'm like, I don't like the guy's vibe, I don't like how he's talking to me, I don't like the way that he looks at me, I don't like the things that he's saying. And then they always bring up the place that I'm headed next on my big long adventure. So I don't know what it is. The cool necklace I have, oh, the one I have, this one. But the other one is coming. It's at the, it should be at the post office, but because we had floods, because we had tornadoes and floods that destroyed these towns, the post office has moved inside of a Walmart, and I'm trespassed from that Walmart because I was sitting out back recording YouTube videos. So they trespassed me. So I will technically get arrested if I go in, but I'll call them beforehand and try to work something out. I'm also trying to get a BB gun. I have $38. Heather was very nice. She doesn't have to, no obligation to, but Heather sent me $50, and that made me, that got me through the night. I already went off for hours last night about it. You feel me? I went off for 30 hours, okay, I'm getting out of touch. I need to go sit in the woods for a second with my cigarette. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. See, I wouldn't leave the shit. Look. I don't know, just look at shit too bad, but look, he left the toilet paper like that. I would have chucked it into the woods, at least. I would have used the toilet paper to pick up the shit and throw it in the woods. Sneaky about it. All these you don't realize until you step in it. Or I'll put it on fire on your porch. Okay, let's see if we can find the hawk. Do you see how peaceful it is? This is a baby robin. Look at this motherfucker. Can you see him? It's a chipmunk. He's cleaning himself in the river. I don't know what that sound is behind me. Sounds like Nick. He's eating the food that I left him earlier. I dumped out my popcorn here to feed them. So this chipmunk is eating the food that I left him. He can't see me because I have no presence emotionally. Because I feel drained, he can't see me. So he only sees the movement like a falling branch. Because I'm like a empty husk after fighting with the police. But when I try to activate the robin, it's come closer and it started chirping louder. The hawks are completely silent. When the hawks flap, I don't want to see. I'm going to let that chipmunk eat. He's not scared of me, he just doesn't want me to come near him. Yeah. Reality seems brighter. Reality seems more high definition. Like the camera quality of my eyes. And the sun feels like it's actually hitting my face. When I wasn't asleep in the woods, it felt like I was completely detached from nature. Man, I hope that guy saw me. I hope that guy saw me give the cigarette to the homeless man. Because that was God's work. I just saw a Dodge Magnum, man. I just saw the car that got stolen that put me in this position. Drive by. Let's sit here for a second. With the view behind me. I can hear the whispers of their consciousness. So I think he's still in the building. I think that's called, is that called ectoplasm? The remnants, the leftover remnants of his conscious system. His spirit energy. My charge at? My charge is at 19. The primacy of direct experience. What happened to my mag? So I went across the country in a Dodge Magnum. I drove it through the border and outdrove the police and lived in Montreal for a couple months, and then I got deported and they kept the car, and then I had to tell PayPal that I never went to Montreal and that I went to New York, and the guy got in trouble because it was a gas station that had one of those card skimmers, and he took my information and then thought he could go to Canada and it wouldn't register, so the guy got in trouble. So I told them that, and I just kept telling them that story for like 3 months, and then eventually they gave me $1,500. I used that in Canada, and then when the fall started, I went to Mount Mansfield, and I had that crazy experience with the Cernunnos and the Wingo and aliens, and then went to Burlington, Vermont, and I stayed there. I had to help a Native American guy that was traveling with his 2 dogs. Bunch of really cool stuff with that story, but I had to help him get back closer to Arizona. And then I came back and then fell asleep. I woke up, I walked into this was the middle of winter. I walked into Walmart. When I got out, they towed my car. They stole it. They said I had 48 hours to leave, and then I walked away, and then they took it immediately. So then I had to live outside in a tent through the winter. I got really sick. I got food poisoning from eating out of the dumpster, and I would just every day I'd walk a mile to the tow company to be like, "Do you have my car?" And they're like, "No, we don't." I'm like, "Do you have my car?" They said, "You took it." And I'm like sick, and I have blisters on my feet, and I think I had the flu. I was overheating in sub-zero weather. That was how bad the fever was. And after like a month, they were like, "Yeah, I have it. You owe us like $3,000 now. That's how much we want for it." So I didn't get my nice aftermarket everything Dodge Magnum, and I had to go to King Street Youth Shelter, and then I helped them all get jobs and get buff and get out. And then I started dating a yoga instructor. I lived with her for a couple weeks, and all those kids like half of them overdosed on crack, and the other half are still addicted to crack to this day. So it sucks. But at one point I led them to victory. And then like a year went by, and then when I would get his stuff in his tent while he was asleep, and escape with it. Then I came back the next day with a community action program, and I tried to get him help. And then while I was trying to get people to help this kid that obviously has problems, that was attacking people like me out in the woods with a hatchet, I was trying to get him help. I turned around, and the cop that I was trying to get a hold of, the state police that I was trying to talk to, that guy, because I knew him, I'd seen him around, that guy drove off in my car. So the state handies had given that car to that cop. So, and he drove out into the sunset driving my car, while I had just had to fight for my life, and was trying to work with community action programs to get the guy that tried to kill me help. And then the people that was supposed to help me drove off in my stolen car. Hi Naki. What's up Naki? Karavidaj. So that's what happened. As another 6 months went by, and I was gonna go there in a new car, my other car, that I got by performing at public parks, and then asking people for help getting a car. And then a schizophrenic man came up and threw himself at my feet and said, "I'm the king of the world, and that he wants to join my army." And then he gave me a car so that he could go convert to Muslim and then sleep outside of a mosque. And I said, "If you want to give me the car, I'll go use it to go see my dad on his birthday." So it was a year ago, August 9th. Right out. So I performed on stage during the Lionsgate portal. And then the next day, I had to help this homeless guy fix his problems, and then he gave me a car in return. So I went on a quest. Yeah. So that's how I got the Avalon, which is what I drove around with last fall to now. Susie, I didn't know you have been around since last year. I don't know. I have almost 250 subscribers now, and maybe I know 10 of them. So I have no idea who's on the other end. Last year, I went to see my dad on his birthday, and I pulled up and hung out with him. We hugged. It was nice. I took him to Walmart birthday because he didn't barely pants. Like, I had to wear shorts because the thighs were ripped apart. So he went to buy me a pair of pants. I walked in, somebody that had just had to fight, kill people in self-defense, do all this stuff that I had to do. And I went back to my hometown with my dad, and he got to see me interact with all of my old friends. And all my old friends were prideful sissies. I walked up to one of my best friends I hadn't seen in 5 years, and I helped him leave. He used to be homeless in a motel, and I got him inspired to go get girlfriends and to work a job and to work out every day. And then now he's a manager at Walmart. So I walked into his Walmart, and he tried to do the overstep me thing. He was like, I said, "I'm here to get a pair of pants, man. How you doing?" He's like, "Yeah, you could use a pair of pants." And then he kept standing there like I didn't exist. So maybe 2 minutes, I just rapped in his face. Higher powers threw me in the trenches, bitch. I had to learn to shoot through all the ranks. You think you know pain? Eat a fucking Frank. I was riding through my kingdom in a tank. Then I got stuck out by the gutter where it stank, but I always had a couple of women waiting for the wank. Shout out, and then I named a girl that he used to have a crush on. Bitch, I swerve and I hold sermons in the streets. Get the fuck up out my face before I punt you where you planted both your feet. You're a pussy and you're weak. I don't give a fuck about police. All my ops are salty, sat around and stuck inside a screen. I fucked their bitch in my brother's Kia, and he drives a Kia. I fucked my bitch in my brother's Kia, then left her like, "Bye, Felicia. My whole life is a movie. I hope I make it to the sequel." And then he tried to run away. He got his stuff. He was standing at the center of Walmart greeting people when they came in. And then he walked to the back room, and I just followed him the whole way, trying to ask him, "How's your day, man?" Bro, how long has that been out? Where, where did I hit? I hit mute on accident. Or it muted me. Where did it stop? Bruh. Was it after, like, did I get through the Walmart? Where I tried to do the loudspeaker. I got a girl's number in front of my dad at the register. I got to highlight how much of a little bitch my old friend had become. And how much of a prideful pussy he's become. And then we left and went to the top of a mountain and we hung out. Well, that happened. I got a new pair of pants. I flirted with a cashier. A bunch of people from the hood tried to check me, and then my dad got to see them respect me. And then tried to get I tried to wish him I tried to get all of Walmart to wish him a happy birthday by talking on the loudspeaker with one of my old friends that works at Walmart, and she wouldn't let me because my old friend that became a manager has become like a prick, like the same prideful white pussies that I talk about when I deal with. He fell into that. Now he drives like a nice 2023 Kia and all this. So he turned into a big bitch. Nobody likes him. So they wouldn't let me wish my dad a happy birthday. But my dad saw that I was trying to do that at least. And then we went to the top of this big hill at a park overlooking the town. And it was a really nice moment. And then I went home to my dad's apartment and we hung out, and it was funny. It was nice. I taught him about Freemasonry and numerology and astrology because he's into watching conspiracy theory videos. So I showed him, like, this is what our attributes would be like based off of the symbolism surrounding our lives. And it described us perfectly. So my dad was like, wow, would you look at that? So he was kind of proud of me there. And then I fell asleep. He put out like an air mattress. He fell asleep. I woke up and I felt lifeless. I felt like my dad had stolen all my energy. And he was like cackling the same way that I talk about the demons cackle when they take all your spiritual wealth. So my dad was cackling the same way that the people I say are like demonic do. So I was trying to help him. I like came over and I tried to solve his problems. I just said one thing. He had just bought a car for $2,000. He had to take a couple $1,000 loan from his neighbor to buy this car. And he gave the guy $1,000 out of that $2,000. And he was getting the rest of the money from his neighbor the next day to buy this car. And the car stopped working. So I was like, hey, don't give this guy $1,000 if it doesn't work. Spend that money on a mechanic first to make sure it's worth it before you give the guy the rest. And he said, don't fucking talk to me like that. And he got up and pushed me into a wall. So I swung back and I punched him in the face. I'm just itching because there's people staring at me down there. So it kind of triggered me a little bit. So he pushed me into a wall. I punched him in the face. He chased me out of the apartment. He grabbed my hair and he threw himself down on the ground and tried to choke me out. And I'm just like, I love you, you idiot. And he was like, how does it feel? So I put my fingers against his eyes. And I just pushed down on him, like, if you don't stop, I'm going to keep pushing until you let go. And I pushed it to the point like I could have really blinded him forever. And he did not let go. So I took one of his fingers and I bent it back. And then he started huffing and puffing like he was going to cry. And he ran out to go to my mom's. And I knew immediately, I'm like, my mom lived at the time like a couple houses down from my dad in her own Section 8 apartment. And my mom, her favorite pastime is to exaggerate issues to police to gain sympathy, to ruin my life, and to gaslight me into feeling weak for as long as she can, so that she can feel like she has power over me, and she can keep trying to assert herself. The more control she has over ruining my life, the better her life is. The more she feels okay with smoking cigarettes and eating Ben & Jerry's until she dies. She wants to live in a pretend world, and I threaten that for some reason, so she goes out of her way to attack me. So my dad went to her house. So I'm like, I knew what was gonna happen next. She was gonna call the police and make up a huge story, get them triggered, and then try to, hopefully they'll come and hurt me the best they can. So I went in, I took my stuff from my dad's apartment, then I left, drove to the center of town, and I called the police myself, and I'm like, you're probably getting a call from Victoria Marshall saying that I'm like a terrorist or saying that I just tried to kill my father. I'm just letting you know she has a major issues where she lives in Section 8, and that makes all of her problems way bigger because of her PTSD. She's lied to you many times, and hopefully that we're all aware that she's lied to you many times. So I'm just calling you in advance to let you know what's happening. And then they showed up, they tried to search me illegally. I said no. They tried to do it again. I said, I'll call we'll get your sergeant. So they stopped and realized it was wrong. And then the nice cop showed up, and the nice cop, coincidentally, his name's Officer Law, and he had a handlebar mustache that goes to a point. Because it's Brattleboro, it's full of weirdos, creative weirdos. So the nice creative weirdo helped me in that situation when the angry guy abusing his power had to step back. So at first they tried to give us both felony assault charges, and then we bumped that down to simple assault by mutual affray. Because there was no camera to say who punched who. My dad said I just ran at him for no reason in the middle of the night. And I said the truth. He got mad at something I said. He felt like I was trying to be the boss of him, and he pushed me into a wall. And because I've been through so many fights now, I just instinctively swung back and got him in the face. And then my dad chased me out of the apartment, and it's on camera. But they wouldn't check the cameras because they didn't care. They only care if I offend their ego. If I was wearing my nice clothes with a chain and I had my black girlfriend still, my thick black baddie, they would have gone to see the camera footage to try to get me in trouble. But because I was just the weak homeless kid now, I wasn't that character anymore. Then they came at me, or they let me go. But it's been 2 years since my initial charge, which was bumping into somebody in the hallway. And they've tried to give me felonies, and they've tried to put me in jail. They keep making me come back every 2 months, wasting everybody's time, to what I now know is an actual Freemasonic ritual for a Freemason. And because this is the year of year of karma, the karmic 8 year, the year of the dragon. That same judge that has been kind of abusing me and keeping me in a state of fear for 2 years to exert his power over me. I think he had to resign because he's been letting state police go for 20 years that have been getting caught abusing minors. So there was like a group of state police that it was just okay in their culture to pull over a young girl and then try to fuck her. So they got in trouble. Finally, Vermont Digger, one of the local news stations, picked up on that truth, and they went from Burlington down to Brattleboro to figure it out. And they realized that the judge had been giving state police 30 days in jail and 6 months probation for being guilty of rape and being guilty of multiple counts of sexual abuse on minors. So that judge is no longer my judge. It's now a different one, and he's like Pee Wee Herman. He's like the skinny little prick that talks very prideful. He goes, Mr. O'Brien, you need to do this, this, and this. And I'm like, karma comes for everybody, Your Honor. I'll be praying for you. And then I hang up on my judge in my court hearing because it's a simple assault. So because of that, I've just been treating it like that for years now. The prosecution because my mom called and admitted she lied for one, so that dropped a lot of charges. And then the transition of judges, now because what the story was, the prosecutor was a woman, and my mom is a woman, and my mom is very good at playing people's emotions. She's very good at making up stories that get people emotionally involved. I tell real stories that are true, and I talk about real problems. My mom doesn't do that. She'll make up problems. And she's an Aquarius, so she's better at it than I am. And she'll use that to hurt. She used it to hurt my dad, then she used it to hurt my cousin, and then she used it to hurt me. And it's all like this big ploy to get sympathy from my grandfather, who understands my mom and what she's doing and does it because he feels bad, not because she's playing him, but she used to think that she was really playing him. My mom thought that she was lying to this Wall Street banker and really manipulating him out of money, and she was very proud of that. So I called my grandpa in 2022 and told him that's what she does, and my grandpa's like, I've known since she was young that's who she was. I do it because I love your mother. I'm her father. That's what he said to me. He said, I let Vicky think whatever she wants to think, and I just check in on her when I can because I love her. And meanwhile, my mom thinks that she's manipulating her father into giving her money. The whole time my grandfather's sitting there listening to her like, I hope one day she'll recognize that I'm a human being with feelings and emotions and a life. So I became her target, but eventually, like, I wrote like 3 letters to the judge. I posted on the Brattleboro Facebook page, and I did all this stuff. And then eventually the prosecution has just dropped all those charges with my mom. And the charges are like, my mom made up a story, got a restraining order, and then she would bait me. So my mom would have a restraining order where I can't talk to her, and then she would tell my aunt to tell me to talk to her. So if I respond to my aunt in any way about my mother, that violates the thing, because even though I'm talking through a third party, I'm still trying to get a hold of my mom. So she would bait me, and then she'd call the police. Like one time I drove by her house, and it wasn't within 50 feet, and I still got arrested for it. And I went to jail for it. You feel me? So now we've bumped everything down to one charge. And that one charge was ripping off a piece of cardboard from my neighbor's door when I left. And they're trying to have me charge like $250 for a piece of cardboard. So we're going to go up and say, I'll admit to petty larceny if you can tell me how much you would value a cutout piece of cardboard that I gave him 2 years before that. I gave the schizophrenic man a gift, and then when I moved out because he started to call the police to violate my lease and write me crazy love letters, and then he would listen to my girlfriend and I have sex. So when I left, I just ripped off the piece of cardboard that I gave him when I got there. And they keep trying to charge me $250 and have me arrested consistently. Look. So they put this big lock on this machine, and they moved the generator to this. So they were mad that this generator was plugged in here, and that kept getting pulled out. Meanwhile, I highlighted an issue that they had. The generator should be here the whole time. Okay. If the phone dies, it's because I'm moving to a better spot. Why do fat, white, middle-aged people keep having hissy fits? Why do they value their strength and their mindsets so much, their discipline, and they're the first ones to throw a hissy fit and a temper tantrum? And they stole my stuff. But I've grown enough that I now know to keep a spare around at all times, just in case shit like that happens. Okay, backpack's going on. I don't think you got to see what I was talking about. But they threw this big fuss because their generator kept getting unplugged, and then the whole time they realized the generator shouldn't have been plugged in there in the first place. So I highlighted a problem that they fixed the whole time they were trying to be. And this is true. It's a hard truth to accept, but after segregation ended, white America has learned to be nicer to people of color. but that residual culture is still in their subconscious that they take out on homeless people. And I didn't realize that was the case until I started nomading and backpacking across Vermont. And now I'm dealing with actual, I'm seeing exactly what the people went through. Like to the point that people were coming to kill me for being different. Yeah, I've had to kill people in self-defense. Woman that got offended. Okay, you ride. I can't see what angle the camera's at. I want to show you the front. Did you see it from the front? You should see it from the back. Those are kind of bad as fuck. I just saw a dog. There was a bunch of German Shepherds in the back seat, I think. The back of a pickup truck. Okay, my phone cut out, but we're still here. We're at the new spot where I called down lightning the other day. And they leave their cigarette butts. He didn't say resolve. The cops kept saying, how do we rectify this situation? Here's my charger. And I get Wi-Fi over here. So we're back. Better days, better plays. So because of that chat, tonight, what time is it? 5:30. At around 7 o'clock, I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna move my tent. Hopefully I'll have enough in my system that I can take a real shit and they'll know what my shit looks like this time. And then I will give that to them as like a goodbye gift. And then I will leave. And wait for whatever happens next. He needs to fast. He needs fasting, sunlight, probiotics. You can see the crows. I'm far enough away from the hawk that the crows are still trying to bother me. Look, the devil has made his presence known that I'm not in the crow's territory. I'm not. Come on, bro. Right in front of my face. Come on. Come on, bruh. Look, my phone's fucked up today. Can you see that the crow has shown up right in front of me? Right there. And there's a butterfly for you. If there's a crow. I've moved out of the hawk's territory, so the crows have now done the pentagram formation again, and they're trying to get at me. See, look. Do you need more proof? Do you guys need more evidence that I know what I'm talking about? What more do you need from me? No, there was only 3, but they were in a triangle around me. One went this way, one went above me like that, and one went onto the roof. True story. And I'm out of food, but I don't really need food. I might Maybe I'll go into Shaw's and I'll steal a rotisserie chicken and some barbecue sauce. And I'll just walk out and see if they press me. Because I don't plan on staying here, man, so it don't really matter if I get trespassed from that Shaw's. I'm not going to get petty larceny for a $6 thing of chicken. And even if I did, I'd flip them the bird, literally. So yeah, there's my update. We'd be live streaming every day now. People are still like my group, that group of autistic people that made a lot of money this year on crypto that I got into their Discord group. They're still calling coins. So what they do is they find a coin that's about to blow up. It's got a lot of attention. They wait for like the same way that I called the lightning down, where I felt it build up and then I used it to strike. They do kind of the same thing with people's money. So they find a coin and they wait for it to know when it's about to build up, and then right before the lightning strikes and the coin shoots up, they throw their money in and then ride that lightning strike, and then they take out right at the end before everyone else pulls out. So then they get to steal the money of the other people that came in after they got in. Because with crypto, the only time you can make money is if you get in before people have thrown their money in, and then when you pull out, you're taking their money with you. So they're still calling coins, it's just I don't have a computer and Wi-Fi. And that mean cop wouldn't give me $100. He's like, I have $100, but you're absolutely not getting it. D-Mark is back. D-Mark, I want to know what it's like in Denmark. Are the people kind of deluded? Are people as crazy as they are in America? My scab opened up and now I'm bleeding. I've had a tick bite or a horsefly bite that hasn't healed in months. It keeps opening up. D-Mark, America is convinced that every country but America is a third world country full of people that are not entertaining or funny to be around. Everyone in America has this like subconscious belief that everywhere else sucks. Yeah, my hand is bleeding everywhere. Brother. D-Mark did not let me know. At 2:22:22, D-Mark did not let me know about. Denmark. That was funny today, man. So he slammed on my tent. I woke up. He was already checking to see if my bike was stolen. I told him I bought it from somebody. And then he kept giving me random shit, trying to get me to leave. And I know they said you can't camp overnight in a tent on state property. So I was there during the day. And I just kept throwing the things he was saying back at him, and then he took my bike and walked away with it. So I said, look at this 12-year-old, look at this fat, old 12-year-old stealing my bike. How many people are dying overseas? And he's like, I don't care. I'm like, you don't care until it comes here, right? You don't care about anybody. Susie Fairfield has to flex that she knows the leader of Denmark. Who is Mette Frederiksen? Fred Eriksson. Is that their president? Is that their leader? What was I saying? Oh. Then he came back with his head up like he had done something really fun. Or not fun, yeah, really fun. He does, I don't know the right word for it. I feel kind of stuck in their orbit now. Usually I feel like I have a hold over that territory, but now it feels like there's a bunch of enemies, and I can feel all their personalities. Like the evil eye in the fifth dimension. It's funny, he told me, he was like, I think you come here and you think you're conquering the place. And I said, no, for the most part, I'm just trying to defend myself against fat white people. And I said, like the old fat ladies that come over and record me just sitting there, and they go, you're going to get it, and then they walk away. And he's like, well, I'm not talking about that. And I said, you're talking about yourself. You think all my problems are like an extension of yourself. You think everything's about you. You think this whole thing like is to shit on your state place. And he was like, I'm doing you a favor. We've been doing you a favor by letting you stay here every day and use our Wi-Fi. But it's free public Wi-Fi for the state of Vermont because they serve the community. And then at the very end of it, the police humbled him. The police helped me. And then he got to sit stomping around in his inside instead of outside, inside. And he got to watch the homeless person he said was too lazy to do anything. Walk all the way up and then try to steal cigarettes from his butt canister. And then he was wearing his military uniform. He's an old veteran that's homeless. And that cop has bald eagle American flag tattoos going up him. And that homeless guy kept calling. He just was staring at me like this. And he was like, "You're an angel. You're an angel." And then I hope that cop was in the building watching, because that would have rectified his situation. And if he had stayed around longer, I could have told him about how we should get those homeless people on electric by generating power that will give them a little slip that they can take to Shaw's and get reimbursed for the power they generated. That was another thing. He said, he kept saying, "You're stealing our power at night." And I said, "You're on stolen land." And power cannot be created and can't be owned. It's just transferred. Energy is created or destroyed. And he's like, that's not how it works. I'm like, that's like the first law of thermodynamics. That's how everything works. Brother, where'd the power come from? And he said, oh, it came from the sun. So I'm like, so it's the sun's power. You're just storing it. My crow is back. Did you see the bird that just tried to hit the crow? A bird flew right behind it. Because crows are bullies until the hawk shows up. They're showing off that the police had took my power. Usually I can make them leave with my mind, and I can bother them in the spirit realm. But because I feel weak from what happened today, that's why he's doing that. If you know, you know, man. If I had a BB gun with a scope, I'd shoot the branch. Crow didn't like that. So you can see that they're getting back into position. They're coming for round 2 for the pentagram rituals. Yep, I could feel them tugging at my power. I can feel them trying to exert their will over me. Try to dominate my spirit so that they can control me remotely. And there's a seagull. How far are we from any body of water? We're about 50 to 60 miles from Lake Champlain. And there's just a single seagull. There's no seagulls out here. There's no lakes out here for 50 miles. And it's flying over the town. So all these people are like, wow, a seagull. Let's go behind the building and bother this crow. Let's see. It's suddenly very busy. There was nobody on the street, but then when I active, the people are here. You notice that those two guys had completely different days. Like, those guys don't know each other. They were both riding their bike around, and they passed each other right when I was there to be in between them. So there were 3 of us that all passed each other at the same time, when the whole street has been empty for about half hour. Suddenly when I get active and I go to try to do something, there are Matrix spiritual code enforcers protecting this crow. And I can feel them in the woods, and I have no way to get at them unless I channel in all the energy of the place, and then I exert my authority on them to just bother their mind until they leave. See? you see him? Sitting in the middle, in that open space. That's a big giant crow. That's huge. Holy shit. That's bigger than a raven. Huh! Huh! It usually works like if I can build my ego big enough so that when I call like that, my mind feels like it's an eagle calling. When I really feel like I'm channeling like the energy of an eagle and I caw, they pick up on that and they run away screaming. But when I feel kind of lifeless like this, it doesn't affect him at all. Look how big that bird is. So one of you probably just tried to imagine what I was talking about, and the crow picked up on that through the phone. Because I didn't do it. I tried. So that was one of your confirmations that empathy works through phone screens, and that crow picked up on that. I think a couple more people joined too. So who knows who joined and then looked at that crow. But look, he's moved over here. So that big giant crow is left, and there's these two small crows now. So that crow that left called his friend, and they're just back here to keep trying to dominate my space. So let's try to do the exercise. I can feel them attacking me. Let's do the where we push them back. There's a butterfly going right to left. The crows are looking. I'm feeling an attack. I'm feeling like pressure against my face in the spirit realm, in the electromagnetic spectrum. Okay, it's building. It's building. I think the sun is beaming too nice. There's too much happiness in the environment. Does that make sense? Like I woke up at peace today. Before the police tried. The police were inside. Notice how that other crow has no idea that crow has flown. And they split off in two different directions because they're all going in a circle like this around to that big crow. So they're now marking their territory in like a circle. And they had to fly over my head. Because they're trying to steal. It might be steal identity, it might steal positions. It feels like they're just tugging at like the ether. Like they're stealing something that makes all the power go to them. And the birds don't do it, the hawks don't do it, but the crows do it. I don't know why. Sounds schizo. That's just what I feel, man. So that's where we're at. Yeah, now I'm feeling like there's a channel of energy now that's flowing in the way that the crow went. When it was like I just had this nice peaceful bubble, now it feels like I have to like extend through and fight them back. Okay, you can't, I missed it, but the hawk is now moving back into the space. There's a giant hawk that just flew in. A giant big hawk has now flown in back towards the state building. So when the giant crow shows up, the giant hawk comes in to break away the territory that those crows had just tried to build. That's where we're at. I don't know, should I end the live? Should we go to, let's go to 2:44 and see if anybody joins and asks questions. I don't even feel tired. I feel like there's something pressed against my face that's making me tired. It seems like there's a fraction of the population that's ruining it for everybody else. Like on this live stream, I've showed you how police are finding civilian kids in high school and they bully them out of the way to exert their dominance. Because they're playing pretend. They think they love that game. Because they haven't suffered enough and they have that power. They feel like they're able to because their authority. It's like they think it's like a privilege for them to be able to bully the public. Because they serve the public. Then they have authorities. They're allowed to do it. Now I'm recognizing that I'm the only person that's checking those people. So I felt it was kind of shown in the back of my mind that I'm kind of like a superhero. I am a superhero. Because I'm the only one that's doing that. That's humbling these people. That are, who knows how many people, like in a daily basis, when the shift starts to when the shift ends, how many people those police go out and intimidate and bully into submission. Because they know they can get away with it. And then they use that ego and that position in the ecosystem to seem more attractive to women. Like when they talk, they have they have a vibe, and they got that vibe from attacking other people. Which is why we need to import Crips from the Bay Area into Vermont to put these police and rednecks in place. And we need to give the Native Americans more influence so that their culture can spread and grow into these cities and into these towns. They need to extend their presence outside the reservation quickly and then sprout up like trees. And they'll become the leaders of their community and steer the world in the right direction. I don't know, but I could tell you, Timmy, that there's a crow that's been bothering me for a half hour now. And then when you ask that question about NPCs, which is like bringing this conversation to a more esoteric, outside the simulation level, the crow just cawed at me. There's a crow that's just sitting there making sure that I'm in check the whole time. I have a literal prison guard that's keeping me from accessing a certain state of consciousness, a certain state of awareness, because I have so much psychological trauma that crow triggers. So they have that crow there to enforce that and to hold the space so maybe the certain things don't come to me because they have like a hold over the ether. So if I was to get like a divine inspiration from God, it might be harder for that to happen because I have this crow that's just watching me and sitting there the whole time, bothering me. And it activates when I almost escape to the truth. So what percentage of NPCs are in the population overall? I mean, if the Bible's real, then there's only 144,000 of us. 100 out of 8 billion people, there's only 144,000 that are actual real people. And the rest are like messengers, just outlets for the other world to communicate and challenge us and hurt us. And they're convinced that they have lives and they have positions, but it's all like a pre-scripted AI just running their life so that they can be in position to set up tests for the chosen ones. So I would say, whatever the percentage of 8 billion, 144,000 are, that's probably a pretty accurate place. And then I think that of those 144,000, they're grouped into different life paths and different energies, different stories that are influencing each other. So that's why I don't think it's a coincidence that I keep meeting famous people and I keep meeting influencers and I keep meeting other people like this, like needles in a haystack. Like there's supposed to be 20,000 people, but I'm only running into the same 5 to 10 people. So, but I also think that with this teaching, like as more people wake up, because I think those 144,000 people are meant to bring a certain energy to the world, a certain creative presence, like the I am. Like they have just natural, some type of like upgrades or modifications or something like and they're there to convert the rest of the world. And I don't think it's by going into live streams and screaming, "Come to Christ." I think it's just by living their best life and trying to have fun with it and creatively express themselves. Like, I think that when Aiden Ross opens up a live stream and there's 100,000 people in the chat that are spamming W Aiden, W this, LOL, talking like they're talking in a conversation, like they're at a concert and they're just like yelling out into nothing and Aiden Ross doesn't even see them. Imagine there's 100,000 people in a stadium and they're all yelling at Aiden Ross different things at once. And then there are like, I don't know, maybe 20,000 people maximum that pop in every few seconds. There's a different one that pops in. And then Aiden has a message for them. Because Aiden Ross is born on the 11th. October 11th. Joe Rogan is born on the 11th. Alex Jones is born on the 11th. Every person that I've met in Montpelier was born on the 11th. And they were all traveling from a different place and wound up here. And the one person that wasn't was somebody that deals with, it was a community action person. And they all have the same, like, they all have tattoos representative of their ancestry. They all really value ancestry and culture, so they have a connection to their ancestors. They feel inspired to embody the essence of the cultures that have came before them in their bloodline. Almost like our cells are made up of our ancestors and we have a connection to them. And those ancestors want to be expressed to influence the public. So all of these 11s really care about the past and really care about history. And they all, you know what I'm saying. So that 144,000, every prophecy has them. The Hopi called them the Warriors of the Rainbow. People thought that meant, people are thinking that meant the transgender movement, but really the LGBTQ took that rainbow because they know about the 7 seals of Revelation, the Ark of the Covenant, the rainbow, the 7 colors, the 7 continents, the 7 races, 777. So they knew about that, so they made their thing a rainbow, because what they really mean is the Warriors of the Rainbow means the people that are sent from the heavens. And they say that that's happening right now. We're in Revelations right now. It's happening right before our eyes. We're about to have the robot apocalypse. The election is happening. People are, like, a lot of people think that if Kamala wins, we're done. So Joe Rogan endorsed RFK Jr. RFK Jr.'s making people sign petitions to get him on the ballot. They want him to be able to debate Trump. And I hope to God that RFK rips his shirt off and he just starts flexing every time Trump talks. He's like, that's cool, but I'm going to make all these different changes. What are you going to change? Can you name 5 things you're going to change? Trump, how does RFK talk? He goes, can you name all the different things? And Trump goes, yep. Keep letting that brainworm talk for you. And then all the fat white people are going to go, ha, 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 MAGA. All the fat white people. So, hopefully RFK can debate Trump and he'll flex and talk about all the things that he's changing. RFK, who has a pet falcon. RFK sits out in the woods, does hundreds of push-ups a day, and he has a falcon that hangs out with him. RFK has a pet falcon. And then every morning he has crows that come visit him on his porch and he hangs out with them. So he hangs out with crows and hawks. And he's got the green movement, just like my green heart. And then Kennedy is Irish. Kennedy means an Irish fiery king. And then Robert Baratheon, who was based on Brian Boru, that was my favorite character in Game of Thrones. So Robert Kennedy is up against Donald Trump. Donald is Irish. It means the ruler of the world. And then Trump means to beat someone. Trump. So his name means the rule. It means his name technically means the defeat of the ruler of the world. And then if you go, there's a book from 100 years ago called Baron Trump's Grand Adventure, about a kid who had a rich father named Donald. And when Donald came into power, Baron Trump was able to develop time travel with a bunch of rich scientists. And he time traveled back 100 years to warn people about the future. Isn't that crazy that 100 years ago, somebody named Baron Trump somebody wrote a book about a kid named Baron Trump, whose dad's name was Donald Trump, that went back in time once Donald became president and everything went wrong. And Baron Trump went back in time 100 years to save the world. You feel me? So people want Donald Trump to win because it's high vibrational. It's red, black, and gold, which are the colors that will be expressed in the year 2025. This year, the colors that were expressed were purple and green. Like, if you look at all the northern lights that were going around across the country, we all saw purple, green skies. Zach Bryan dropped the purple gas and pink skies. This world is a simulation, bro. There are different themes for it. This year was purple and green. Next year is black, red, and gold. And those are Donald Trump Towers colors, so people want Donald Trump to win. But hopefully, because this is the year of green, and Kennedy is the Green Party, hopefully he'll be able to get to a position where he can influence the masses as much as possible to highlight the fact that the world needs to become sustainable. It needs to stop worrying about war. It needs to start coming back to the natural order of things before we kill off the planet. Meanwhile, we have all these Jewish oligarchs that are burning down the rainforest and Canada so that their insurance firms can buy up all the land. All those wildfires that are happening across the country, they're being bought by the same companies. It's a cash grab for land. All these state forests and stuff are being burned down and destroyed so that these rich people can come and buy up land and own the land. So, and they're not putting the trees back. But we've seen there's a couple of 2 people that moved to the desert somewhere that was burned down in a forest fire, and they spent like 50 years replanting trees every single day. All they did their whole life was just live on this land, and they planted trees across like 2,000 acres, and the desert has turned into a lush forest very quickly. So, I mean, once we have robots, we can just delegate those robots to go to a patch of desert and just clear it out, bring in dirt, plant all the trees, and then now we have the ecosystem back. So, as long as we don't nuke each other, things will be fine. It's just, I don't know what's going to happen to people. Like, maybe we evolve outside of consciousness and we get sucked into the singularity. I don't know what's going to happen to people when robots take over. Yeah, I know Jesus Christ died at 33, and there's 33 degrees in Masonry, there's 33 life path numbers, there's 33 there's 33 vertebrae in our spine. Jesus Christ was born, and then Jesus Christ went across the world. He disappeared for years and nobody knows where he went, and then he came back with all this knowledge and teachings, and then he tried to teach the world. But he was just a traveling homeless nomad that went off to learn all the different stuff, and then he came back with tons of knowledge and tried to share it with the people. And the stuff that he taught was already in ancient Egypt. He was saying a lot of stuff that the Hindu believed, and there's evidence that there are stories and evidence that Jesus was in Hindu culture. He was in those mountains. I think the Nepal mountains, the Himalayas, there's evidence. There's like stuff that was written that Jesus showed up in the Himalayas. There's stuff about him going to China. So Jesus, when he disappeared, other cultures say that a guy named Jesus, or whatever Jesus was called, Yeshua or whatever his name was, that guy, that character, there's stories of him going to those places. And back then they called those the mystery schools, where there were ancient traditions that taught people this esoteric stuff that they were learning over thousands of years. And Thoth was one of them. Thoth was the ancient Egyptian that lived like 20,000 years, and he ruled over Egypt for a long time. And he had lots of teachings that he taught pharaohs about the esoteric spirit realm. So a lot of the stuff Jesus talked about was also Thoth's teaching. It was also in the Emerald Tablets. It was in the Himalayas. It was in China. And Jesus was like the embodiment of that information when he broke through and taught the world. The same way a Sagittarius Aquarius would. Not to compare myself to that grand guy, but also like Christ consciousness is like the Aquarian age. Jesus said at the age of Pisces, when the age of Pisces began, that focuses on dreaming and belief systems. When the age of Aquarius comes and the world will know the truth, he said he will come back. So Christ consciousness to 33. The orange. He said the orange will come back. So I think that when I feel like I connect to Christ, for me, I'll look it up. Luke 21. I'll remember it. I'll screenshot it too. What was I saying? Oh yeah, when I feel like I connect to Christ, because I feel like I can accept the kingdom of heaven all the time. And it feels like I'm holding a connection to a higher vibration. And then when that happens, reality just seeps away. Like nothing seems real. I feel like I'm floating inside of the water. And reality around me becomes like this dense water that I'm no longer a part of. And I can like set my intentions and extend myself into the world. And then all of a sudden the bugs will start to fly in my face, like there's a dragonfly that's flying around me now. The birds will start to come and chirp at me like aggressively. The crows will start screaming. Random people will show up and just freeze and stand next to me frozen and twitching. And that feels like when I accept the kingdom of heaven. But it also feels like when I accept the kingdom of heaven, like I inherit the kingdom of God and I accept Christ and I'm a part of that network. It feels like there's a lot more stuff that's going on in the world and I've just like accepted to be tethered to this one club of high vibrational light. But that high vibrational light, there's also other things that I feel like I can connect to, like stars and different constellations. And then when I do that, that's when it seems like when I shift my thing away from being part of that club, the Christ club, and I look for something higher, like the most high, the great beyond, I try to hold my intention straight up to the heavens and not towards Christ, where it feels like I'm being drawn to like some place over in Egypt. It feels like I'm being drawn somewhere that way, whatever that way is. I'll look on maps. It feels like there's something over that way when I connect to Christ and the Bible. I feel drawn to wherever that is. When I don't and I look up, that's when I start to see aliens and I start to see shooting stars. And it feels like reality opens up for a second and there's just like a giant slash of a sword through space-time and there's just this bright white light that makes my whole forehead vibrate and shake. So it seems like maybe religion is like a collective collective reality in the fifth dimension outside of space-time, where all those souls are deciding on a reality. And then there's something else that's grander and more expansive. Like there's like a condensed version of light that's that religion. And then when I extend myself to like what else is out there, then I start to see a bunch of freaky shit that doesn't feel demonic. But regardless of that, these two different separate things, religion versus like spirituality, like what else is out there, regardless, I'm always interrupted by crows and bugs and birds and NPCs and police and fat white people mostly. I've never had a problem with a Mexican man or a Chinese man or a black person. I'm only ever bothered by fat white people when I feel closer to this higher connection, to destiny and to the, not fame and fortune, but just higher dimensions. There's fat white people that get triggered and come out of the woodworks to try me. By white, I'm talking about white culture and white pride, the leftover brainwashing of the Freemasonic indoctrination of the American people that's gone back to Rome when they just decided to control the public and keep them as slaves and brainwash them and convince them into thinking they weren't slaves and that they were doing what was right and then they convinced them that the people that were the natural people that connected to the earth and had different beliefs were evil, bad people. Like the Christians would burn a witch at the stake for doing pagan witchcraft, and then they would gather up a bunch of Native American Indians and put them in a dungeon, and they would rape them for months. The same Catholic priest that would go and talk to the public would go home and rape an Indian girl in the basement. And there's so much evidence of that they would torture Native Americans for Christ. They thought they were doing something good. And the Vatican has the same thing. So the Vatican Church, when Rome fell, it didn't fall. They just took all the wealth out of Rome. They sucked it up dry, and then they escaped with it and put it all in the Vatican basement, and then they hid occult knowledge from everybody. So the Rothschilds left the masses, and they left Rome, and then went to the Vatican, and then probably used their wealth to build a castle somewhere in the north, and then would influence the public that way. And we know for a fact that the CIA can astral project, and that they believe that people can shapeshift. They believe in the Wendigo. They believe in Sasquatch. They think that Sasquatch is where humans would normally evolve to if it wasn't introduced by the Anunnaki and the Nephilim. The giants that would come down, the angels that came down to teach the world. When you teach somebody something, you're enhancing their genetics. You're influencing the structure of their system. So when the angels would come down and teach them and they would change, they embedded them with genetics, supposedly. So that's what, and they said that those things see us as like cattle, that we're constantly breeding emotions that get siphoned out by what they call the demiurge or Yaldabaoth. Or Satan, the god of the world, and not the heavens. You feel me? So that's where we're at. I'm writing a book, I'm trying to make my music, I'm writing songs. I have my nice bike. Just trying to enjoy myself, man. They gave me this energy drink. But regardless, you're going to have a really hard time connecting to any form of higher dimensional intelligence or greater aspect of yourself. Like people say that. Yeah, so that Last Supper, the story of the Last Supper was a Greek myth before Christianity adopted it. So before Jesus and before the Bible was written, in Greece, they already had a story of the Last Supper about all the people at the table and then Judas betraying the guy. And then the main guy goes down. It was like a myth, like a story. And the Grecians, where the Olympics are from Greece, so Greece already had a Bible Last Supper story before Catholics came and conquered them and stole their stories and said that we own you now, and we're going to take all your gods and represent them as their own, so you have to believe us. Like Zeus became Jupiter. Zeus in Greek mythology, once the Catholics and the Romans took over, they took their god and what he embodies, and they turned that into Jupiter, and then they turned that into God. But the same thing that embodies the archetype of that energy was already there. So the Last Supper wasn't a fuck you to Christ. It was more like a fuck you to Catholic indoctrination of the Holy Roman Empire, by saying that, look, this was already here. That was our culture that you raped and destroyed and stole for yourself. We already had the Last Supper. So it wasn't a fuck you by defiling the Christian idea of the Last Supper, by perverting it. They were expressing it the way that it was expressed before Rome and Catholicism took it for their own. You feel me? That's all it was. It was nice people from Greece expressing their culture. But transgenderism goes back to paganism, which goes back to... So, paganism, there was Cernanos, like the CERN, that particle accelerator that goes through all the different European countries. This giant science facility that worships different gods, and they have actual rituals in the center at night. where they worship gods and they try to open up portals to communicate with them using the Higgs boson, try to get an understanding of how to use the universe to talk to higher dimensional and lower dimensional entities. And they do rituals for them at night. Cern, one of the gods that they're talking about was Cernunnos, the god of the wild, the deer man, which is like the god of fertility, like in the springtime when all the birds are full of life and vigor and are now going around making babies and singing their songs, and the whole world feels fresh and nice. And then in the quiet forest during the rain, and when the snow's melted and all the air is dense, and then the deer and all the animals wake up from hibernation and all this stuff. Cernunnos is the god of the wild, fertility, and he's like the main entity that lives inside the mycelial network. He's like the way that we all say we connect to Christ and Christ is king. They're saying that the forest has a king, and that's Cernunnos. And his reach is as far as there are trees and nature. If there's an animal, he's there. And the Native Americans had the same god and it chose to, the same way the Native Americans would do these drugs and open up their minds and speak to this entity. The same way the Celts, which were the native Europeans, the Celts, the barbarians, the pagans, who became the German and the Irish, they spoke to the same thing. The Dagda, the god of the day, Dada, like when a baby goes, Dada. Dada was the god of the day, and he was present in Celtic, and he was present in all the way down to the Aztecs and the Mohicans and the Tetawa whatevers, and the Hopi Indians, the Navajo. They all had the same god. And that was representative of the guy that had the man and the woman, because he embodies both. So it was the guy with the tits. And then he had the same way my name looks, with the C that goes up, and then the Y that goes down, where the people are holding their hands like this, with one hand up, and then one hand down. C, Y, yin yang, like this. That God was like a teaching about how the universe works. So Christianity, when they took over, they called that the Baphomet, and they said that that was the right hand of the devil. Cernunnos, who became the Baphomet. And now they're perverting that Cernunnos image to say that he was the transgender, he was without gender. When in reality he was the embodiment of both genders. The same way that actually the Bible doesn't mention women at all. They say women are subservient, and that the Bible is just the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then the woman is just like a vessel to be taught about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So you have a boys' club with you, your dad, and God, and then your woman is just there to be like this vessel that you can create a reality, and then she's pumping out reality for you and protecting you in your bubble as you serve God. Cernunnos was just men and women have different functions, and they're equal, and they're both here to do different things on the planet. And then Cernunnos was just the embodiment of both together in harmony with each other. And then he had that snake, the same way that the Red Cross has that serpent that spirals like this on the cross. That serpent originally was spiraling around Cernunnos' arm. Like the Ophiuchus, the secret 13th sign in the zodiac, and that's what I am. It's the snake, the guy that only the embodiment of truth. And his job, the Ophiuchus' job, is to see it for the world exactly for how it is, and then just wrestle with the truth, the serpent. He has this omnipresent, omnipotent truth embedded in their system, and they're just fighting the world to express that truth. Ophiuchus taken all the different zodiac signs, and they bring it up to the Aquarian heavens, and then the other secret sign, Orion, deals with bringing, like Orion's belt, deals with bringing the heavens down to the public. So I'm an Ophiuchus named O'Brien. You feel me? So what else do we have? I think the war here is a war in heaven, as above, so below, as within, so without, the golden spiral. Everything that's happening in this third dimension is being represented also in the second dimension and the higher dimensions. Just like how when we move, our shadows move with us. There's a higher version of ourself in the fourth dimension. That's maybe he's at a war. Maybe it's like a battle for belief systems and righteousness versus bad. But I know in this world, at least, there's no light that shines. There's no thing you can turn on that shines darkness. There's no light you could put in your. There's no instrument you could put in your house that you press a button and then it makes it dark. Darkness is just natural. And then as soon as you turn a light on, all the darkness flees from that light. Do you feel me? You picking up what I'm putting down? So darkness is the natural way, the natural order of things. Everything is darkness. And then light sprouts up and pushes the darkness away. It's just how the way that this was made for light to shine. The yin and the yang. The flesh is weird. When the people talk about the flesh, sometimes I feel like I get stuck in like this world where my imagination now turns into like this gross, like undulating husk of like tissues. Like when people say they're in the belly of the beast, people say they're in the flesh. It feels like there's like a system of organs and shit, and like some level of reality that's like feral and evil and kind of creepy and gross. Like season 3 of Stranger Things, where there was that flesh monster that was like dissolving people into like their genetic codes and then eating them all like the blob and growing into this gross monster. And yeah, I think that lust is real. Like when you put yourself full of raw creative essence and light and potential and love and all this different stuff that you get when you naturally daydream, and you think about things that aren't sex, when you start to focus that into sex, it's like you're expelling your energy. You're like getting rid of all this emotions and life force that you've cultivated, manifesting with the universe. So when you focus on sex completely, you divert your attention from building, and you're just focused on hunting and expending it. So people that are empty like that can turn into like the feral drug addicts chasing after a hit. So that's why they say not to operate from lust. But I don't know exactly what the flesh is. It could just be a set of beliefs that lock you in a certain dimension, that keep you from focusing on higher concepts. Like when you put all your focus in the world and you forget the stars, you lose a connection with the stars, and then you only have access to the level of reality that those things operate inside. Like you're not diversifying your community. You're not in a bunch of different networks. You're not in a bunch of different friend groups. You're only focused on one friend group, and you kind of become the people you hang around. So yeah, I went to 311. Should we go to 333? So who has mental health problems I can fix? Who needs a mentor for a couple minutes? I'm just going to say the same shit. Fasting, sunlight, probiotics, exercise, go out in the woods, get rest. Multivitamins, omega-3s. Push-ups and squats in the morning. And then just do that for a week, and then most of your problems will be solved, and then replaced with an overwhelming anxiety because you are now ready to wake up to higher levels of reality. Yeah, fasting, and when you stop eating sugar, so the body has no need for glucose at all. Sugar, the body has no use for it. It doesn't need it at all. You can go without sugar for the rest of your life and be fine. But what needs sugar is parasites. When people have a bacterial infection, that's not because you got a bad bacteria that grew in your system. It's because you got a parasite that's living in your body that's shitting when it eats you. And then that parasite stimulates your nervous system and drives your thoughts to go eat more sugar for those parasites to grow bigger. So when you stop eating sugar and your body runs out of sugar, it goes into self-cleaning mode, and that's called autophagy and apoptosis. When it looks in and it sees all the things that are hindering the body from getting back to baseline, and it will eat the cancer cells, it will eat the damaged brain tissue, it will eat the damaged lungs, it will eat all the dead cells first as food, and then it will go to your fat stores. And then when it eats your fat is like jet fuel compared to like watered down gasoline. It's a slow acting carbohydrate. So your body will wake up and it will start to fire on all cylinders once you hit ketosis. A good measure of ketosis is like when you don't eat at night and then you sleep really long and you wake up and you have dragon's breath. That dragon's breath, that smell from your throat, is your body starting to eat the dead cells. It's starting to break apart all the gross shit in your body and start to clean itself. So that disgusting smell in your throat from ketosis is your body dislodging all the leftover microplastics and gross shit that what we've eaten is coating our throat and our esophagus, in our stomach. When it starts to break that apart and starts to consume it, it's coming up through our throat. So that's how you know you're in ketosis. And then once you're in ketosis, that's when your body will start to do this a good way. Once that happens, that's when you can start taking cold showers to force the blood to travel through the places that the blood's been coagulating with cholesterol. And like all the cigarettes that I'm smoking are lodged in the back of my neck and up at all the metals and minerals from vegetables, because vegetables, people are like, you need your vegetables. The vegetables are just, they're carbs, they're sugars that have the metals and minerals from the ground. Those vegetables are supposed to be eaten by cows. And the reason that cows have 6 stomachs is because it has to process all the metals and minerals. And our bodies don't know how to process that. We're supposed to be eating berries if really we wanted to. And shit like that, berries and nuts that don't have the metals and minerals, but vegetables that come out of the ground, they have all that metals and minerals. So if your body's not really in a state to process that well because you're overeating and your organs are damaged and you're not getting enough sleep and you're stuck in a network like the Matrix that's not letting you vibrate at a high enough level to activate those systems, then the parasites are in. And so I'm pretty sure that demons are parasites. I think that the demons that they were talking about in the Bible that steer you in the wrong direction are parasites. And that when you fast to get those demons out, I think it's called Matthew 11. There was like a big thing in the Bible that got taken out of Bibles. There was like a hidden scripture that said some demons can only be killed or taken out of the spirit through fasting, which would mean that some demons you have no idea are there. Demons that make you sick. And the only way to discover those like high-level demons is to fast for a long time for your body to get all the way to that demon and get rid of that damaged tissue and parasites that are controlling your body, possessing you. You picking up what I'm putting down? So fasting. And then sunlight is, our bodies are like solar panels. We're designed to take in sunlight. We're designed to take in energy and convert it for ourselves. So sunlight is like, our bodies are like a router, and the sunlight is like the internet. Once you start fasting, you'll be able to reconnect to the internet, and that's when you can start to bring your memories back and cultivate peace and come back to who you really are. So fasting, sunlight, and then because of all the shit that we've eaten, our gut microbiome has been destroyed by all this garbage food that we're eating. The bacteria in our gut that works like a factory to produce chemicals for our brain has been destroyed by microplastics and by all this different stuff that we put in our stomach. So you have to take probiotics. In the military, they eat worms. So in the military, when you have a brain injury in battle and you have to stay out long enough, those people that had suffered blows to the head, part of their daily routine becomes they have to rest and fast completely, and then they have to run outside and eat bugs from the dirt because they have to stimulate their gut to get sick again, to strengthen their immune system again, to start getting them stronger enough so that they're better and more efficient at producing the chemicals necessary for your body to function in your gut microbiome, your gut brain, which is more powerful than your normal brain. Your organs do different things. So when you're fasting, it'll clean out your heart with sunlight, and it will start to produce more electromagnetic energy. It'll be magnetized again, so your will can be exerted more when you're co-creating with this experience, and your gut microbiome produces the chemicals that you need. And then when you take in multivitamins in that condensed form, you don't get all the same like carcinogens and the toxic things in the soil and all the stuff that is coming down from the air and pollution in the vegetables, and you don't have to worry about the GMO stuff affecting your genetics and your biology. GMOs are like parasites at this point. When you put a GMO tomato on water, it will move around to avoid the salt. It'll swim in the water. They're actual genetically modified organisms. They're organisms. They're alive. So when you get back, that's why they say to take multivitamins and not eat it from vegetables. So when you take in the multivitamins, and then your brain is made out of omega-3s, your brain is just naturally being damaged by the pollution in the air, as well as it's being like constantly traumatized by the electromagnetic spectrum in the matrix. So they tell you to eat seafood, even though seafood also has its metals and minerals. It's got DHA, which is the right structure of these omega-3s. So when you eat the DHA, it allows it to get to your brain faster, where omega-3s, you have to break down the amino acids, and then your body will rebuild it in the DHA structure and then put it in your brain. When you eat fish, you get that DHA naturally that goes to your brain. It's already built. The chains of proteins are already built in the right structure, so the body's like, oh, look at this Lego piece. I know exactly where this piece can go. But with omega-3s, it's like, oh, I have to build this thing back and then put it in place. But omega-3s is like a high condensed version of it. So you get more for your buck. But that's why they say eat seafood and chicken and eggs only when you want to actually go down this road and heal your body and come back to Christ the actual way. Instead of just like believing that you have a connection and then trying to find that like kind of wiggle your way through to figure it out. Eventually your body comes into a natural state of being because all of its organs are healed. And then it's almost like it just pings you immediately because you're naturally able to connect to it. You don't have to fight to figure it out. It's just like it shoots you like a bolt of lightning and then you're back. That's what happens to me, at least. And that's when all my friends would like be almost clawing at my door, spamming on my buzzer in my apartment, trying to get in, like crack addicts that need a hit. Suddenly when I would wake up to Christ, all my friends that I thought were my friends would be like desperately trying to get inside. My girlfriend at the time would be desperately trying to run up the stairs and just attach to my side and just lay there for hours at night. And then once she felt like she had all my power because I loved her, she would siphon up my life force energy and then she'd go out and run back into the streets until I felt like she was drained. And then I was back into cultivating this energy, and then she'd come back again. And she'd only really come back at those times. But she's a Gemini. I've known since I met that girl. Like I would, once you see it as a set, like once you see reality as a set of dreams that you're traveling through and time isn't real, and you're just entering different spaces, different episodes of a TV show that you can go back and look at regardless, and you can watch in any order that you want. And you can go back in and replay the level of that video game whenever you want. Once you see life like that, then you realize that the energies are getting expressed through bodies, but the bodies might not be the same bodies, but the energy is going through in that same cycle of events that you can realize when you do this practice I'm talking about that might get me killed, that I learned from the CIA. Real talk. I kept walking in on this girl like when we were in high school together, and I'd always like, it'd come to my head, I'm like, I have to go see Chloe. I really want to go see Chloe. So then I'd go find her in her classroom, and she was sitting on a desk. Everybody else was working at like a study hall, and she was sitting on a desk in the center of the room, laughing and like being like funny and feminine, whatever, just laughing. And she had like all the guys had turned their desks, and they were all below her studying. Does that make sense? So she has all this energy as a Gemini, and she's like a social planet that dealing with tons of people. And then she had all these suitors, like a queen, surrounding her, trying to impress her and trying to flirt with her and date with her and get her attention. And she was just like living it up, having a great time. And then she'd go walk around, skip class. So then I would come in, and I'm a Sagittarius, so I'm on a mission, I'm on an adventure. I would infiltrate her castle, and I'd walk up to her and all these simps guys that are around her, and I had all this skills and I had all this stuff from autistic mentors that taught pickup artistry, and through the biggest parties in Beverly Hills, where all the celebrities went to. And what do you know about that? All the celebrities like Diddy would go to Owen Cook's parties in Beverly Hills. And I learned from Owen Cook, who learned from Mystery, the founder of the book The Game by Neil Strauss, and all this stuff, the first ever pickup artist. Like from Casanova, my name's Casey. When I learned all that when I was 13, I would come in and I would game her, and she would laugh, and then I would highlight the fact that whole thing was stupid. Like I'd make everybody realize, like, take a look at yourselves. You're all surrounding this girl who's eating up all the attention you're giving her in the middle of a class full of kids, and everybody's watching that there are 6 guys around her at the desk trying to get her attention, and she sat in the middle. Like, it looks like a ritual. Like, to anybody else, it looks like a ritual to me. And then I would come in and make her laugh, and then make her want to hang out with me. And then I'm like, well, I'm taking the fun, and I'm going this way. I'm going to the bowling alley to have fun. I'm skipping class. Would you like to come run away with me? That sounds like Andrew Tate, but however I said it. And then she'd be like, no. And I'm like, you like this? I didn't say that. I said, okay, well, have fun. And then all the guys would turn and look at me. And then I'd leave, and then I'd go have fun. And then the next time I saw her, she had the realization that, oh shit, this isn't fun for me at all. The adventuring, traveling Irish Indigenous king just showed me a better way of life, and then he left with it, and now I'm stuck here dealing with this. This is bullshit. I want to go run around and have fun. So then the next days, we'd pass each other in the hallway, and I could feel it lurching. I'd feel her intentions lurching out at me, that she was attracted to me, wanted to be closer. And then I would just keep walking, make a joke with my friend, and bring the fun that way. So she kept thinking that Casey's the fun guy. And then we'd go on a date eventually, and we'd be falling on the floor laughing, having a great time. Like, falling on the floor, screaming, cracking up at just random shit that we said to each other in public. Like, that's how bright we made each other. And then she would go off to some other guy. The next week, she's now dating a guy, some random nerd. And she'd live in that romance novel with him for a couple weeks, realize it was all stupid and bullshit. I continue my ascension. I'm getting more buff. I'm dating more girls. I'm having more fun. I'm getting more friends. I'm throwing better events. So then she'd come back, and we'd have that same great experience, and then she'd run off. So that relationship with that girl, named after Cleopatra. And my name is named after the ancient African king. The ancient African tree that taught the world how to connect to heaven, and opened up a portal to connect to angels, and how to ascend out of this earth. Was the acacia tree, and the most powerful name in Freemasonry. And her name's the Egyptian queen. that traveled to France and then became the French word for the embodiment of love. And she's a Gemini, and I'm a Sagittarius, so we're the two opposite signs in the zodiac. We have that special connection with the river of truth that flows between us. And then Sagittarius are the most dignified signs. So in astrology, on a soul's journey, it comes back, it starts off as an Aries, and then it goes and it goes and it goes. Aries, Taurus, it goes through all these different schools, and it lives that lifetime as that role. And then it moves on and it keeps going on. And then either, if you're not a 33 life path, and the oldest souls possible are either 33 life paths or Pisces. And that's because we're in the age of Pisces. But now that we're in the age of Aquarius, the next batch of souls, supposedly according to astrology, the oldest souls on this earth will be Aquarius. That becomes the senior year before you graduate to wherever we go next. So Sagittarius and Pisces are the opposite signs, fire and water, and they're the most dignified. So whatever reason, whatever we're embedded with, we're the most worthy of respect out of all of them. Which is why Sagittarius kind of stand proud, looking out, and Pisces always have their head up to the sky. Don't tell me what the fuck to do, RV. RV's in the chat. RV. Is anyone here? RV's here. 33 life paths. Good for you, Susie. I knew since the moment you started commenting that was where the focus was going. I knew since Susie first commented that it had something to do with Susie's YouTube channel, why she was watching. So I subscribed months ago. I just went off on how Christianity ties into tons of different cultures that were expressing the same information, and Christianity stole a lot of those things and then told everyone else after they raped and conquered their place that it was actually the way, this way, it was my way, it was Christ. Even though Christ got a lot of his information from Himalayas and from the East, and that there's evidence of that guy. They had different names for him. That guy showing up from the Middle East to these places and learning from their mystery schools and learning from Thoth. And things that Jesus taught that came down from heaven, he learned and perfected with people that had been doing it for thousands of years. Not saying he didn't exist or that he wasn't the Son of God, because obviously he was the one that did it. So he was probably the chosen one to go do that. He was able to express all this different stuff. To the people. And he embodied a character that lives on in people's minds. Of the homeless guy that that was attacked by pride and ostracized everywhere he went until he died for being different. At 33. Like there are 33 vertebrae in the spine. And there's 33 degrees in Freemasonry. And then I talked about old souls, and I talked about souls' journeys and learning from the Earth School, and then I brought it back to a story of the girl I thought was my soulmate, and I talked about the symbolism and the story behind that, how I got to see her in her glory as a Gemini queen that would sit on top of the desk and had rows of men, boys in high school, that would shift their desks and point them directly at her. So she was sitting on top of this desk hanging out, and she had like a row of guys around her in a circle, all trying to hit on her at once because she was one of the hottest girls in school. And then I would go in and then show everybody how stupid that was, and then I'd leave and go have fun. So I showed all these guys how to be a better man by not being a simp before simps existed. And then I got her. She showed, after I tried to kill myself, she said she had a panic attack. She felt me hit the pole and then die and then change dimensions. So she felt the Casey that she was in love with leave. Do you hear this? We're ready for it this time. It's the bagpipe guy. Is it an hour mark? It's 6:42. That it's not like a church bell that's ringing. Somebody plays bagpipes and he walks around Montpelier. So we're gonna go find this bitch. Because that guy that probably doesn't watch my channel anymore was like, prove it, pussy. Prove there's really an Irish bagpiper when you're talking about Irish gods. It's weird. I'm like hearing his... Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna have service. So if the live stream cuts out, I'm gonna try to take a picture of him. I'm gonna put you in my pocket so you won't be able to see because I have to go down this big hill. But we're going to find him. Okay. So it's a whole group, and right now they're outside of school because there's a game going on. So they do go parade around, and I have that the Catholics demonized Celtic gods. So okay. So I'm gonna upload that too. There we go. We got it. It's a whole group. It's a giant group of Irish people that right now there's a soccer game going on. So they're playing the bagpipes outside the soccer game for all the kids. I'm taking a bloody piss. I can't see the chat. Shut the fuck up, crew. Word to Big Bird. RV. He's lagging out. Yeah, I lost the Wi-Fi signal. Oh shit. I think people just passed me. Wiggle my dick to get the piss out. Whoops. Whoops. Hope it wasn't a child. Man, I want pizza. I'm broke. I can't afford a pizza. I ran out of food stamps. I ran out of food stamps. It's too hot. How many cigarettes do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll save those. We'll save those. Word to Big Bird. Our world is in crisis, absence of consciousness. Yeah, people are too afraid to go inside their mind and be outside their house. And then a lot of people feel like they can only access certain levels of themselves if they get if their ego gets validated enough. What do you mean by the example of the shaman? I don't think everybody's called towards that. I think some people are called towards the warrior, the king, the magician, the lover. I think people, anyone that, if the shaman is just somebody that has information that wants to share it with the world, to express themselves, that people naturally evolve into authenticity, trying to fight back against the predatory culture that keeps everybody in line, following the same systems with no real sense of authenticity, without the guidelines of the social norm, status quo. Can you hear it? Bagpipe. It's like, I just want to like, it's about a third of a mile, but it echoes and bounces off all the buildings in the city streets, and it echoes through Montpelier when they play. Which is really cool. Hello. 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 I'm back, Shimon. How's the audio now? All right. I'm probably going to Yep. Just like it says there's nobody here. It says there's nobody here right now. So that when people that scroll by see me, and there could be 50 people in the chat. And then so when the people that are scrolling by that might be new subscribers see me, they see that there's nobody here, so they feel kind of weird because of the stuff that I share. I don't know why, but I know AI is a lot smarter than we think. I am smoking a cigarette. I'm addicted to cigarettes, man. I'm addicted to cigarettes, bro. So I've been shitty that I'm addicted to cigarettes. Yeah. Oh, hold up. Yeah. No, the other day I rode my bike around at midnight hunting for cigarettes, and I passed like 3 homeless people, and every one of them peeked their head up at me and was like, "Do you have any meth?" And I was like, man, those are just evolved versions of people that probably got addicted to cigarettes first, and then someone introduced them to meth later on, and now meth has been normalized for them like cigarettes are. You can't, even Andrew Tate's addicted to tobacco. Andrew Tate, I think he smokes all day, Andrew Tate's a billionaire now. So he has the finest Cuban cigars, and he puffs on them all day. He works out and smokes cigarettes I don't think he ever stops. Even when he's doing sets. Andrew Tate never stops smoking. Even when he's in the club, he's got a cigarette, because now it's his image. From when he wakes up to when he goes to sleep, Andrew Tate is smoking cigars. I have things I want to say, but I feel like those things are, they're too far out. Like, they're secrets. But it's some freaky shit that happens. Like, I don't really talk about when I astral projection stuff, like what I see in my mind on the daily basis. I talk more about, like, the narrative and sequence of events in front of me. I don't talk about, like, the other way off stuff, but there's something I'm uncovering slowly that's pretty freaky. And then I wasn't sure what that was, and then a video from 2012 showed up on my page, on my For You page. Some random video with like 5 views, and was explaining the thing that I was confused about. And it was a guy channeling an alien, and that alien was communicating almost like it was communicating to me 10 years ago, to nobody. He was like channeling an entity, and it said something that nobody else would understand but me, because I was exploring some aspect of the universe, that I was seeing something I didn't know what that was or how that worked, or what I was, this like weird system in these, what I thought they were like, they're probably some form of alien probably, or maybe some like creature in the system. I didn't know anything. Like I thought I was like, why do I keep seeing this? And then a For You page video popped up of someone 10 years ago with 5 views of some schizophrenic guy channeling an alien, and the alien was describing that thing that I was seeing that I didn't understand. Me and 5 other people saw that video. In 10 years. So my algorithm found that video and put it on my For You page. Feel me? So I don't know what's next. I feel called to just listen to my music and chill out. It's a nice summer day in August. Everybody around me is having fun at their barbecues. There's like 3 different sets of barbecues happening over here. FBI, can you donate some of your Federal Reserve? Do you have any RVs that you got impounded that were being used to traffic drugs that you can give me to travel around the country? I'm open to joining the CIA if it's not a Freemasonic satanic cult. I would be happy to join the CIA if it meant I could continue doing what I'm doing, but also have a mission that helps the world. You feel me? I'll tell you what though, since I started smoking cigarettes, my facial hair is coming in. I thought I was never going to have facial hair, but as soon as I started smoking, it's growing, you feel me? So I'm gonna upload that video of Casey meets the Irish bagpipers. Casey meets a traveling group of Irishmen. How is it transhuman and extremely alien? How can it be transhuman but also extremely alien? Because they're far away and they've been gone for a long time. And then when we go to space, do we just float into another Earth? Are all these stars just portals to different Earths? Are they stargates? And what are low vibrational entities? What are two-dimensional entities that come to my head like cartoons? What are these things that are less than human that keep trying to attach to humans to ascend and evolve with us, and then they jump off? Why are humans like this factory of evolving souls, and we become vessels that house them for a couple minutes to a couple hours to a couple days, and then those souls leech off of us and evolve, and then jump to a higher dimension? What are those things? Why did they get sent lower than us to a lower dimension? Are those demons? And how are they able to jump into the spirit realm at us? And are they just versions of us? Like, is everybody's individual life and all the people in their individual life aspects of themselves just to teach them things, to help them on their hero's journey? And are other galaxies completely different? Like it's all different shapes of water. Like when you play a certain sound if you put water on a speaker and play certain frequencies, the way that the water shapes itself, or you put sand particles and then the way the sand particles shape around those frequencies is the shape of different galaxies. So how come different galaxies are playing different songs? And how come Bashar channels this alien from the future, but he also channels this Irish woman that teaches us about nature? Bashar channels this old Irish woman named Willa that comes in and calls everybody cookies. Hello, cookies. She goes, hello, cookies. Today I'm going to teach you that all the plants are completely conscious and they can see you. And they're all connected. All these plants, every single cell of these plants are like eyes. And they're constantly perceiving you. And all of nature knows exactly who you are because the trees are paying attention everywhere that you go. They're like cameras for Cernanos. And she calls people cookies, like little sweet things that they can eat. Hello, cookies. Keep getting more delicious for us. We're watching. There's my bird going right to left. What made the Irish so special? Why were they a foot taller than the rest of the world? Why were the Irish a foot taller than the rest of the world? How come the bears grew to be so big and the deer grew to be so big? Why? On such a tiny little island. Can you hear the bagpipes? The way I see the bagpipes, they're like shimmering. They think they're not playing songs. They just stopped. I brought attention to them and then they all twitched and shut off. I sent my mind over. Henry Jack is here, guys. Henry's one of the names that follow me through life. Yeah, the FBI's here. I've been waking people up to how to heal their biology from food addiction and repair their DNA to house consciousness better, to start producing better emotions to fight back against the Matrix. I think this FBI is not the FBI, it's some kid. But I've been approached before by somebody that named off all my regular subscribers and then said, I'm looking for the guy that's having people do a hunger strike against the government. Is that you? And then he walked away and I never saw him again. But I was trying to help him. I was trying to help the guy, and then the guy said, you've done enough to help. Thank you very much. And then he left. I have actually, Henry Jack, I have dreams that I'm sitting that somebody brings me into a room, and Andrew Tate's sitting in a room, and there's just 2 recliners in an empty hotel like lobby, and I walk through space-time to go sit at this recliner opposite Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate's like this empty, angry husk, smoking on a cigar, and then I'm like this giant ball of creative essence and light, and I have to like shine into Andrew Tate's mind, and I have to correct him and like break down his barriers and like humble him. And then Tristan Tate is sat between us. Earlier, before that was recently, I have those dreams. Before that, I had dreams, and I have dreams that Andrew Tate's like in this desert and he's beckoning me to come towards him. But then there's another guy in the forest surrounded by tons of birds and elk and children, and I go to that guy, and then a week later my car breaks down, and that guy shows up in my life, and his name is also Andrew. And I learned, instead of going to that Andrew and joining the real world, my car broke down, and I went to this castle deep in the mountains of this. It was like a ramshack castle that he became a mechanic for these people in the mountains, and he built his own house slowly. So it's like this ramshackle giant castle where he has tons of kids, and he's like the king of the community. And his name means, and he taught me about masculinity, which is Andrew, and Andrew means manly. So it's cool that the guy that wanted to teach the world about masculinity and the guy that taught me about masculinity are both named Andrew. And then there's a kid that I grew up with named Andrew Andrewson, and he had a bad, abusive father, and it made him seem, he has got really strong features, like really masculine features. But this guy thought he was trans, and he got obese, and he went crazy because he didn't understand that he was, what's it called? It's not contorted, it's not conflicted, it's con something. When you get, not conflated, confused, not confused, but not condescending, where his natural abilities were hindered and forced to become the opposite. Like, he's supposed to be this really manly guy, and you can see that, but his world had been so distorted and shifted, he became like this confused transgender guy that named himself Skyla. And then eventually he's coming back to realize, every time I talk to him, he's getting more and more of that really strong, dignified embodiment of masculinity. And his name's Andrew Anderson. So I met, but before that, I had a dream I was this giant Viking killing barbarian king, this old giant that was killing tons of hordes of Vikings alone in this terrifying place, this big terrifying mountain, and I was climbing the mountain with a bunch of people, and they were all really small compared to me, and I had to break through these giant hordes of Vikings, and then I'd get locked in a room and I'd have to like maul them to death, and they kept sending hordes at me, and then at the end of it I turned around and Emery Tate was sitting with 2 little English boys, and they were terrified out of their mind, and Emery Tate was like asking me if I could take them under my wing and teach them. And I didn't know who Emery Tate was. I didn't know who these kids were. And then 2 years later, in 2022, Andrew Tate blew up, and I'm like, I saw Emery Tate playing chess. I was playing chess and watching an Andrew Tate live stream, and then I clicked the suggested video, and it was Emery Tate giving a lecture on chess while I was playing chess. And the way that he talked about chess was the way that I saw chess when I was really, really young and playing against my guidance counselors at school. And then it clicked out, that's the guy in the dream. Emery Tate, another 33 life path, brought them to me, another 33 life path, and asked if I could teach them how I'd go through life, my experience. And that's when Andrew Tate became this character. And then when he falls short and he stops being on the For You page, I have a dream that I'm like scolding him basically, and he's like attacking me like I'm his abusive father. And I'm like telling him, stop, reprioritize this is the energy you should come with, this is how your heart should be structured, this is the way you should express this light, get back into it. And then within the next week there's a video of him singing a song like I sing to the camera. So I don't know if he's not real, he's just an embodiment of my consciousness, like I'm a tree that grows into every garden. Casey Rocket, Kurt Kaz, Kai Cenat, Kendrick Curry. the Kingdom of Creative Champions, the Kelly Creative Collective, the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know, but I know that I'm the only 33 life path out of all of them, and they seem to be saying things that I come up with. Like I sit alone, and I daydream, and then those daydreams of myself get expressed to the world through these people. And Andrew Tate has become one of them somehow. Do you hear the bagpipes and the birds? So that's where we're at. Any questions, man, before maybe I'll go live? Should I go live longer? I go to 4:44. I'm just charging my phone. Yeah, there's the proof. It took about 2 weeks for all the guys that were like, prove it, pussy. Just the proof. I'm not lying about what's happening. You feel me? But I am out of food and drink. Unless I want to drink this body wash. Brother. So the whole thing is how to become the best version of yourself. Express who you evolve into. So it's just the best thing the stuff that I teach, and I don't mean to teach, I just don't have the means to create movies and TV shows and albums. So I just go on and talk about it. A secret that can't, unless it's yeah. But also, like, the occult Freemasons hid reality from us to breed us into being slaves for them. But maybe that was just in preparation for the age of Aquarius and Revelations, where we get to wake up in miraculous ways, and we get to fight for our own imagination and creation, and then express that in cool ways that wake other people up. Like, we went through the dark times so that the people could shine a light in a certain way and have fun with it, instead of just evolving that quickly. We got to go through like a game. Look at this cool green guitar I found. It's the National Life Group Do Good Fest. And I just found this on the ground one day. Joshua Tree. Where's my crow feathers? There's my crow feather. I don't know. I feel tired, man. I feel empty. How we doing? How are we doing, chat? What do you think's gonna happen when we like ascend past our bodies? Do you guys think reality is gonna be it's gonna be like this? Like we're just gonna ascend into another level where it looks like the Earth, or do you think it's gonna be like crazy contorted fractals all day? It's gonna be like living in a black space where we're like this body of light flying through nothingness, popping into third dimensional spaces like this to help people like us right now sitting in 3D spaces. Like when we go to AI, are we just gonna float in like a heaven dimension? And then when the next form of life forms come into a planet like this, we can be assigned to pop in and help. Like, what more can you do, man? What's out there if not going up there just to see it's amazing and then coming back into this. I mean, the Navajo talk about spirits that would visit them at night, and they're always in suits of armor. Like all the different spirits that they meet when they do their rituals and go to bed and then start to channel the entities in the astral plane. The bad spirits usually have no armor at all, and they're just like feral husks. And then the good spirits, there's the bird, 2 cardinals showed up and they're going left to right, so that's not the right way. But they do have spirits that show up and they're wearing full suits of armor. And then the way the Navajo described what they saw was the same way I used to describe when I would daydream, and I'd be daydreaming battles, and I wasn't sure why. I just thought that I had an overactive mind and I loved to make fight scenes, but the people's characters in the daydreams I used to have that I was fighting alongside in my daydreams, when I would just sit and imagine all day, and I'd imagine myself fighting other enemies like fear-mongering, gross Cthulhu beings, and the people that, my soldiers in my army that I would fight with, the armor that they had, that I thought, I just personal preference made them that way. Those are the spirits that the Navajo talk about being visited by. Like, they look like samurai armor, but they have like the growling face with the horns on them, the tusks. Everyone will have to be reborn, and it depends on each to take their judgment. So that's what they talk about, how you have a life review at the end of your life, where right before you die, your whole life flashes before your eyes, and you can see all the choices you made, and you can see all the different timelines that you could have gone down, and the one that you chose, and all the lessons that you missed out on or you didn't incorporate, and the things that you were supposed to learn and didn't, or the things that you missed, all the different lessons that you missed on your journey from the start of the game to the end of the game, come to you at once. So then you can, regardless, you learn everything you were supposed to learn anyway. It's just, did you learn it by doing it, or did you learn it by regretting what you are missing out and then having to regret it at the end? But either way, all that light of that life lessons and all that experience points and all that information that spread out across your journey of life, at the end, they say, these guys that channel aliens say that comes back to you, and then your soul is back in its amalgamated form and harmonized. And then you can do, like, at that point where you're just a glowing ball of light, I don't know where to go next from that. I don't know, do you rise up and be a star? Do you travel to a different world with your information? I don't know. Do you come back and grow more as a soul? Do you come back in to gain more experience points? Do you go on New Game Plus? Come back into Earth with harder bosses and stuff like that? And that's what life paths are. So my 33, I'm on like the last level, the last thing before the game is, you've done everything. This is like my 100% of the game. Which is why everything seems so mundane and stupid to me. And I feel like I'm just around a bunch of stupid children. Is it better to avoid is it not better to avoid channeling? I think it depends on the people. Like I was scared, like when I was in public housing and alone, and I would have these wake-ups to higher levels of consciousness, and I'd start to vibrate out of reality, and I'd be terrified and didn't know what to do, and I was surrounded by pedophiles and just abusive, mentally ill people, and like kids that thought they were hood and they're stuck in the pretend world, and they're coming to attack me and they don't know why, they're just mad at me. And I thought that I had brain damage, but really I was like stuck between 3 different realities, trying to figure out how to focus the way that I used to when my whole life got destroyed in front of me. And I had sleep paralysis every night where they would demiurge my life force. The only way that I survived was having constant reassurance by what you call a voice in your head. I had voices in my head that were like, you're on the right path, you're winning, you're beating them, you're doing well, everything's going good, you're sexy, you're charismatic, people love you, people fear you, you're a king, you're a god, you're the special third person, just keep going, get to the next place, get to the next place. We love you, we love you, we love you, you're doing great, you're doing great. And then when I would stop listening to them, I'd get a tarot reading that says, they want you to keep listening. They're just reassuring you that you're on, and they'd reiterate the things that would keep coming to me. So some people need to channel. Some people need that. They need to have that outside validation because they're so confused in life. And then some people, like Bashar says, that the only reason that his life form chose to incarnate with this channel to Bashar is because at the time, this was 40 years ago, before internet, when Bashar was going and leading sermons where he channeled Bashar and put on that character. He said that the Asasani or whatever came in to choose to be this guy that was channeling an alien, even though it's true that he is channeling an alien. But the reason that that place decided to come through in that way was because at the time, 40 years ago, people were so used to submitting and giving their power away to a leader like Christ or like the Catholic Church, their priest, somebody that they thought knew more than them, that would teach them that they knew everything the whole time. So they channeled, and they did that channel because some people need that experience of something that they view as more powerful than them to come through and teach them things that they already know, if that makes sense. So it's like they've given themselves a certain lock, and some parts of humanity needs that specific experience to open their lock by design. So you don't really need to channel. You can just channel your higher self when you chase your passion and live your dreams and take risks and learn more about life, and then learn what your preference. And then it's like your higher self starts to guide you, and the universe kind of opens up, and you can be in this interactive game experience for yourself, constantly learning and changing and growing. Then you don't need a channel. But maybe when you've deluded yourself into being depressed and you're never going to take that risk, then it's like something comes in and just keeps inspiring you and popping in your head, keep inspiring you, works out your problems, and tries to guide you towards situations that help you get back on the bike. Helpers. And then when you're ready and you're back in position to start channeling your higher self again, you've got enough optimism and hope and to keep persevering, then that thing moves on to the next thing. Angel Eagle, come on down from the heavens just to help us on our way. They come to teach us, then they leave us to find some other souls to save. Angel Eagle, come on down. Hear my drums, because I need you now. And the best way to open that up is fasting, ketosis, autophagy, apoptosis, sunlight, probiotics, multivitamins, omega-3s, push-ups, protein supplements, no sugar at all, rest, sleep, go out in nature, be at peace, periods of isolation where you feel free to daydream and break out of your barriers, breathing exercises to extend your aura and bubble against the matrix to co-create. Then you learn how to assert your boundaries with humility and not out of pride. So you're not conquering, you're just holding the boundary, and not from like a pretentious space because of how much you've suffered. And then you slowly get molded into being a leader, and then you get in position to do great things like that. Because I need you now. My favorite, so I'm the year of a cat, and the 11 is black and white, so my bag is a puma, and I found this on the ground one day. I recommend fasting at 6% body fat. I would recommend, I would overindulge on donuts for one night. Just go get like 10 or 15 donuts, eat a bunch of it so you recognize that you feel like shit, and then fast, and then find your baseline of normalcy. If you're at 6% body fat, I don't think you have any gook in your body at all. Fasting is just to get the gook out, and then once you're at the gook, then, I mean, at my the level that I got to, it was like I could smell a Wendy's burger and my whole body would start to like contort and writhe, and it would feel like I was being invaded by like a horrible vibes, and like this dense darkness and death, and I would see the cow and feel the pain of the cow naturally. As soon as people like brought a burger into my vicinity, I would feel that. And then what's cool is that the people that weren't fasting around me, that were like my close friends, they got the same reaction because when they were around me. So like my foster brother John Michael didn't fast at all, and he had a bunch of gook in his system. but he'd stay the night at my house, and he'd wake up refreshed, and then somebody would walk by with a cigarette, and he would get so triggered, he'd get scared, and he'd run away. He wouldn't know how to deal with it. He's like, what is this feeling? And that's the natural light that I emanated that felt that bad vibe. It was so like condensed and pure light that my skin was literally glowing. Like, yeah, I'd say I'm sane. You can't really be yourself like this on live streams. Like I'm a lot different when I'm just sitting by myself. So when I come out, I just pump out this esoteric stuff. And I have a practice that helps people wake up to certain things. So I'm doing that because I'm broke and I'm homeless, so I'm trying to provide value for people. And then it just turns out that the universe has started to support me, and we have these matrix-breaking, simulation-breaking events that happen as I'm explaining higher-level concepts of reality. So I'm on a little journey, man. I don't think I'm insane. I don't have delusional thoughts where the thing I'm thinking isn't real. I like test out theories of the structure of reality, and then I see outside how the universe responds to my belief systems, and I test out things that I see on YouTube of people explaining things like Bashar. Mastering compatibility with everyday man. Are you talking about getting a job? I don't like the Matrix. I know it's fun. It's fun to play social games. And when you go in and you can back and forth and be in that fight for dominance and vibes and sharing information with each other to impress girls and inspire guys to do better and have fun with the boys. But I don't know. I just don't really like it anymore. I liked it when I was 17. But it feels like I've grown past it. Like I like to go through, when I go through on my mission to get my stuff. And then on the way, I'm sure I meet the people that I'm supposed to meet. And we teach each other the things we're supposed to learn from each other. And then we go through exercises and stuff like that. And then on the way, when I'm living in that purpose, then I get more attention from girls, and girls want to be around me more, and I say things that are funnier, and I can express myself better and be more funny and have more fun that way than when I throw myself into hanging out with people like I just walk up to strangers at a lake and hang out. So I was just waiting till I had money. Like once I had money that I could go buy whatever I want from the food trucks at the festivals, and I can go back to my RV or go back to my nice tent and feed my dogs the best food and have some type of mission where we're making content and driving the movement forward and doing it, and then making songs out in public with people and promoting artists that are not as fortunate as I am but are just as talented, and I can give them a space to express themselves the way that they deserve to be expressed at a higher level to show the world. That's fun. But just being a homeless bum, I don't think chaos is a bad name. I think chaos is really cool. The dominant archetype of our world, which is ego. That's people building identity off relation to each other. That creates separation and takes us away from the idea that we're all divine beings. So the ego, of course, the ego is the dominant archetype of our world because that's what it is. If the opposite of the ego is unity, and unity doesn't there's no way for unity to be a dominant archetype, because we wouldn't need any type of archetypes. We wouldn't need any type of dominance. The ego is in that position because it is in that position. That's all it's like that's the evolution of that thing. But it's just the bad stuff that's resulted in that. Like the way that we base the growth of our ego off of, like, instead of basing it off of achievement where we go do great things to help the world in a better way, it became, how can we exert our way of life over others' way of lives and take them over completely and then eradicate them, so that our way grows better until we get back to the infinite. And what do you think that was like? Why were people expanding their empires in the first place? Just probably because they were in shitty environments and they were all trying to go to the best place, like Italy. Italy was so nice, and it's like the tropical climate, and there's the water, and there's the mountains, and there's the trees, that everybody just wanted that spot. And they couldn't live in harmony with each other. The same way that the crows are bothering me and I'm bothering the crows. Because we're different. And we're both trying to exert our territory. And then the hawk shows up to help me and beats the crows back. And then all the birds come under the hawk. Like, the hawk doesn't hunt the birds, and the birds feel safe when the hawk is there, because the crows are gone, and the crows are like these violent trolls. So I don't know, is that ego this wanting to be a superpower that beats everybody up, this wanting to be the best and will like hurt others to do so? And then my fault if I'm rambling, I don't have the connection to the higher power because I was attacked all day. So I have to take time to like restructure the energy back from the people that attacked me. And no, I don't smoke weed because what people experience on DMT, I have when I smoke weed. Like, the universe opens up and my whole mind goes into fractals, and then I astral project to different planes of existence, and I download this really heavy energies that take me out of three-dimensional reality, and then I feel like I'm an alien in the world, and then reality gets so scary because people come up to me and attack me on the street, and police go out of their way to hurt me, and I wake up to a higher level of accountability because I'm housing more knowledge, so I realize that there's so much more I can be doing, and that's makes me feel like a pussy bitch for living like this. So I don't smoke weed, I just take it slow. Susie's getting poetic on us today. In Vermont, there is like an ego dominance thing, but for the most part, that's just like trying to protect themselves from losing their emotional Bitcoin. Like, when I'm talking about the guys that go out into the woods and they go to the river and they smoke weed and hang out with each other, and they go on adventures through the woods all day. Those types of Vermonters that I don't get to see because I can't really travel like that. I guess I don't want to travel. I don't want to ride my bike 20 miles a day to pop up. But I mean, I could have. And I could have made friends. So it's my own regret. My own regret is that I didn't take an active role in my life to leave these horrible places, to go be vulnerable and be around people like me. So yeah, if there's anything that my haters should shit on me for, It's that I didn't go hang out with kids my age out in the woods this year, where they could have just given me an extra guitar. Maybe they have a rich friend that could have given me the money. Instead, I tried to do it all in my own suffering through the matrix, trying to inspire people to build a movement. There's a bird going left to right. So maybe it all happened in divine timing. And when I did go out in the woods, I didn't really meet people I liked. Bagpipes are getting louder. Do you guys know any rich people? Ah! Look at that. I don't really have a stand to put the camera. What's my charge at? 5%. It's charging very slowly. I'm hanging out and talking about nerdy shit. I bet if I went to TikTok, I would have had a lot of money by now. They make it easier for people to donate on TikTok than they do on YouTube. And people that watch lives are used to donating on TikTok. That's like part of the experience on TikTok is to support creators. YouTube doesn't really have that option. Like, I don't think there's a button that you can click right on the screen to send people money. But in TikTok, you can just register your credit card. And then as you scroll through the lives and you like somebody, it's like part of the experience is to just like hit a button and then suddenly you send them $5. Here on YouTube, they make it harder. You have to go to the Cash App in the description and do all that. But I go on YouTube because that's where my people are, man. I have 250 subs now. So I wanted to have two phones. Eventually, I wanted to have two phones here. One here, a phone here, and then another phone where I can go between the apps and moderate. And then I'd be waking people up to God as like a providing service to the world while I focused on my music, and I'd have my computer here doing merch, drawing up merch designs, animating, doing music production, content creation, doing Photoshop artwork, doing the merch stuff, going back and forth with emails to embroiders and merch companies, getting more people, showing off the things I'm making. Then an RV where I had a whole command center. So at the same time I'm doing all this, I'm monitoring stocks, and I'm day trading live, teaching people how to day trade, teaching people how to wake up to God, teaching people how to heal their body, teaching people how to talk to girls, teaching people how to be fun, teaching people how to cure their anxiety and depression, working out live with people. And then we'd switch to the IRL stream mode, and then I'd go out and invade the Matrix. I've been thinking about Sam Hyde a lot lately for some reason. Sam Hyde's been coming into my life. Sam Hyde's been seeping into my feed. I'm going to tell you guys, I had a dream. So I tell you I have these vivid dreams that usually come true. Or if it's like there's something I really want but I probably can't get, I have a dream where I get to experience it. Like, say there's like a pretty girl that I love and I keep thinking about what I'm going to say to her, but she's married and has kids. But I've loved her vibe for years. But there's probably no way I'll ever be able to have that, or maybe that's not the right one for me. If there's someone better, I'll have a dream outside of space and time where we go on a date and I get to see her and I get to date her the way that I wanted, and it's like a real visual, visceral experience for me. And then we make out, hook up, have a relationship, and then I learn everything I wanted to learn, and she learns everything she wanted to learn from me. And then we come back to this life where she goes back to her husband, but she probably had I've had tons of friends where I have a dream with them in it, and then 8 months later they have the same dream from their perspective. Like we both entered this place outside of space and time. A good example was I was stuck on a Greyhound bus, locked in a shed, and I was locked in, and there was a witch that was like an evil witch that was black and like writhing, seeping shadows. and she was like doing spells on me and keeping me traumatized, and I was screaming in the dream, and I could feel it real as day. And then I didn't know what to do, and my friend, who's also Native American warrior, also has this like special numerology, astrology stuff, and he's a Cancer, like I'm a Sagittarius, like Tristan Tate is a Cancer, and Andrew Tate's a Sagittarius. And he invaded the bus, and he beat the witch to death, and he freed me, and I escaped. So I had that dream, and then 8 months later, I hadn't spoken to him, and he told me he had the same exact dream from his perspective. So I have dreams like that. I don't remember how that ties into Sam Hyde. Oh, I had a dream I was on Joe Rogan. And it was funny. But Joe Rogan was like this evil, disgusting ball of angry. He was like this embodiment of like the darkness and white pride. You feel me? Like his rich Austin, Texas guy in his big 100 million compound where he hunts deer and kills them, hunts elk. And like black people feel uncomfortable on Joe Rogan, and they feel like they have to like beat him up with jokes. You feel me? Like when Dave Chappelle and Donnell Rawlings went on Joe Rogan, they were really uncomfortable, and they were trying to like overexert their black culture on Joe Rogan, who was like bashing it away with his white culture, because they were trying to influence the public a certain way. So I've had a dream I was on Rogan, and he's an 11 and I'm an 11, so it felt like we were battling as 11s for authority over the space, because 11s are old souls. And I kept having Jamie pull up things that Jogan was trying to be skeptical about, and I would interrupt Joe and be like, Jamie, I love you to death. You're gonna be my left-hand man for this. If I order you around, don't get pissy and angry like you do when other people ask you to do things. It's not an ego check. You're trapped in the system. I'm here to bring you guys the truth you're looking for in all these people. And then I went off for like, the same way I talked for 4 hours, I went off for like a 12-hour stream of my life and how that ties into all the different symbolism. And I went through each stage of my life and all the different intricate bits and pieces that made up those themes and lessons to express this energy, express this information. And I was telling jokes and talking about fucking bitches, and I was spouting off memes and tons of reoccurring jokes. Like I got to watch myself through myself like I would watch content. And I was the age I am now. Maybe it seems like I'm the age I am now. So I don't know if that happens later or if it doesn't happen at all. I've also had dreams I went on Sway in the morning, and I got to see myself freestyle on Sway in the morning in 2022 when I was writing every day. So maybe that was like, I worked so hard in a certain direction that I was able to see that, but I didn't get that experience in this lifetime. So it opened up a portal to the multiverse where I did do that, and I was able to watch myself do that. So I got the experience I was looking for, but it might not have been in this lifetime. But that happens. Other notable mentions about people born on the 11th is they have big dreams where there's something huge in front of them, and that huge thing in front of them, because they're visionaries, that huge thing in front of them is like, and they hold on to it because it feels like their life. And it's kind of like they get to have their life represented by this big symbolized art. So 111 said that, and he was born 12/11, the same as me, and his name's Derek. Like there's a kid in chat named Derek. It's one of her reoccurring names in my simulation. Derek, that I met last year in the summertime, that would pass out drunk, and I think I talked about this on my old videos. He passed out drunk, and I'd have to come out and save him, because he'd be by my outlet, and then he'd keep trying to beat me up spiritually. And then he started working with another gang stalking like enemy in my world, the guy named Cat, the homeless guy that's a Leo 5 that went around the world and is now in the center of Burlington at Battery Park, and he was training heroin addicts martial arts, and the heroin addicts would mobilize, and he'd have them all steal bikes and bring them back, and he'd fix them all, and they'd sell them for money for more heroin. And they got a guy that started working as a janitor to bring them morphine every night and bring them different hospital drugs. And then I had to fight that guy hand to hand multiple times, and I almost died multiple times because he'd come out and attack me because his Viking ancestors, when he was on mushrooms, felt like my influence was growing too much. I was making the world too much of a better place, that the drugs weren't hitting the same. because they couldn't be evil anymore because my branch had grown through their camp up into the public. So he would mobilize and come attack me on drugs. He'd like sit in a tree and then he'd pounce on me and choke me out while I was asleep. And I'd have to put my tent around him and put the tent over and choke him out. Take my machete and cut my way out of the tent and then run away. And then scream and break a tree branch and then try to scare him away, and he wouldn't stop. So I had to like get away from him because he had weapons and he had like brass knuckles with spikes, and he's a martial artist, so he could punch right through my head. And it was like cold outside, and I was weak from being sick and shit like that. So Derek found his way to that guy after, and he's an 11, and he was like my op at the time. And then I got to see him get beat both of them, like the local Irish people that would sit at the bus station. They all had the Irish forehead. Ganged up on them and beat the fuck out of both of them for what they were doing. And my other op got beat the fuck out of someone named after my cousin, who had the same name as my cousin. But he was, instead of being where my cousin's this nice, pretty girl from Czechoslovakia, it was this big guy with the same name from Czechoslovakia in the same town that we live in, where there were flags that say Casey co-created on all the buildings. So R.E.B., and the guy's name was Christian, and he was this white Eastern European guy wearing a Native American poncho that would go around telling all the white people they were Nazis. So kind of like an exaggerated aspect of my character in my elemental Year of the Cat, and he got beat the fuck out of. Just like all these guys. What was my point? Oh, that 11, his dream was that there was this giant book in front of him, and all the pages were extremely thick, and he had to like force the pages open, and he had to crawl up to the page, and he had to suffer and read all the different things on the page until he learned the page, and then he had to force the other page open, or else it would set him back and he'd have to start over again. So he had this long dream, and nobody was there to help him. He was there alone for his whole life, just forcing this book open, trying to read the pages. And then my version of that 11 life path dream it's climbing this giant mountain by myself, and I'm always excited to go to the next place, but it's an extremely challenging mountain, and there are people that I meet along the way where I can change the different slope that I go up, and then when I get to the top, I ride the chairlift back down, and then I have to climb up a different way, and then I ride the chairlift back down, or ski down it, and then I have to ride the chairlift up sometimes, or crawl up through the snow, or crawl with 100 pounds on my back, and people are whipping things at me, and I just had to keep climbing this mountain over and over again, seeing how beautiful it is from different ways, and seeing all the different views from this mountain. And you can see how Casey that is. That's a very Casey way to do things. So I can't wait to show you guys I have animated TV shows I've written that tie in with my music videos. I have real TV shows I've written. Like I've wrote an entire season of Dexter. After Harris and Dexter New Blood, after Harris escapes and Dexter dies, I have a whole season of a TV show where he goes next. When he leaves upstate New York and he runs away from the police that are trying to catch him as a serial killer. I have a whole season where he goes next. And then I have The Cure for Diabetes in my head. Shit like that. I have albums and all this stuff. But it's like, when I think about working a job, it feels like I'm sacrificing my life. No, all they know is that in Dexter New Blood, he leaves upstate New York, and that diner where the serial killer was, that was filmed about 10 miles from where I was at the time. So I didn't have a car, so I wasn't able to go there, or I probably could have gotten cast in the next season, I swear to God. But they were, at the time Dexter New Blood came out, they were filming it about 5 miles from me. I could see from my apartment where they were filming it. So when he escapes, he could either go to Canada, he just left the town, which was supposed to be in upstate New York, but really it was in northern Massachusetts and southern Vermont, where I'm from. Where we used to watch Dexter every day. And we loved Dexter. I used to base my personality off Dexter. and Sean Spencer from Psych, and Neil Caffrey from White Collar, and Michael Weston from Burn Notice, and then Christian Grey, and then Robert. Actually, my first character I based myself off was Robert Baratheon, which turns out is based on my ancestor. And then I grew into taking on Sean Spencer and adopting that into my stuff. Like, I would imagine myself like I was in a room with all of them, and they were all influencing me to behave a certain way. So I crafted my ego, and then learned skills from autistic pickup artists, and then put them all together into playing a character. And then I would go through school playing that character and performing all day. And then that guy lost everything because he cheated on his girlfriend all the time. Lost everything, lost his son, lost all of his friends, lost his mind, and then crashed his car into a pole. And then this Casey came into existence with the same memories and aspects of myself, but I'm not playing a character anymore. I'm just talking. This is the closest I can get to authenticity without feeling like I'm dominating the camera with my energy. Like playing a character. Because 33 life paths have super egos. Which is cool that I want to sell clothes. And I want to make albums. And make characters using my super ego to express the thing, just my way of thing. I don't know. I have I need to, once I have money on my to-do list, I have like 6 or 7 phones that are broken, that in the hard drive of those phones are like all these scenes of TV shows I've written. So I want to, truck driving keeps coming up. Truck driving keeps coming up a lot, but it's more like there's like a floating darkness that says I'm going to be a truck driver. And I feel like he's trying to force me to be a truck driver. And then I'll like fight for like a week to make something happen and it doesn't work. And then the people that I feel defeated me go, you should be a truck driver. Or when I went live for 8 hours that time, a bunch of people popped into the chat and said, how do I become a truck driver and make tons of money? So I don't want to spend the year of the snake driving in a straight line in my truck, making my album at night in the back seat. I'd rather build a movement and travel across the country doing content. But I just don't want to waste Leo season. I don't want to waste Leo season into Virgo season, my favorite time of the year. Slaving away at a job when I could be traveling on my bike around and going to the places. I just hoped I would have a guitar by now. And a capo. So that I could go set up and make content. And then I'd have a phone that has service. And I had a speaker I could put on my backpack and play music. I want to go to it depends on my mission, man. Like, if I have the means to make art, I'd go to the Navajo reservation immediately. Bye, Susie, take care. Stay frosty. Blah, 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 blah. I definitely want to go to Ireland. I want to go down to Appalachia. I really just want to, like, all these content creators have really cool stories going on. They, like, all these content creators that are like Will Survives and podcasters and like Matan Evans' podcast. There's like, their whole lives have become this like storyline that a bunch of people are invested in, like TV shows. And because it's not a TV show, I don't have to get cast in a movie. I can just pop into that life. Like Smosh and shit like that at 4404. So I'd want to, almost like I'm traveling through the 5th dimension into different realities. I'd want to invade people's narratives and storylines on the internet. That's where I would travel to. I'd travel to wherever the people are that the cameras are on and millions of people are watching, and I would jump in, like Vitaly streams where he catches a pedo, and then I ride in on a motorcycle in a suit of armor with a lasso, and I lasso the pedophile and I drag him on the ground by hopefully not his neck. Or I pick up and go super slam, and then I pick up the pedophile and throw him on the ground. Leonie Taylor, I think you've been on my live before. Like I remember your name. But I mean, I go to like, sometimes I talk like simple, and sometimes I talk about like the high level stuff like it's normal. Sometimes I lead people from the low to the high. Sometimes I don't even talk about the high. But in synchronicity, everything that you're doing at all times, you're always meeting the people that you're supposed to meet. No matter what, even if you make a separate choice and go down a different road, everyone that you meet is expressing information that you need to know at all times on your hero's journey. So you're never making the wrong decision, you're just making a different decision. So you could have met me all the time, man. You could have met me hundreds of times, but it's just who I am at this moment. Somebody else had gotten to this point and was expressing the same thing you needed to hear. Like you're not seeing me, you're seeing who you are at the time, and the things that I'm saying, and the way that I'm speaking, and the color behind me, you saw before. But I run into the same set of characters all the time. Like I'm in a place that's supposed to have 20,000 people, and I'm only ever running into the same 10, 15 people. And then I have reoccurring characters that show up on my, I don't have reoccurring characters, but I'm a reoccurring character in a lot of people's lives like yours, where I'm on my adventure, traveling around doing whatever I want on my mission, and then all these people are going in cycles in their life, and then they keep having to meet me because they're back to that cycle. So they met me the first time, and then their hero's journey went around, and then they're back on their hero's journey again, and they meet me again. So a good example is a guy who's a Capricorn. So a Capricorn is like climbing that mountain like the billy goat. They're focused on money and ascending to a place of power. So this Capricorn, when he was 19, ran away from home in Missouri from an abusive father, and he got trapped with a bunch of different people, and he would wind up in parking lots in his gold SUV in the back, curled up panicking, and he didn't know what to do. And I was on my second year of being curled up in the back panicking, so I was at a point where I was riding into battle every day, door dashing, and I would pull up at these random parking rides, find an outlet, pull my studio up, kick my feet out the window, and start freestyling into my microphone and making songs. So he would consistently wind up in these parking lots when his plan would fail, and he'd get stuck in the parking lot, and he'd be scared and paranoid and doesn't know what to do. And then I would ride in on my Dodge Magnum with my House O'Brien colors, playing my songs really loud, and I would get out and start singing and dancing and he was curled up with the window closed, hoping nobody sees him, and I would wind up parking like on the other end of the parking lot and kicking my feet out the window. And that was like the most impressive thing of the whole thing he said, was that I kept kicking my feet out the window, not worried that somebody's going to come take my shoes. I was so brave, I didn't care, because I knew if somebody took my shoes, I would snap into action, wake up, and then run out with a bat or a machete and get my shit back. So and that inspired him to keep going, and it taught him how to live. So we kept having that reoccurring cycle until we met each other in the basement of a shelter program in Burlington, Vermont, and all the flags said Casey co-created on it. And we met in the King Street shelter. And then we made that video called Disrespecting the Simulation. And then he turned out to be a crazy guy that wanted to steal my spiritual energy. And he went nuts, and then he ran away thinking that he stole all my life force and my identity, and he was going to go try to fuck girls with being Casey. And then he ran away, and then the place he ended up, there was a big guy that looked like a Viking wearing a Native American poncho that said, "I'm Jesus Christ, I was expecting you." And then he broke down crying in psychosis, arguing with that guy that, "You're not Jesus." And then he couldn't figure it out that that guy wasn't Jesus. So then I showed up at the very end, the guy that he kept learning from, that he abused. He tried to outshine the master and steal the light from him. And then he couldn't know how to deal with it, and he overreacted, panicking. And then I walked in and sat down next to him back at the King Street shelter. And he's like going back and forth trying to disprove that this crazy guy, this skinny Viking dude with the Native American poncho, is not actually Jesus. And I sat down next to him and said, if you're Jesus, what's my middle name? And then he's like, I could see it. I'm like, you're not Jesus. You're reaching up into Christ consciousness and trying to get a download from the infinite. And he's like, yeah, but I just say I'm Jesus because it's easier. I'm like, yeah, I know. And then they ganged up on me and tried to dethrone me. So every time I came back from my adventure and I'd go to the King Street shelter, they would sit next to me and go, every time I spoke, they go, shut the fuck up. And I'm like, look at the nature that I'm just making jokes, having fun. They're like, shut the fuck up. And then eventually I broke, and I was like, say it again. Say it again. And he went, and then I got up and I punched him in the face and gave him a black eye. And then I took my big giant hand and I pushed it on his Adam's apple and I pushed it in, choking his esophagus. And this skinny Viking dude that thinks he's way more than he is was like, and then the staff came out and I got arrested, and then they let me off with no charges because the police were like, we would have done it too, but we would have done it away from the cameras. And then the staff members lied. They were very happy because they got the chance to dethrone Casey. Man, I'm tired of this little gay boy, bro. He subscribed to me and then he comes in like he's inconvenienced. He clicks my live every time and then he acts like it's a burden. He's like, oh my god, this guy? It's because I keep sunning him and he feels embarrassed. So he comes back. But people would argue that he might not even be real. Fuck that lighter, we'll get my new one. No, I want that lighter. It's red. But we like Little Mule. Little Mule's a character in my story. He comes in just to go, meh, 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 and we're like, come on, bro, you're 12. If you're not 12, your name shouldn't be Lil. But there we go. Is the spider around? Every time Little Mule shows up, there's like this tiny little spider that keeps trying to bite me. I bet if I let him talk, it would have showed up. But yeah, all that stuff's true. And a lot more that I don't talk about. I don't lie. I don't have a reason to lie. Why would I lie to a camera? They already don't give me money. But yeah, we get to see. Oh, Little Mule, if you're still in the chat, because you're subscribed, brother, I pop up on the top of his page. Can you hear the bagpipes? We hunted down the bagpipe guy today. That every time I start to talk in depth about Irish gods, they start playing the bagpipes. Like when I really get into how Christianity stole all of its stuff from Ireland, from Celtic mythology and Greek mythology, and Egyptian mythology, and eventually Hindi stuff. But the most vilified was they turned Greek religion into God, and then they took Catholic and pagan, or they took Celtic and pagan religion and made that of the devil, so that they could do the rituals that they would do in the name of, and they said they were doing it in the name of Jesus. You feel me? So they vilified the culture that would empower the people to have control. Even though everybody was sacrificing sheep. They were like, the Celtics sacrificed chickens. Meanwhile, all these people in the Bible were sacrificing to God. You feel me? That's where we're at, brother. And every time it comes up, So Leonie Taylor said she has conversations with me, but not in this body. And I'm talking about how since I've been born, I've been like a tree that's been growing. I think I accidentally muted Heather. I meant to take the notifications off and I muted Heather. And I have no way to unmute Heather. I've tried. But Heather said when she goes outside and goes out into public in her simulation, all the people are me. They talk like me. They act like me. They feel like me. Kind of like I used to, when I was astral projecting every day and living in the car on top of the mountain in the cold, I would astral project into their life and I would solve problems and I would like help manifestations happen because I saw it as like a way that I could help. I wanted to help them extend their influence to make their town a better place because they have this position on top of a hill at Mount Hope. And his name is literally Brian. Brian means a hill. And they're on top of a hill overlooking Mount Hope. So I had all these plans I wanted to help them with. I wanted to help them get a bunch of money. I wanted to get a gym in there to help their kids work out and do sports, to be leaders and to not fall into the matrix, and not in a way that's brainwashing them and taking them away from their natural self, childhood play. I just wanted to help better their, I was like, this is my way of being of service to the world in a very simple way, is that I could just help them get what they want out of life, because I felt like they were really good people. I know Capricorns and Aries are the most gold-digging signs on the zodiac, so they kind of like let power go to their head a little bit too much. But maybe that's why they're such devout Christians, because they have to wrestle with this humility and their pride all the time. But that's just it's part of how they're made. The Capricorns and the Aries are the kings and the queens. And the Sagittarius are like the kings of kings that teach the kings, because they want to be free. They want to do, like the same way that the Hawk showed up and helped me fight against the police officer. That's the thing. I'm a hawk that goes into places and helps them fight back against the bad. So a lot of these donations were going to, if I got donations, were to help me get to a position that I could help them. God gave me an opportunity where the house on the bottom of the hill was for sale, and I really wanted to get people together to start paying the mortgage off on that place so that eventually they could rent it out to somebody and have consistent passive income, and then eventually maybe give it to their kids or something, or give it to Haley or something later on in life, and just extend their reach. And then they have the whole place, and then they could have that be like a place to throw Christian events for themselves and get people together and have it be like a playground and stuff. Just cool things to do that, and then slowly take over owning the land above them on that mountaintop, because there's a whole giant hill above them. So I wanted to like build a house up there and then have that technically be my house. So like I built a tiny cabin up there like Will Survives did, and then I just mark my territory with the government. So with squatters' rights, in 15 years, if the family still owns the property and we're not dead by AI in 15 years, that whole mountain gets asserted in my name, and then I give that to the family with squatters' rights. And then suddenly they have that mountain to do things with, and then that could become like this really cool trail where you go up, and then they have different scriptures for the Bible and different teachings, and pave a trail up the mountain way, and that could be like a really cool thing for them. And then we have aqueducts with tons of tiny little dams that generate power for free. So every time it rains, it goes through these stone aqueducts and clay aqueducts that generate power with the dams, and then there's solar panels all through the mountain. And then we fix up their grandparents' house or their great-grandparents' house that's kind of run down behind it. I'd fix that up so their grandfather could have a place to go and he didn't have to keep paying rent down the street. And then his disability money could go towards boosting the family's income, and then we can use that to keep building a movement. But in order to do that, I have to mobilize tons of people that hurt me all the time. I'd have to get my father, who's a certified, trained electrician, and I'd have to inspire him to fix his problems where he wants to hurt me all day. And he keeps fighting because he thinks I'm the boss of him, but I'm not. I'm just a Sagittarius, bro. I just keep wanting to help. I keep wanting, and you see my dignified sense as I'm being the boss of you. I'm not. I'm just, nobody can ever be the boss of me. You should be proud of that. I love you, Dad. I want to see you become the best version of yourself. So, I would mobilize my father. I'd come him down. He'd get to dance and party and get the best food. Hang out in almost heaven with a bunch of cool people. Hopefully not at the Pentecostal church where the priest comes up and screams, "I'm hungry for souls!" But with a nice community of people, and fix up their house, and we'd renovate it. And we'd do it live. We'd have a whole YouTube series on it. And then stuff like that. And then as they grew, they'd have more reach on the community. Then they could get their grandparents' restaurant back. And instead of in Beckley and Mount Hope, they could get the Mount Hope restaurant. Maybe in Beckley later. And then I have all these recipes, and I have so many people that want to express themselves in the food that they make. Like my foster brother, John Michael, makes the best steak I've ever had in my life. My old friend Dakota makes the best burgers I've ever had in my life. And all they want to do is own a restaurant and a food truck one day. So they might just be aspects of myself. Like those might be aspects of me that I created just to give me that delicious food. So now I know what it tastes like. But I mean, he's a Sagittarius too, so that food truck doesn't seem too far off. And he's in my animated TV show, man. And then what else did I want to do? I wanted to give Owen Cook this teaching. I want to do rallies across the country in an RV with my dad, doing pop-up shows, selling merch, selling clothing at festivals. I want my own park named after me. Well, I wanted my own park named after my daughter. I wanted different parks named after my kids. And then those parks, they could design the way that they wanted to. When they turned 23, when they turned 24 actually. So when they went through their first element year of the zodiac in adulthood. So when they have their blow-up phase in young adulthood and they go through that and they're ready to express themselves, I wanted to give them a whole like park area that they could have to themselves. And then I want different RV parks across the country where nomad travelers can feel safe, and then we can hire people that work in these small town communities that need jobs. I can hire them full time to work in those places, stuff like that. So that people that in the new world, when we have electric cars that run off solar, and we no longer need to like live in houses because we have these extravagant pop-up tents where we press a button and then a giant teepee sprouts up that folds itself into being a little compartment thing that you could put in the back of your electric car. You feel me? They have a safe place to do so. But maybe I just have to pioneer those ideas, and maybe it's just my job to spread that out into the public, and then once I carve out that bit of the universe, another soul will take that spot. Like I grow into the garden, and then I reach my roots back, and then the tree picks up and travels to another place to grow outward. And then in the space that the tree left, it'll make it easier for another plant or the forest will grow back into those spaces I cleared in a certain way to help the energy spread out in a better way. Does that make sense? So it's like I upgrade their system. I like break all the roots down and then grow my roots in a more functioning way to let everything grow better. Changing the environment so that the atmosphere changes. Like a traveling mycelial upgrade. That seems to be the case at a higher level. At a lower level, I'm just hanging around doing fuck all. I'm just traveling around daydreaming all day. Suffering and saying I'm going to stop smoking cigarettes and then smoking cigarettes. trying to get enough money to get a computer. Today I've got 38 bucks. I know for a fact that they throw out tons and tons of pizza at Cumbies. So I could start a small fire, get all this maggot. I'm probably going to get a bunch of pizza ridden with maggots and maggot eggs. And I'm going to start a fire and I'm going to cook the pizza and just hopefully burn off all that. And that's going to be my dinner tonight. Real talk. And the pizza smells. It's still pizza, but it smells. Or if it's past 8, it's 8:24, so I don't have a lot of time. Or I'd go to Shaw's. I mean, I could sit outside the gas station and ask for $3. That's not bad. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think they'll ever they're fat white people. Of course they're gonna have a problem with it, and they're gonna come out and press me, try to make me feel weak, and then they'll try to trespass me and call the police for just sitting there and say, hey, could I get $2.50 for a slice of pizza? But, or maybe I'll just fast. I'll probably just fast. It's better for me. But there's not dumpsters that be dropping gourmet food. No, I've tried. They're deluded. They're delusional people. And they hate homeless people. These people hate homeless people with a fiery passion. Like the last time I went in and asked a gas station for food, the middle-aged woman that works at the gas station grabbed the food and chucked it. She grabbed the food and whipped it in the trash. There was a leftover thing of goulash in the gas station deli in a little container. And I was like, hey, if you don't throw this out at the end of the night, do you mind if I come back? I'm just kind of waiting on my food stamps. I spent it all already. And she was like, why don't you get a fucking job and stop trying to ask for handouts? And then she grabbed the food and whipped it at the thing. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And she's like, I'm a licensed therapist and I'm homeless. And I'm like, how are you a licensed therapist and you're homeless? And I was like, there's nothing you could offer anybody with your therapy when you act like that. I think you need a therapist. And then she went, she's great. And I'm like, she's not doing a good job. And then I left. And then I think at that moment, Heather had given me some money. Heather had donated some money. During that interaction, Heather had donated some money. So I went and got a couple slices of pizza. And then I went back to her. And I said, hey, I just got a donation from my YouTube channel. I heard you just said you're homeless. Would you like this slice of pizza? And she went, no, thank you very much. Because when they hurt me like that and they take advantage, they get this power boost suddenly. For some reason, they suddenly get full of vivid emotions and good vibes because they took it from me. They triggered me and stole my energy. So she was living in that life now. She had taken my position. And now she was living all my blessings that I had channeled to myself. So I felt her glow through the whole building. The 33 influence she had taken. And then she was like, no, because now she lives in humility and empathy because she now took my energy. So she was like, no, but thank you very much. And then she went off to be basically high off of my life force. So then I think a couple weeks later, I got food stamps. And then because Montpelier is nicer, that they hired some kids that are helpful. That the days that they work, they don't work nights. It's just prissy, fat white people that work nights that are judgmental and rude. Those kids told me that actually, so before, if you guys were around when I live streamed in Randolph, when I would live stream, and I mean, look at the work. I love the work of art of the places that I went this year. When I got to live stream to you guys, how beautiful those places were, even though the people were horrible. That was the best view I've seen in my life. It was amazing out there, and I got to live in that cabin with Vivek, so it sucked and it was horrible, and I got Lyme's disease, but it was great. But all the places that trespassed me were the places that I had to go to spend my food stamps. So in order to eat, even though I had food stamps, I had to go to McDonald's and I had to order DoorDash from a place that had trespassed me. Come to find out, it was just because I was homeless. They were saying that they couldn't take food stamps. They refused to serve me because I had long hair and I was wearing sweatpants. So I'd walk in with the scraggly hair and the sweatpants, and they assumed I was like a meth head or a heroin addict. And they would get in my face and try to make me submit like a dog, and they would lie to the police to have me jumped, saying I walked in with a hatchet threatening to kill them. Turns out the whole time their organization, like, is primarily gets their money from food stamps. Come on, bruh. Look at that light. So now that just happens at 8:30. So we're going to turn the flash on. There we go. We're going to pack up and move to the next place. So when I went to this Cumbies, the nice kids told me that I spent most of my DoorDash, or my money that I got at the time, getting food every couple days. And when I got here, turns out that the same chain, Cumberland Farms, that had trespassed me before, and they made me have to buy all the food. You can just get a frozen pizza, and these guys cook it for you in the grill, and you can spend it with food stamps. It only costs $7 for a whole pizza. So it's just like, that's how crazy people are, man. And that's when I talk about how prejudiced they are for no reason towards homeless people. Because it's the way that they used to act to black people. And they can't do that anymore. So when they see homeless people, it's like the same behavior is like dormant inside them and erupts from them when they see people that are different that they don't like. So I had to go through shit like that, like people in big trucks whipping cigarette butts at me and following me places to scream at me and threaten me, and then swerve their truck doing donuts at me and then speeding off, and then calling all their friends. So then their uncle comes in holding his gun at his hip, and he comes in to press me while I'm sitting outside Shaw's trying to charge my phone. And then they lie to the police, and the police show up, and then Shaw's is like, we don't want you here anymore, even though there's 5 other homeless guys. But for some reason, they single out the one guy that doesn't do drugs just because he's quiet. No problem. South Africa's huge for my channel for some reason. Tons of people in South Africa lately. So, I mean, I'll ride to Cumbies, and I'll ask if they have some pizza. But I doubt they'll do it. I doubt they'll do it, fam. I'm not trying to spend. I mean, I could spend $7 and get a nice Domino's pizza, and then spend my last day here enjoying the pizza and watching my YouTube videos, and I'll have a good night, and then tomorrow I'll go. And then I guarantee you the place I'm going next, there are churches and nice places that can help me out better. And the bus it's not a long bus ride, so I could come back too. So that's where we're at, man. Just slowly waking people up to higher levels of awareness of the structure of reality while I work towards my best life. And I mean, I have made progress if you think about it. I have these nice coats. This coat is priceless. Like I asked God for money, and I got a priceless one-of-one coat with black bear fur. Can you believe that, brothers and sisters? I got a black bear coat from the 1930s. So now when I ride around town, I look cooler in my nice cool bike with my nice cool shirt. and my nice cool chain and my nice cool coat. And then I usually just ride around and I walk through places having a good time. And then I make the simps angry, and then I make the girls interested and kind of look at this different person. And then I just have a nice conversation with them and joke around, and then wait to see all the fat white people start to stomp around me and get mad. Like sometimes I go into places and other people are being abused by the fat white people. And then I'll come in and just have a fun conversation with the cashier in front of the other guys. And then they get really triggered and angered. Not tricked, but triggered and angry. And then at nighttime I'll ride my bike and sing my Native American throat singing. And they all have to hear me while they try to sleep. Which is cool because they fall asleep thinking about Indigenous people. Or they fall asleep thinking... Alright, what else? I'm gonna flip a coin on that Domino's pizza. That sounded pretty nice right now. I'm not gonna lie. Domino's pizza. Enjoy myself with YouTube videos. Pack all my shit up in the morning. And then go to the next area. And then I should have $30 after that. And that $30 can get you a lot, man. And then where I'm going, they have, no, actually, they give all the leftover donuts and the leftover food to the police station. The next place I'm going to, last year, I parked in like a part outside a gym in this really small town, Morrisville, Vermont. And it's all kind of hicky, redneck, but the view is beautiful. And the cop used to like swerve his car at me while I was parked. He'd drive his police car. And it's this really, really fat white cop. In 2023, he swerved at me, staring me down angry through the window. And I'm just sitting there listening to music on my phone. And then the year before that, when I drove the Dodge Magnum, I was parked outside McDonald's. And he ripped my car door open, put his hand on my steering wheel, and tried to press me about like, what are you doing here? Where are you going? Oh, he said 4 people called him that there was a drug dealer at McDonald's. But I was just sitting there in my Dodge Magnum getting the Wi-Fi. So that guy does not like me. And every year at this time I meet him. So that's like the next stage in the cycle. I have to go back to this fat white cop that is really deluded. And then hopefully maybe this year will humble him. But it's cycles. I go to the top and then I start back at the bottom and then I ascend back to the top every year. And I get to do it in different ways and meet tons of different people. The first year when I set off in 2022, I came to this place and I got pulled over immediately. And the cop was like overbearing and trying to like press me, and I felt all the bad vibes and energy that I had to fight back against. And that was the year of the tiger. Is a tiger. So then 2023, I think I came through Montpelier last year. Yeah, last year I was with a guy who tried to rape me at gunpoint, and I had to run through the woods to escape him. And I came back and threw a rock through his window when he was trying to watch high schoolers have sex. But that guy gave me like $700 last year. And he now he's a famous author. Not gonna lie. He made a movie called Incident at Montauk. And that guy also he led the rally to get fluoride out of the water. And then all the people in Burlington voted to keep it in. Like, he did like social justice stuff and volunteered, and then he led like a petition back in the day to take fluoride out of the water. And then the townspeople, because they're all NPCs, right? The townspeople voted to keep it in. And then He's a master number. He's born on the 22nd. So that guy definitely stole my energy. 100%. And then I had him drive me down to see my family because I missed them. And then my family had turned from I love Casey so much, to vilifying me for no reason, trying to down me, literally hurt me emotionally. Anything that they could do. So that guy just sprang into action and started ordering me around like a dog. And they were like really supporting him. And then when they found out he had money, they all friend requested him on Facebook and liked everything he posted. When he went crazy and delusional because when people steal Casey's power, their ego goes insane. Because they get the 33 super ego, but they don't know how to handle it. So they go insane on social media. So he went insane on social media, and all my family members liked and hearted his posts and would comment after knowing that he tried to rape me and that he raped a 15-year-old boy a couple of years before. Because they wanted money. That's how bad my family is, man. Delusional, heartless narcissist. But that happened. So last year him and I got lost here. He was driving me to Brattleboro. Because he was new to being homeless. And I was trying to show him. He wanted to be homeless in Burlington. So I was like, come to Brattleboro and be around weirdos like yourself. This is before I knew anything that he did. I knew he was a weirdo. But to me, he was like a weirdo that kept giving me money. Like he just dropped $200 on me one week. And the next week he gave me like $500. So I think I used that to get new clothes, and I fixed my computer up and did some other things. I can't remember. I think I bought a bike. I did something with it. I can't remember what I did. I can't remember what I did with that money, bro. But it was all useful stuff. And then we caught him with night vision goggles, watching high schoolers have sex in the woods. Because he's loaded. So he bought a pair of oh, fuck you. They locked this thing. Is there a screw that you can unscrew? No. Look at these pieces of shit. All because this generator that was supposed to be plugged in here was plugged in here. And then a homeless guy came out and then unplugged the generator and then plugged his phone in when this shouldn't have been plugged in there in the first place. That's what they were pissed about. And they were pissed because they're like, the generator's supposed to be plugged in all the time, producing power. When every time I come to this outlet, the red light is on and it's not producing any power at all. The outlet is shut off from the system, and I have to hit the button to make the power go. So this generator wasn't doing anything anyway. But they blew it up and they spent hours today attacking me in any way they could, calling the police, bullying me, posturing, stealing my bike, stealing my stuff, walking around with their head up like they were like killing a dragon. While I had finally just felt peace in the woods. After how long have I been here? Like a month of every day I'm woken up by crows and bothered by homeless people and bothered by fat white people. And then the hawk came and literally watched over. See if they shut this off. No, they didn't. That's cool. I got to talk to the cop. Yeah. I can charge it, but now I have to be more in the matrix where the people were, every night there are people that like stand around twitching in the center of town. There are a lot of spiritual people that show up and they try to steal. They're like waving their hands in the air and they're like slamming on their chest and they're walking around like bullying other people. Like, imagine there's like a group of girls that are just hanging out and they have the blanket out and they're having a picnic together, just hanging out with each other. And then there are kids playing frisbee, and then there's like an old couple walking together with their dog. There are these weirdos that show up and they walk by all of them banging on their chest and just and then they get in a nice car and drive away because they think that they're like energy vampires that are stealing their position. They're like validating their ego by like scaring people like that. And then we've had a couple people that show up. There's a guy that's bald with a dog that lives in like a rundown truck, and he comes to the center of this park and he gets on all fours like a dog and puts his head to the ground like Muslims when they pray, and he starts to like pretend maybe he is channeling energy. He goes to the top of this building and tries to suck the life force down, and like he'll like do breathing exercises, and then he'll try to like stare people down and attack them with it. And then his dog will like run in circles and bark at the people while he's doing it. So I felt like he was draining my life, but I don't know if that was just like maybe my being able to empathize made me understand that's what he was doing. So I accidentally conformed it to reality instead of being like, that's so fucking stupid, look at you. But instead I walked up and said, yo, regardless of whatever you think you're doing, that's extremely disrespectful to everybody around you. I think whatever you're doing, there's a positive way you can be doing it, because you're acting like an abused, snotty 7-year-old right now. And if I had the opportunity to, I would just follow you home and beat you for thinking that it's okay to act like this to other people. And then he got up and then he stood in the middle, and then he went and raised his arms like this and just stared me down like that. And then he got in his truck and left. And I definitely felt weak. I felt weaker afterwards. I felt like he had drained my spiritual battery. So that's why I don't like to go, when people are like, you need to go back into the public more. And I'm like, why? Look at this. So there was an NPC with his head down that as soon as I felt like he ticked my energy, he put his head up, and now he's doing the posturing thing. He's just standing, twitching like a robot, staring at me. He activated, and now he's just stopped. He was like walking with his head down like a robot being carted and piloted by something when I'm talking about the problems I see in society. And now he's just standing there twitching, staring at me. He stopped everything he was doing. He was on a mission to go somewhere, right? His head was down and he was walking really slowly. But as soon as I felt him ping to my connection, he's now frozen in place, staring at me. I'm not recording you. Yep. So I moved. So that there was a telephone pole blocking us, and then he moved away from the telephone pole to stay in my line of sight. It's just weird. If he's a real person, he's not an NPC in the Matrix, he has no life. What a fucking loser, right? Imagine thinking you should go out and steal energy from other people that comes naturally from the sun. Like, I'm feeling him attack me. I'm feeling fear. I'm feeling him hitting me with fear as we're talking. And he's just standing there twitching. It's literal. This is a Matrix attack live. I'm showing you. This guy he was going somewhere else, and then as soon as I pinged him, he's now just standing there. Why? And I told you that I have traumas where I'm trapped and I have to endure shit like this. It's because look how they've led me into the ambush where they've locked up. They spent the whole day stopping me from being able to do what I was comfortable doing. So now I have to go back out like this. If I want to continue live, I have to endure the suffering of this guy constantly tugging at me. I can feel this attack on my system, my consciousness, my vortex bubble. Through comparison in the ego system, he's trying to steal my position. my identity, my powerful 33 life path identity. Yep, I started to bring it back to myself, and then he went like this and started stomping, and now he's coming closer. When I put the attention back into my heart and I stopped being an empty vessel. You feel me? He's not going to leave. So what can I do? Let's do God's judgment. I turn around this way, and I think that I just assert the fact that that guy is a massive pussy. He's a piece of garbage, man. To do shit like that. And now I can feel that he's still standing there and he thinks he won because I turned around and stopped fighting him. Now I can feel him tugging at my mind. And it's always fat white people, man. So I'm gonna smoke my last cigarette. I said I wasn't, but whatever. I'm at a pack a day, brother. But I'm not gonna buy more. I'm gonna buy a pizza instead tonight for cheaper than a pack of smokes. And then the next place I'm going, they sell tobacco really, really cheap. And they sell the cartridges really, really cheap. It's like for like 200 cigarettes. So what would normally be $150, they sell for about maybe $15. They just don't have that here. And I only smoke in the fall, just to let you know. Like, I don't smoke in the spring, and I don't smoke in the early summer because it just doesn't do anything for me. The energy's so high and heightened. But for some reason, like when it starts to get colder outside, it like helps balance the Cancer Leo into Virgo for some reason, for me at least. It helps me focus and grounding. But when you do it in like the seasons of fertility where everything's kind of vibrant and the air's hot and it's nicer outside, there's more positive fun going on. Yeah, this guy's, I'm feeling him rip at me. I don't know how to say it, like magnetized almost. Where it's like I'm feeling pain in my stomach. Now the car horns are honking. I felt someone rip at my back and then steal like an aspect of my personality, like a whole vertebrae of my spine felt ripped out, and then a car went boop boop, honk honk, we got you. Because they took it, and then that honk was like a fuck you, I'm taking it, and I assert my boundary. If you believe it or not, let's see if he's still here. Yep, and he's just standing there staring at me. Now, because I feel more powerful, I sent the intention at him to make him leave. He lit up a cigarette, and now he's walking away, but he keeps turning around to stare directly at me. Or maybe because he took it. Maybe him and that other thing. So my mentors call them inorganic ones. There are people that are organic people that are positive and happy. And there are people that are the opposite, inorganic ones, like the evil draconian matrix. And he says that those things attach onto unconscious people's bodies and control them to torture people that are try to make things better in life, try to do good, attack them. And he said that they work together really well. Like they're very good at working together to make those things happen, even though they might be on different missions. Like those entities might be like driving somebody's body to go to a different gas station that they know somebody's going to go to at this time, so that they can make them stand a bit too close to this guy, and then that thing will suck the life force out like a Harry Potter Dementor. That thing just carted this guy over to here, made him stop and stand in my way, triggering all my traumas and shit. And then when I felt it was getting worse, another person drove by, stopped the car, I felt them take it, and then they honked at me, and then after they both left in separate directions, they both left at the same time. And it's mostly just I feel like it targets masculinity. I feel like it just drives you to feel weak so that when I talk, I don't seem as powerful, if that makes sense. It's like some type of code enforcing, where now I feel trapped. Yeah, and now it was empty all day, and now it's filling up. There's tons of people here as soon as I come out over here. As soon as I come out to the park at 9 o'clock at night on a Tuesday. But you know what? This is the 13th, right? So in numerology, the 13 is the number of the matrix, 13 families. The M is the 13th letter, matrix, Marble Arch, McDonald's, stuff like that. So on the 13, the matrix gets heightened and it comes at you more. And on 13 days, that adds up to 4. And 4 in numerology is the number of law and order. For some reason. I'm not that in depth with it, but I know that that's the case. Like the energies of law and order in this system that they've built get heightened on 4 days. So I dealt with police. I dealt with the Matrix. I dealt with crows. But today I had protection from the hawk. So that's why there's people that are just circling me. There are people that are just standing around me now. And when I feel like I put attention on them, it feels like it kind of tugs at me. I lose my sense of personal sovereignty. And then I feel like I'm being ripped apart by all the people around me. Like they're cannibalizing me from what I built and cultivated in isolation. And I know that sounds schizophrenic. But luckily I found my tribe on YouTube. There's tons and tons of people that are very attractive girls and like buff, rich guys that are talking about the same thing. I just had a thought that I'm feeling drained because the pizza is going to help me later. So I only went through this because the pizza will help me get back to baseline. If I didn't get the pizza, I probably wouldn't have been attacked because I wouldn't be able to deal with it, if that makes sense. I don't know. I can't trust my thoughts right now, man. Yeah, the police are here. I'm not going to stare at them, but the police are here. Did he stop? He stopped when I looked at him, and then when I put my attention back this way, he kept going. But at least it's not full of crackheads. Like this could be a lot worse. This place could be in Burlington right now, this whole place. There's nobody here now. So I'll show you. But this whole park, imagine this giant park right here, filled to the brim with crackheads on heroin. And the police don't come into it anymore. The police don't care. So it's normal for them. Like I can really see them walking up to a girl having a picnic and just putting them at gunpoint and saying, "Come with us," and they bring them to a tent. Which is why I need a gun. The cops only ever bug me when I feel happy and at peace. If I'm depressed and I feel like ostracized from the world and I feel depressed, like really just pressure on my head, on the ground, laying, trying to convert it to good songs, the police never bother me at all. But as soon as I like pick my head up and I'm excited to go out and make friends, and I feel like the world is a much better place, and I just have positive beliefs and I'm ready to go on an adventure, suddenly every step of the way police are coming at me, holding their gun and trying to get me to submit like a dog. And then when they do, they get a boost to their super ego, and then immediately they like walk all the way over to a group of girls, and they just stand and start twitching in a group of girls. Because their insides, because they stole my energy, now they have that good light. So now they're like trying to influence the girls. And a good example is like police used to pull me over all the time in Burlington, and then no matter what, every time they bullied me in Burlington, I appreciate that a lot. In Burlington, when they'd pull me over and they'd make me roll down the window, and then they'd just keep going, "Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?" Because in their mind, if you say yes, then you've kind of accepted their will. And a Freemason taught me about that, why they do that. So what the Freemason does, and he's the guy that he was watching over me when I did acid when I was 14 at the Hermitage Club. He was working security back then. So he met me right before this journey, and I kept running into him in Burlington. His name's George, and I kept running into him on St. George Road. And he just drove up and down that road as a community action worker helping homeless people. And I called him out by name on the live the other day, and then he drove by, and we're about an hour and a half from where he lives. While I was on live talking about him. So maybe he's not real, maybe they carted him over here for me to get inspired to talk about it, and then they inspired him to drive this way. Or maybe he's not real. I don't know. But he told me that when police try to make him submit, and he's this giant black guy, he's black and Native American, and he walks around with a Conor McGregor pin, and he wears Irish colors because he loves Conor McGregor. So he has Irish stuff on when he walks around all day. And I was trying to help. He eventually started his own podcast, just like Susie's trying to start up her YouTube channel. And no, they stole my cane, by the way. They came for my bike, and they came for my dad's cane that I got him for his birthday. So they stole my bike, and then I got it back. And they have my cane somewhere. And that was the only thing that they took. They didn't take my tarp or my tent or my lighters or my charging block. They came for my dad's cane, maybe because they thought it was trash, but they really wanted my bike. Probably because they think that I stole it because it's a nice bike. You feel me? They might not consciously realize how important that was to me. What was I saying? Oh, George. George said when cops come up and say, "Do you understand?" You go, "I don't understand, but I know what you're saying." And then it gets them confused. And they're like, "Oh shit, he's on to me." They know that police officers are trained to keep a control over the space. That's what cops say. They say that they're trained to have a commanding presence, and that people that don't submit to their will, they purposely will go up and make them submit. Like you saw that cop earlier in this live stream. That cop literally pushed a high schooler down the stairs. He walked by and got right in the way and almost bashed him out of the way if the high schooler didn't move, forcing him to submit like a dog. Because he was mad at me. And I was standing over there on the pavilion, exalted. And there's nothing they can do until that business asks me to leave. So we watched him live taking his anger out on the public. And then he went in and probably beat up that fat mall cop, security guard here, emotionally, that over-exaggerated all the problems and called the police. And then that officer came out, even though he was a bully, he came out and gave me a Monster Energy drink and a Cliff Bar. And then I felt like I lost my power and authority. I felt like he stole it by giving me that. Because you're not supposed to take anything from energy vampires. You're supposed to just say, "No, thank you." And then you've asserted yourself over them. But when he gave me that thing, there was a power shift. And he puffed his chest out like the robot and kept walking like this. And then the girl next to him was like, "Oh my God, you're interesting." It's the system that people are like, you got to get more in the Matrix. And I'm like, why would I do that? Why would I subject myself to this? Now I'm hearing my mom's voice say, so you can get a job. You feel me? And now here's more police cars slowing down to see who's here. And now are they turning in? No, he slowed down to think about, should I turn in? And then he kept going. When I stared his car down like, don't do it. And yeah, music is all I have, bro. Honestly, I think that I'm suffering because when I'm not suffering, I don't want to make music. When I feel like I have abundance and I don't, when I don't need money and I don't need food and I'm not depressed, all I really want to do is go to like the beach parties in Miami and make TikTok content and me going up and rampaging through the parties, having fun, telling jokes. And I don't want to make music at all. But then when I'm suffering, I want to channel that pain into songs. And I keep asking God to keep making me suffer so I can keep becoming more of a badass. And I'm very proud of how far I've come. It's really cool. To have this kind of outlet that's immortalized. Like, one day, pretty soon, I'll be able to feed an AI everything that I've made from this content, and there could be like a Casey app where you just talk to Casey, and then Casey drops all this knowledge on you really quickly and wakes you up to everything. There will be like a little virtual Casey wearing the leather armor and a thorn crown or something, sitting in like an Irish forest surrounded by deer. And then you'll be able to talk to him about your problems, and then a literal AI version of me will just spout off everything that I've said, how I would say it. My music's everything, man. It's just different albums with different themes. I grew up in a room full of Legos by myself. So I just see the world as different pieces of Legos that I just reorganize and take from and change, and I appreciate the cultures that created those things, like blues and New Orleans bounce and drill music and stuff like that. So I let it shine in a better way together, and I make something new with it. And I'm really excited. I need a full studio setup for what I'm trying to do. I appreciate it, man. I think I could be doing more. Like I don't like that I'm doing this. Real talk. I want to come in here and beat a war drum and scream, "Are you sick of this? Are you sick of being a loser? Are you sick of being in a world that sucks? Go outside. Go into the woods. Now." Bum, 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 bum. And then a bunch of people on motorcycles show up, and then we have a drone with a 4K camera, like studio cinematic quality, recording the drone as we ride in, and I have one phone attached to 50 speakers, and we're all bouncing the Native American war chants. And then we go into like a festival full of white people, and we just go in and dance and do all this stuff, and then take the pretty girls and then dance around with them, giving them a good time, and then try to get the stagnant, angry, fat white people to get up and dance. And then we play like Jamaican music, and we do a whole Jamaican party where real Jamaicans are singing and dancing and performing. And then there's like a giant dirt bike mosh pit going around everybody while they're doing the Indigenous war drums, or like the Viking war drums and shit like that. Like a literal Fortnite event in real life. Bum, 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 bum. And then we cart a pedophile out, and they can throw tomatoes at him. We're like, pay us five. We have a pedophile that's agreed that he won't get arrested as long as he stands on this podium on the pillories and puts himself in the pillories willingly. And then you guys can come in, but we're gonna make sure you don't have guns and rocks, and we're gonna give you a bunch of tomatoes, and you can pelt the tomatoes at him for as long as you want, and we'll have the live stream going for 12 hours, and I'll just make tons of money of people coming in to give me $5 to pelt tomatoes at a pedophile. Bum, bum, bum. While Jamaicans are performing. I think that's Afro beats, actually. It's Afro beats. Shit like that, and then I just continue on, maybe on a horse, maybe on a electric bike that looks like a horse. How cool! That would be dope to have an electric motorcycle that I have it custom made to look like a horse, like in Mario Kart when you pick that dragon motorcycle, and then I ride off on one of those with a BB gun that shoots like Nerf pellets to bean fat people when they're mean. And then we just ride through from town to town. Yeah, I tell them, like, I see a world where... And then I'm in a position like Joe Rogan can bring in tons of people that have information like quantum physics and information on aliens and stuff like this. I bring in people that are like inventors that have patented products trying to make these tiny little dams out of clay that you can set up next to your stream that's constantly generating power for you. And then I bring them in and I'm like, I come into the center of town and I'm like, bring me someone that has a stream. And then for free, we'll bring this in for free. And we'll build you all these dams to set an example for the rest of the state. And then we'll make it completely green and self-sufficient to set an example for the rest of you guys. And then we'll warn them about rich people that are trying to burn their land down and take it. We'll warn them about AI. We'll tell them about the HARRP towers that steal your emotional Bitcoin because COVID is trying to evolve us in connection with an artificial intelligence to prepare us for Neuralink and all this stuff. I think the Earth is... I don't know, dude. I haven't looked in a telescope at other planets. I haven't looked at, I can't tell you, I haven't looked at a planet and watched it for 6 hours to watch the planet that planet spin in rotation. Just to actually tell you that it's a spinning ball. I have no idea. I've been in a plane and it looks flat from the plane. I know that all the pilots that have ever been asked, every pilot that we've ever seen where the TikToker goes into the plane and just says, hey, can I talk to the captain really quick? And then they're like, do you account for the curvature of the Earth? And the pilot's like, the Earth is flat, bro. I'm 60. I'm going to tell you. And then the pilot says, yeah, we don't account for the curvature of the Earth. It's flat. I know for a fact that the Freemasons that built this place right here, they built these pillars and they built that flat plane with the marble arch because the big secret is that they think that we're in an alien dollhouse and that it's actually on stilts. And it's a flat plane, like a terradome for the old giants like the Nephilim to watch and experiment with us as we evolve from this little bug that was sitting on my phone right now. And that the birds and stuff are smaller forms of these aliens, like Rick and Morty said. You feel me? So I don't know. I haven't been up there. I couldn't tell you, but I know that these people run the world. And they have it right in your face that that's what they believe. You feel me? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Yeah. So I'm trying to get I think I might get a Domino's pizza. Does anyone have a rich grandma? Does anyone have a rich grandma that can send me a quick $300? And I'll get this fucking computer. And then I'll make content that will change the world. Or maybe I'm just supposed to teach you guys. And then somehow... Maybe people like Susie are the ones that are supposed to go do that. Like maybe by putting myself in that position, I'm ruining my ability to be infinite because I have nothing. Like because I have nothing, I'm able to see so much. Maybe if I condensed myself into living like Aiden Ross. I think one of the coolest moments was Aiden Ross. The last time I saw him in the listening party with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and he was sitting in his bedroom, and he had a personal chef bring him food, and he was just sitting down watching YouTube content and reacting, and he's an 11 life path the same way I sit down and eat my pizza and react to content, the same way Aiden Ross and Joe Rogan do. I was like, I'm living like Aiden Ross is living, except I get the adventure of being able to go through a war zone to pick up my food. And Aiden Ross just has a chef bring him food. We're doing the same exact thing. We're both bodies sitting in rooms watching content. Except he has all this stuff where he says the wrong thing or reacts a certain way. All of a sudden he has all these people screaming at him angry. And I have where I act a certain way and the police come to scream at me angry. But Aiden Ross can't go to Punjabi. Is Punjabi a religion, like culture, or is it an actual place in India? I don't know why I said Punjabi. But Aiden Ross can't go to India without getting hounded. I Show Speed can't go out in public without getting molested. People go up to I Show Speed and they rip his hair out and sell it on the internet. And they slap his ass and grab at his dick, and he feels molested and hurt. Right? So I get to do what they're doing in a simplified version. Yeah, that'd be really cool, man. I wanted to just be a Mr. Beast, where I come through with abundant wealth, and I just make the world a better place, without having to do Freemasonic sacrifices and name myself Mr. Beast so that they can label me a pedophile in the year of karma. Mr. Beast, when he got to his position, Mr. Beast already knew who he was. I'm sure he was drafted. Yeah, Punjabi is a language. I don't know why I said that, bro. I thought about Aiden Ross going to India and then him getting robbed and mauled. Because they know he has money. But if I went to India, poor, even though I'm white, I have white skin, people would be welcoming of me. Like, even in Colombia, people love Kurt Kaz. When KC, from the Kurt Kaz Conquest, the KCC, when he rides through Colombia on his motorcycle, with a bad Colombian bitch on his back, and he goes into different bars and just goes, hey, how much is this? Oh, and how do you like Colombia? Oh, and then Coca leaves, yes. Kurt, my name's Kurt. Kurt Kaz. KC. And people receive him very well. Man, they don't hate on him. They want to they know he has an outlet for them to show the world what it's like to be there. So people come out and protect him from the bad guys. And then he learned MMA so that it's better when he does eventually have somebody that comes at him with a knife. He can defend himself. And now he's a millionaire. And he started off just being a homeless, broke, traveling kid from Germany and South Africa. A Celtic person from South Africa. The first thing he did, I think he went to Egypt and he snuck into the pyramids and recorded it. And then that went to him getting scammed. Like, he was 22 years old, he was getting scammed by Egyptians. And he was pointing out all the scams. Like, look at these people. Look at these people. Look at these people. Look what they're doing. The same way that I'm like, look at these white people. Look at what they're doing. He was like, look at these Egyptian people. Look at these Colombian people. Look at these Pakistani people. Look at what they're doing. Only go to these parts if you go, because these guys are bad news. And that doesn't represent their culture. Go to these places. They're nicer. He's like paving the way so that people that want to go there know they don't get lost. They know where to go. And they know the right places to go to these other areas that other people don't really know. So he's got millions of subscribers. So after he leaves, there's tons and tons of single nomads that do remote work, that love to travel their whole life. So they go to those places. What other Caseys have paved the way for other people to come after them with a new style that people don't really understand? Kendrick Curry in the pranking space, Kai Cenat streaming and getting sturdy, where he taught tons of kids in the hood how to do Irish jigs. Casey Rocket on Kill Tony. We never heard about Kill Tony until 2023. When Casey Rocket took the stage, Casey Rocket went everywhere, and Kill Tony blew up. Like, we had Cam Patterson, and there was William Montgomery, but they didn't infect the world the same way that Casey Rocket did. And then I'm Casey O'Brien, and my cousin's name is Ari. And now after Casey Rocket has checked out, because he's like, I did everything I could do, now it's just getting old and I want to do sketch comedy. I showed the world me through, and how funny I am through riffing. I riffed for a couple hours, where I just said whatever I wanted to a camera. Making it funny. Making it vivid. In a new style that Drake was like, Casey Rocket's the best stand-up comedian of all time. So far. And after Casey Rocket stepped down, after the year of the Water Cat, after Casey O'Brien left Burlington, after Kurt Kaz stopped popping up on the homepage, after Kendrick Curry stopped doing YouTube pranks as much, after the KCC won the Super Bowl, and the Kelly Creative Collective, nobody cares about him anymore in Burlington. After they all stepped out of power, Ari has taken over Kill Tony as like the Estonian assassin. And then my people named Sam. So it was Casey and Adam Ray, Casey and Ray, Kai Cenat and Ray, Casey O'Brien and Ray at Rumor Has It, Casey O'Brien and Ray Kimura, the artists were making music together, Casey O'Brien and Ray McNeil, when McNeil's pub burned down, and that was like a hub for Native American, Indigenous people that were nomad traveling across the country, and they'd go to this Irish pub in my hometown. When I was on McNeil Road, which is connected to Casey Road in Burlington, he burned down and died. So once Casey and Ray, those two names stepped down, now Sam and Ari, and in my life, my best friend Sam and my cousin Ariana, who are both the Year of the Dragon after the Year of the Water Cat ended, and all these Caseys left. Now Sam and Ari, who are dragons. Amelia Di Moldenberg, in her show where she does the chicken shop date with the rappers, in Casey's Year of the Cat, she was going to Casey's Chicken, and now she's going to Sam's Chicken. And now I'm meeting tons of Sams, and people named Ari, and now Ari's taking over different YouTube communities. It's a different people's sets. Different names are now taken over, of people that I have grown up with in the past. In 2022, it was Andrew. I kept running into Andrews. In 2021, I kept running into Brian's. In 2020, I kept running into John's. In 2019, they were sporadic, but they were all Irish, and they were all artists that work in the music industry. No, actually, in 2019, I was trapped with brain damage, and my girlfriend was carting me around places, and and all the guys' names were the names of people that come around. So this Gemini was taking the Sagittarius adventurer, and she would take him on adventures when I was out of my mind. And then she'd pull up at other guys' houses, and all those guys' names were the names I keep running into: Sean, John, Jaden, Vinny, Leo, Gary, the people from my childhood. And then 2018, I was meeting all these famous people in the music industry. And then 2017, I was traveling around Vermont and meeting a bunch of Irish people. And 2017, I had like 6 different relationships with women that I think were the best that I've seen from life so far, that aren't now famous. Like the best looking women I've seen in my life. I dated them all at the same time in 2017. In 2016, I had my bad relationship, And I had just started going to high school for the first time. And I had a group of kids that I took on as my friend group, and we would all drive around and have fun. And I would like take them from place to place to place. And we were doing like David Dobrik style vlogs. In 2015, I was trapped in an insane asylum for a year, and I had to break all the people out, and I had to keep them sane in a world where they were literally Nazis. In 2014, I had to fight my father almost to the death. I thought that I killed him in self-defense, and then he lived. And then I basically killed him in self-defense, and the hospital had to bring him back. I think. We're not sure what happened after he went into the hospital, but he survived and came back a month later. And then I got taken to a place where everybody was named after Irish gods, and I read the entire Game of Thrones series front to back in one sitting. I just woke up and read Game of Thrones all day, and then went to bed, woke up, read Game of Thrones all day, and went to bed. And I read the whole 15,000 pages. And I can remember everything that happened. Like, I can remember the White Walkers, and then I can remember the dire wolf babies, and then I can remember Cersei and them, Robert and them coming to Winterfell, and then the basement with Lyanna Stark, and then Robert confesses his love for the girl with black hair and blue eyes, when I was in love with a girl with black hair and blue eyes that went with somebody else that was English, and this girl went with somebody else that was a Targaryen. The people that enslaved them, she married one of them. And then, so I really empathized with Robert, and then 10 years later, I got to find out that the whole time he was based off of my ancestor. And then Brian, that ancestor's life I lived a simplified version of it in Vermont. 2013, I got a nuclear on Call of Duty Black Ops 2 on Free For All, where you have to get 30 kills to get a nuclear, and you're against 29 other people. And I killed all of them without dying, with a shotgun, running around panicking, killing people. And I got a nuclear, which is like a really big milestone that like streamers get a lot of recognition for. And I got it when I was 13, just playing every day. And I built Minecraft. And I was with a family that I kept ending up moving in with, a Moore family. And Moore it's a powerful name in Ireland, in Africa. And my name, I have a powerful Irish African name. And then 2012, I don't remember anything about 2012. I don't really remember anything about 2011. Before that, nothing really. I think I was like half unconscious. I think that's when I used to fall asleep during my standardized test, and I would pass out on the ground so I would get a bad score on my standardized test. Where if I had applied myself, I probably would have been registered as a savant. And then probably taken into government satanic organizations that used to target people with that diagnosis. And then when I felt like I came into existence in 2013, they had taken out that from the DSM. Yeah, before that, my memories are just sporadic. But they're all very impactful, like my cousin Jesse, who's a Leo, 6th life path, named after Jesus, and his last name is named after a Roman emperor. And then if you take a picture of Jesus Claudius and you put him next to a statue of the Roman Emperor Claudius, they're identical, completely. And if you take a picture of my father and you stand him next to Brian Baru, they look identical. So all my memories of Jesse are us appreciating art and talking about philosophy and making jokes and having a good time trapped in Section 8 housing with narcissistic, very mentally ill parents and siblings. And it was just kind of us against the world. Everybody else has gone crazy, and we're just hanging out, enjoying what people have created, talking back and forth like ancient incarnate gods, ancient incarnate kings, old souls that are just like appreciating content. But then he always stabs me in the back in that cycle. Like, one time I got My Sims Kingdom, and I really loved that I had this kingdom that I was cultivating on my DS. And then he asked his mom for a DS, and he got My Sims Kingdom. And then we got locked in the car together, and then he opened it and showed me, like, I have the kingdom too, Casey. And I was young. I got really mad, and I fucking broke his thing and choked him out. And I said, you don't take my fucking kingdom from me. because I'm my father's son, man. So I really traumatized that kid, and I felt horrible about it. And for Christmas last year, I got him My Sims Kingdom as kind of like a try to help you. And I spent years talking to him about art and talking to him about how to get girls and helping him with his autism. I spent I devoted years of my life to just being his, like, older brother and, like, talking to him every single day about what I've learned traveling with savant syndrome and how that can help him with his autism. And I don't know, maybe I helped him, maybe I didn't. Maybe he loves art so much that I got my stories like this really helped him shift his perspective on art, because I was delivering him, because he stayed in Section 8 trapped in a room with no computer, old computer games, and he sat there with a mom who was obese and dying, and negative interactions, like always fighting with his sibling, who has her own amazing story, and trouble in life. But he would sit in Section 8 and just sit curled up like this with a little notebook like this, and he would fill up notebooks with scenes of TV shows, and he wants to be an animator. So I was on the ground suffering, homeless, in the cold, and none of the jobs I can get work out. I go there and it doesn't work, or I get traumatized and void, and I don't feel like I have the mental capacity to. And I have blisters on my feet that are gangrene where it hurts, and I'm limping. And I'm literally walking 2.5 miles every day trying to get my car back so I can DoorDash, go to community action programs, start making content, get enough money, and then I just wanted to come home and give him this computer that he could make all of his stories. And hopefully in exchange he would help me in my position to shine my art over this town that is like devoid of culture and devoid of art, so that hopefully I did kind of want to use him because he's a talented animator and creator. I wanted to build Legos with him to create this legendary thing so that I could be way better than Lil Mabu and then be the king in the north. But for some reason, every time I went there, it's like my family had all leached into him and he had become less of himself. He started to gossip. He started to believe the lies that my family was telling him. They would tell him I was this violent, angry, abusive piece of shit drug addict, and I don't do drugs. That every time I showed up, it was like I had to fight my way into the castle and then break through his own mind to wake him back up to the love that we had when we were children. And the whole step of the way, my aunt and my mom were calling the police to have me beaten to reinforce this idea that Casey shouldn't be listened to. Don't believe anything he says. Ostracize him. Listen to us. You're autistic and you need help. Nom 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 nom, shoving donuts into their mouth until they have a heart attack and die. But believe us, we know what we're talking about. And then I have dreams that I had a dream the other night that both Jesse and I were trapped in prison, trapped in a room in a mental hospital. And there was a hairless cat that kept sneaking in and helping me pick the lock to the cage. And then my mom would come in, punch me in the face, and then grab the cat and then break its neck and then leave. And then I think I snuck out and I had sex with a girl in the mental hospital room next door. And then my cousin Jesse was like, I never wanted to be around you anyway. We're trapped in the same room together. And I was like, I love you so much, bro. I'm sorry you're like this. And then I get hit with like centuries of Roman genetics. Centuries of the Holy Roman Empire. Because if my dad's Brian Baru incarnate, they look identical. Jesse looks identical to a Roman emperor. And he's a Leo, 6th life path that deals with the home and family. And he sits in people's houses and just manages his family's emotions. He's like, I always see him, even as a child, I saw him as this really competent ruler. Not like a king, like an overbearing medieval king, but like a Roman ruler that appreciates art and the finer things in life. A homo. No. So I saw that in him as a child, and he's flourishing in that. I always wanted Jesse to be the guy that, when I eventually conquer the kingdom, and I've made my name for myself, and we've extended our reach, and we have now this 100-acre ranch, or I'm running a business, or I have this Section 8 compound full of a bunch of, like, intentional community for people in Section 8, I always saw Jesse as the guy that will sit there and manage it, because it'll be really easy for him to bang out. He loves structure, and he's very conservative, and he would literally, Jesse would take little tiny poops, and he would clench the poop so it's a perfect ball. He wouldn't roll it, I hope, but it would come out in a perfect ball, and he would shit in the middle of the bathroom, and he would leave it in the center of the bathroom. Because in his mind, it was like he's extending his influence into the room. And he doesn't realize it, but that's literal Freemasonry. That's the black sun in the marble arch, and he's a Roman emperor. So his mind was guiding him to put a black sun into a room, to embody his mind in a space. Right? And he did that naturally. It's funny, it's with shit. A little tiny piece of shit. Because that's what he sees himself as, a piece of garbage. And he says, I'm going to be successful when I'm 40, and I'm never going to have sex. And the one girl that he had sexual stuff with was a girl named Chloe, when I was dating a girl named Chloe. So we're not sure if he's just an aspect of my consciousness. He's a motif in my theme, and I'm the real one, and that's why it doesn't work out. Because it's like an AI system that's waiting for me to open the right lock to get to the next level. And I'm in my own personal simulation. That could be true as well. You feel me? So, I mean, I've stormed Vermont. I've gone live and stormed the Capitol. And coincidentally, like, my SIM card fried in my phone, so I'm not able to live stream and go into public, where I was going to put you guys on live, get a selfie stick, attach the selfie stick to my side with duct tape, and have the camera above me, and like a little super glue, like a stick to it, so I could turn the camera from this to turn it all the way around and back. And then I could walk around with a floating camera next to me as I go into stores and talk to people and interview them about what it's like to be in Vermont and things that they need to change, and seeing the homeless camps and talking to homeless people. Jesse is convinced that I'm some malevolent piece of shit loser. He told me that the only reason anybody would ever be my friend is if they could get rich by doing it. He said the only reason anybody would ever want to work with me with music and work with me with art and want to be my friend and hang out with me is if they got millions of dollars by doing it. So I said there's plenty of, because I was like, dude, I'm in Burlington, I'm outside of a concert, you've heard my music, I'm rapping way better than these guys. You know my music's better. Help me with the music videos, bro. I'm in a position to do this. Join me. Come on, you're doing nothing. You sit there doing nothing. Put a little bit of your attention to help me make this thing happen. And then we'll be rich. We'll be leaders of the world. People will look up to us like they look up to Lil Mabu. But we actually grew up in Section 8. We grew up in the projects, bro. We grew up with nothing. And then he just falls into this bitter, angry stuff that I see. It was like when I bring I was in my water cat element, where I'm in my element, so I was so powerful. So then I come to them with this powerful stuff, and they all just shooed me away, and then they fell off. It became like miserable losers. And then this year I built it up in the woods, and I build it up and build it up, and then suddenly my mom comes out of the woodworks, and she drives all the way up here, just to scream in my face that I need help. Running in circles screaming, you need help, you need help, you need help, you need help. And I'm sitting there with the community action worker named Casey. So there's two Caseys now fighting back against the lies of these two Aquarius, my mom and my aunt, that are trying to spread this false narrative at us. And I'm like, why do you think I'm schizophrenic? Do you know that there's 8 billion people on the planet that believe that they talk to God and he talks back to them? What help do you think I need? You want me to talk to a therapist? I've had therapists call you to explain to you I'm not schizophrenic, and you don't answer. You lie to police to hurt me. You have the problems. But she's like, I have no problems, I'm perfect, and I'm helping you because you have problems. And it has to be the case, or else she'll start to freak out and she'll run in circles screaming, I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home. And then she'll lie to the police and say, Casey's coming to kill me. Which hurts, bro. It hurts. It hurts that, like, your mom is your world. That's, like, you came from your mom. Your mom and your dad are supposed to be like the two things above you that guide your decisions. The sun and the moon. Until you're old enough to become your own sun and get your own moon, and then you have a kid. And then that, you're supposed to be the world that that kid grows into. That's like your seed that grows. And I had two parents that, if they felt like I was going to be too successful, if I looked too good, they like switch to attack mode. They become like demogorgons and they come at me. All these old souls, all these stories that I meet tons of people that run away at 14 specifically. And I don't know why. How old are you? The cringy gamer. When you were 14, was it 2014? Because a lot of the people that I knew that ran away in the year of the snake. No, the year of the horse. In the year of the horse, they ran away. 29 now, bro. So that was 15 years ago. It's 2024, so that was 2009. I don't know. For some reason at 14, when they should be going to high school, a lot of people run away. I meet a lot of people that the first time they ran away was for the transition to freshman year of high school. And then that becomes like a formative experience, and they don't change like the regular high schoolers that you see. They kind of hold on to their childhood longer. And then they grow in a different way through high school, and that lets them hold on to themselves better. To that pure childhood essence. I noticed that a lot with people that ran away at 14. What is it? I think I have until midnight to get a pizza. Should I get a pizza, chat? Here, we're gonna do a poll. Domino's $7.99 pizza. It might be $10. We'll say $10. Domino's $10 pizza. I have $38. And we'll just go as we talk and see what happens when people tune in. Yes, good times. Good vibes. No, save your money. Save your money. No, save. There we go. It's not my money, it's Heather's money that was earned through hard work. So I wish I had Heather in the chat. It adds up to the same thing. Like, I'd rather not pay $5 for a slice of pizza when I could spend $9 for 10 slices of pizza. So we're gonna let that roll. I'm gonna put that down. And we're just gonna keep talking. Is anybody True say essay? True say essay. Does anybody have life goals? This is where I'd have the Discord space. This is where I would have the a second phone with a Discord that people can pop into, and we could link the Discord link to join the channel. And then while I'm live, other people can pop in and talk. Okay, travel. The first thing that came to my head is if you can get a free sailboat on Marketplace, learn a skill that's really useful. Learning how to sail. You can get a free sailboat pretty easy on Marketplace if you're in America. I don't know where you're at. I think you're in Canada. And then you just extend it to 500 miles. Find a free sailboat. Talk to the guy. Be like, hey, I'm planning on traveling down the coast. Is this worthwhile for me to get this? And then you get a free sailboat. And then from that sailboat, you have like a command center that you can see all the different things. You can fish for food. You can make content that will impress people. It's also like the Native American reservations. What I've heard is that like the Navajo reservation and I think there's one in Ottawa. There's one in like the Northwest Canada where LJ Muskwa is. And they say that those places, they don't have like a regulation on horses. So they usually have an abundance of horses, and horses can survive purely off grass. So a good way to travel for free and live that adventurous life is that you can get a horse really cheap. Like sometimes I know one Native American, a Navajo man that I met in Burlington told me that I could buy a horse for $25 down in Arizona and New Mexico. If I just walked there, they'd give me 2 horses for $50. And the horses eat from the grass, so all I have to do is get the horses out of the desert and get them to a place where there's grass, put a sack with all my stuff on one horse, have that horse on a lead with the other horse. The horses can breed and have a kid, and then I can bring the horse to like a ranch or something, maybe, or maybe sterilize the horses. But then the horses go for like 30 years. Horses live to be pretty long. And they say horses are the most conscious animal that we have access to in America. Horses are the most, like dogs are present with us, but the horses seem to have like a more dignified sense of intelligence. Like dogs are just as smart as we are. They can solve puzzles, they can open doors, they can collect food for people. They're just as smart as people. A lot of people, dogs are like talking back to people now. Like I see TikToks all the time of people playing around with dogs, and the dog goes, "Stop it, stop." Or they're like, "I'm gonna feed you to the mailman," and they're like, "No, you ain't." And they're like, "What the fuck?" I've seen videos of dogs where they leave them home and they put the cameras up of dogs now, and the dogs get up on 2 feet and open the kitchen door and then walk into the kitchen on 2 feet. And they're laughing, having a fun time. Or it's like some people have come home. I don't know if this specific video is real, but I've seen dogs that were drinking out of the toilet bowl, and they were standing on 2 feet, and the people come home and they hear noises in the bathroom, like they snuck into the apartment, and then the dog opened the door, pushing the door handle down with both hands, opened the door a little bit and peeked his head out, and his eyes were glowing bright, looking at the camera, and the flash wasn't on. And then the dog slammed the door closed, and then went back to pretending to be a dog. That should happen. I've seen huskies that open doors and personally, my dog, I had a black lab, and my dad would leave him. He technically was dog sitting for the captain of the yacht for the DuPont family. Look how much they're worth, the DuPont family. And my dad would watch his dog when he'd go on the boat, and eventually that dog loved my dad more, because my dad spent more time with him. My dad slept with the dog in the same bed, and Skip would put the dog in the other room. My dad loved that dog to death. We all loved that dog. His name was Hugo, and he was like an old man living in a dog's body. When I hung out with Hugo, it was like I was talking to an old man, even though the dog was like 6 at the time. But I guess he grew up around old people, so I felt him as an old man. But Hugo has never, like, he's only been on the property, and then we'd take him out to the lake, and we'd take him out on the trails. But for the most part, Hugo would stay in my dad's yard and in Skip's yard. When my dad would bring him to Skip's at the top of the mountain, Hugo would walk the like 4 or 5 miles, and he'd just walk down the perfect way, all the way down the mountain from all the different roads, and he'd find his way back to my dad's, and he'd walk in a straight line. So Hugo, you think he's just staring out the window. Hugo was clocking the whole way that it took to get to Skip's house. And he just, photographic memory, or maybe an intuitive connection to my father, walked all the way back down all the time. My dad's a Leo. So my dad also, when we lived at the top of the mountain in that ski chalet, this is too much, but I'll say it really quickly. Other dogs would leave their homes to come hang out with my dad. wild animals, like feral wild animals, would come out of the woods just to hang out with my dad. When my dad would walk in circles with tons of mental problems, and he'd pace around in circles in this ski chalet on top of this hill deep in the forest. Over on the other side is this perfect view, completely opposite. So like, imagine you're staring out a window, and then there's just a long corridor of dirt road full of different houses that nobody occupies. You have your own big hill to yourself, where there's this big giant ski chalet archway that he lived inside. We walk around in circles, and then opposite you, there's this giant mountain ski resort that nobody's living on, so it's completely empty. And anytime you want, and you're usually alone when you do it, nobody else would come up there because they were all at work. My dad would just take his dog, and we'd walk up this huge, intricate, vast, big mountain to ourselves. We had a whole mountain to ourselves where we could just hang out with each other at peace. And my mom constantly tried to take that away from me and vilify my father so I would be afraid to hang out with him. If I had hung out with my dad more, we would have been able to sled and go on those trails every single day, but my mom had like convinced me to hate my dad. And I was a snotty kid. Like the same way that my cousin gets infected by their evil, I was getting infected by their evil. And I was starting to believe what they were saying. And whenever I saw my dad, I just wanted to get away and go back to my mom. I didn't realize that that was all a lie, and she was pushing that, so I would do that. I wish I could, like, my biggest regret is that it's not, like, my father's biggest regret is that he didn't spend more time with me. It was my fault. Even as a child, I'm an old soul. I knew what I was choosing to do. I chose to get mad and stir my dad's emotions because I didn't realize I was being influenced by something else. I think it was my mom, and I also think it was just negative entities in general that I've learned how to, after, like, learning about all this stuff that I talk about, now I can recognize that, and I can appreciate the gratitude and how special my dad was. And I just wish I spent more time with him, but instead, he was ostracized the same way I'm ostracized, and he was, instead of being this funny leader of the community, this amazing, positive, masculine role model, this guy that humbles people with his presence. When he breathes, the whole parking lot falls in love with him. Girls have a crush on my dad all the time. Like 20-year-old girls. My dad walks in, and he's like an old man with a beer belly, and he's bitter and angry, but it's just his vibe from his heart. What my dad has inside of him, that my uncle has even said that my dad's always had that since he was born, makes these girls swoon over him. He's daddy. So I'm daddy too, but I'm daddy that likes to talk like this all the time. When I'm at rest and I'm not talking to a camera, I'm naturally like that. That's who I go. You become your parents. So, I wish I now have an empty place in my mind where the regret of those experiences fill. So that is now powerful in my head. So I want to recreate those experiences through the rest of my life. So because I missed out on my father as a child, those things that I missed out on, I now create for other people all the time. Like when people hang out with me, it's like I'm able to give them the experience I didn't have because I can see what I'm missing and how important that was that I missed out on it. So I'm able to provide that for others. Like, I used to, when I was raking leaves at Vivek's cabin at the Casey Sanctuary this spring, I literally felt like it was coming down from heaven, and it would channel through me, and I'd get this vivid daydream of my dad explaining to me when I was little that, imagine when you're raking this is all your problems. And that when you rake these, it's learning how for you to deal with problems later. And that when you grow up, there's going to be tons and tons of people that have never raked leaves, and they have no idea what this is like. And I would have made it fun for them. Like, look at all this stuff, and then look how cool it is now that we have this big, long trail. And then I'm going to take them on a bike afterwards, and we're going to ride through the trail we just made. And stuff like that. And I only value that because I recognize that I didn't have that. So at the same time, like, it sucks that I didn't get this experience with my dad. I got to start clapping cheeks because my dad's in his 70s. I got to start clapping cheeks real quick for him to be able to be 80 and then walk on the trails with us when my kid is 12. I've got to start clapping cheeks like ASAP. So how do we feel about if I just hit up a bunch of single moms as a truck driver or as like a content creator like Andrew Tate, and I have the means to provide for the kids, but I don't necessarily live with the mothers. But I have tons of kids like Genghis Khan, tons of Casey, tons of O'Brien, legendary O'Briens are now spewing the earth, rampaging. And they can come visit me all the time. I still have a positive relationship with the mothers. We love each other. We'll probably hook up all the time. But we won't necessarily be living together all the time. I'll be jumping. That's just if I don't find my soulmate. If I don't find the girl that fucks with me as I get better. Because I see MMA gyms, I see boxing gyms, I see traveling across the country. I see putting on shows. I'm seeing this music video right now really vividly of something that the world's never seen before. They've never, like, the song has never been made ever. Yeah. Yeah. So I had that role model when I was 13. The Kehoes, the Irish horse. And the Kehoes was a family with one of every zodiac, and their Sagittarius was 1211 like me. And they were all master numbers. 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, Lionsgate, 99. I'm not sure, like, I don't know if the 10th month, but it's been that case so much, and they follow God religiously. They don't do C-section births. This family of 11, their birthdays popped up coincidentally like that. Except their Sagittarius, their 12 isn't 12-12, it's 12-11, making them like my birthday, the emotional visionary that's the oldest soul, that's able to incorporate and house all the different energies of the people around them. And she's the youngest. So the youngest is now, as she grows up, she now has all these different zodiac signs, all these older brothers and siblings in this big family that she's going to be able to memorize with photographic memory, which is cool. What else, man? So I'm going to have that pizza. We have good times, good vibes. Then we're going to... I have to pack up my shit tomorrow. I don't know if they're sick of me. I don't know if it's a good... I think we did the poll already, not to fuck with the police anymore. But I got to tell them, every time the police are bothersome with me and we have this sequence of events, I always get to let them know that this was the first round. You got to meet the good homeless person that identified chinks in your armor, showed you chinks in how emotionally susceptible you are to acting like children because you've been privileged enough to live like that. I showed you how much of a big baby you all are, and now you're going to get your karma. When you get flooded, literally floods from the sky are going to flood you, then you're going to get thousands and thousands of homeless people when they exit New York. And this place will be filled, and you're going to be trapped here dealing with it while I'm off fucking Navajo bitches with the Great Spirit. The Diné, not Navajo. Something just ran to the side of my face, went around this, and stimulated my mind, and it said Diné. The word that the Navajo called it, said that their people is called the Diné people. Which is cool. And they're going to be stuck here dealing with that as old men that are sexually deprived. And that's why they're overreacting like this. Because they were sexually deprived and they had abusive parents. We've gotten to the root of the problem. We're at 50-50 for the pizza. So, I don't think we might not be getting floods anymore. Because it's not hot anymore. So the hurricanes might not be hitting as hard because not enough water is evaporating. But if it's created by HARP and their cloud making facilities, we're still going to get rained on for the next year. But there's a town in Vermont that's been getting destroyed. Like, horribly. And I joined their group chat on Facebook. Those people are really nice. They're really nice people in that group chat. They're very supportive of each other. They're very excited about what they're going to do to rebuild now that the floods have taken them out. They're helping each other. They don't seem like bad people at all. They seem like the opposite of Randolph. They're nice people. And I guarantee you that was a CIA agent that I clocked in the YouTube algorithm somehow that drove his way from New York just to visit me that day, to call me out that he knows all the people that watch and he's watching me. He might be the FBI. He might not be. But that guy came up to me to check me, and then he said, oh, the next place I'm going is Plainfield. Knowing that I'm like, when the AI has your phone, because the AI has a catalog of everything you do, and they said it was to help advertisements. They know exactly when you're scrolling, and then when you stop scrolling, and they check your eyes and what you look at, they track your eyes through the camera. So they know when you stop scrolling and what you look at and the things that you read the most. They can just pull up, the AI has a list for the FBI and for the technological oligarchs when they want to pull up your profile, your user data, and see what you did. So they could just go on Facebook and see the most things that I looked at was me reading all the Plainfield people, reading their stories of them talking about their suffering. So the last thing that guy said was, I'm going to Plainfield next. And then he left. After he called me out for trying to incite a revolution through hunger strikes. Stop eating so much. And then that guy left, and we've never seen him since. And he was a black man wearing a New York Nike Tech, but he was talking like a cop. But we're not sure. So the cop brought the bike down. He took it from me. The police called him and said the bike is not stolen. And then he brought it back. So he took my bike, and then he was very proud to take my bike and then carry it inside. And then the police called him and said the bike's not registered stolen. And hopefully they said, because the police came and made him up. Whatever happened, the police was mad. That cop was mad later. He came in and stormed to the door and stared at me like this. Like a robot. Because he had lost his whole sense of everything and was stuck to that feral zombie nature of the vaccinated fat white people. And so he definitely got triggered. So I'm assuming that cop that rampaged around the building and then came in and then came out and then gave me food in front of him. I'm sure, because when you call the police, they have to show up. Like, it's part of the protocol. If you call the police, they have to send an officer to assess the situation and make a report so that nothing comes back to their office later and stuff like that. But they didn't check me because they've already checked me before. They know who I am. They know what I'm doing. They watch my content. So then that police officer got to see me, because he said it had to be you that took a shit on the public trail because the other crackheads are too lazy to come up here. So then right in front of him, hopefully, a homeless veteran, a literal homeless veteran that has PTSD and fell into drugs, walked up here to go hunt for cigarettes. And he watched me, hopefully right in front of him, give him a cigarette and then give him a fist bump. And then he was going, "You're an angel, you're an angel, you're an angel." And then leave. And then they saw me. That cop didn't, the angry police officer, even though he's parked over here, his car is over this way, where I'm sitting, he walked around the long way to avoid me. So after I called him out for acting like a child, and I brought up the fact that I could tell just by his demeanor that he was abused as a child. And then I told him about the hero's journey and how all the different cultures had the same gods before Christianity conquered, and then claimed them all as their own, and then diverted it and made certain gods evil and certain gods good. Like, he turned gods into apostles, and he turned, like, Greek mythology into Last Supper, and they took Jupiter and turned it into different aspects of God and stuff like that. And then I told him I live stream, and he's like, nobody's watching your live streams. And I'm like, I mean, look at my views, man. I had 2,000 people. A couple weeks ago, 2,000 people were here. I'm averaging 300 views a video through my live streams. And I think it's like, for it to register as a view, they have to watch for more than 2 minutes. It's not like if they see me and then they keep scrolling. That doesn't register as a view. It's if they watch consistently. I think it's like, I know when I go back and watch my videos from my other account, so sometimes I'll pop in as my alt account and I'll watch my YouTube videos. It's usually like about 5 to 10 minutes before the view registers that I viewed it. But my peak concurrence, even though it says 2 people here, my peak concurrence pop out around, if I do nighttime streams, it's usually 10 to 15. Daytime morning streams, where more people that are like across overseas are watching, that can get up to 150. You feel me? So we're at 50-50 for the dominoes. Yes, mate. What's up, bro? I lost my pizza. It was an eventful day, Adam Gregory. We dealt with a lot of police. We dealt with a lot of Matrix gang stalkers. I told a lot of really fun stories about my life, really meaningful stuff. I explained a lot of really high-level esoteric concepts to people that are spiritual, and I woke up a bunch of doors. I had people come in that say that they've met me in other bodies, that I'm relaying the same information in their cycle. And I had people say that they had deja vu about this moment when I had deja vu about that moment. I smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. And now I'm on the fence about a Domino's pizza. I'm either going to eat it out of the dumpster, or I'm going to go get Domino's. So we're on the fence. Because that's where we're at. And I'm also solving a bunch of problems. If people have problems, or they want to open up an avenue to a better way, sometimes I get good ideas. Nomad traveling, like the big people talked about travel today. A lot of people talk about travel on their lives. And best thing I got for that, man, is that internet is the future, but also AI is the future. So we're like in a very close window right now, where you can make a lot of money stock trading if you get the right mentor. And you can do that from your phone. You can stock trade, you can do day trading from your phone. I know people that do live day trades. And now I'm saying I could have done that. Go to switch to, it's easier to change a habit than to break one. Switch to, definitely switch to fasting sunlight probiotics if you're overweight. And then switch to supplements. And then with consistency, that's going to give you better emotions over time. So you won't feel the need to cling to cigarettes. Because it'll start to hurt your vibes when you take cigarettes. Because you'll be more at peace when you take protein and you take all these different supplements. Then go to natural tobacco with the rolling machines. So you're not spending as much money. Get strong natural tobacco and get those tube fillers. And then pre-roll a bunch of cigarettes. And then maybe store them in a safe and limit yourself to a pack a day. And then as you're doing push-ups, It depends on the. I know tobacco brands that are cheaper than American Spirits and are way stronger. I should have asked that. There was a girl born on the 11th that showed up the other night that gave me a hit of a pre-rolled cigarette that instead of hurting me, it woke me up. So I'm sure that was some type of natural tobacco. There were no chemicals. So that's what I'm trying to move on to next. And it depends if I want to take a bus to Barrie tomorrow. I said today was the day of travel. Today's not the day of travel. Tomorrow's the day of travel. Today was the day of the Matrix and police, and I wound up dealing with Matrix and police. And that's why last night when I was talking about tomorrow's the day of travel, and then police cars drove by me a bunch of times, it was warning me, no, tomorrow's the day of law and order. You're going to deal with police tomorrow. Then the next day is the day of travel and sexual energy, sexual transmutation. I'm losing traction on the pizza. Okay, cool. So I'm solving problems. I'm getting tired, bro. It's been 5 hours. 5 hours, man. 5 hours of yapping. Vivid, intense yapping all day. With occasional battle sequences. And then today we had a whole story that got resolved at the end. And then a new enemy appeared. The evil Matrix. After we dealt with the police that were just scared kids that are pretending to be badass bullies that are beating the fuck out of high schoolers. And people that are just trying to enjoy themselves. In the ego system. Yeah, and that's the whole point. Is to exhaust you, to stop you from it, to waste your time on Earth. And I have tools, but the tools that I have to beat the Matrix are changing. Like in 2022, the domino effect was huge. Where you could just kind of get a feel of the person's energy and then assert yourself, no, and then push all the dominoes down to open up that channel. Now it's not possible. The way that I used to do it isn't possible anymore. Everybody's kind of evolved past that. The collective has evolved past the domino effect. We now have strong boundaries. So the game has changed. But for the most part, I think if you just, where attention goes, energy flows. So if you take it as they're just trying to distract you and to keep your sense of control inside yourself. Coincidentally, man, my jacket is actually helping me a lot with that. When I walk around with a coat, that seems to be doing a lot for me. Protecting me in a way that I didn't when I didn't have a coat. I think my phone's at 43, so I'm going to move back. And then, what time is it? At 10? At like 11 o'clock maybe, depending on where the thing's at. I'll either get a Domino's pizza and come back. Or I'll get a Cumbies pizza from the dumpster. And I'm just going to take my lighter and I'm going to burn all the fucking maggot eggs. You heard? I'm going to burn all the maggot eggs. Oh, my foot's asleep. I'm going to fall over. Dude, not to sound like a bitch. When I stand up, I get really dizzy. And reality hits me. Because the blood goes into my brain. And I feel like such a pussy and a bitch. And I get overwhelmed easy. Trash pizza. Yeah. Not to sound like a bitch, but I'm terrified of standing up too fast and then coming back to reality. But maybe that just means that my reality is more vivid than other people's. And it's more exponentially beautiful with the 11. And that's why Joe Rogan needs to work out for 10 hours a day to handle it. And Aiden Ross needs to do lean. And Alex Jones he got fat. He's not handling it well. And that's why he screams all the time. Because it's really vivid for us. It's really intense. Every person I know born on the 11th has a lot of trouble because everything's more exponentially in their face. Their whole life is intense. So I smoke cigarettes and I am scared to work out because then I'll like condense into like a driving force and I'll like delude myself so far into it that I'm like going to war. And I can't just sit around and be humble like this. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I just like to eat at night and watch my YouTube. Yeah, I'm getting dizzy. High vibrational energy. And they took my fucking charger and my battery. It's very quiet. Yeah, I do. Oh shit, I had a cigarette here. A cheeky, sneaky little cigarette I'm going to smoke. Because I'm addicted to smokes. Nobody's perfect. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like because they attacked me so much, I feel obligated to stay in that tent until they give up the fight. Because now they feel like they have a win over me and I can feel their energy, like their pride attacking, like seeping at me. Because when they attack Casey, they get more powerful. And then they go crazy with it, like that officer that lost everything at the end and then was at the door, like staring at me like that. Because they can't handle the power, brother. I can't even handle the power. But my name means brave. That's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to... I get this year, I've had... Oh, there's my skunk. This year I've had tons of dogs that would pop up on my For You page that needed to be rehomed. And they were like, all the dog... Like, I would be manifesting a dog for a couple weeks. And then a dog that looks exactly like that dog, named Bear, would be available if I got the $400 for the rehoming fee. But then I was like, I might be closing a lot of doors by opening that one. That's where we're at. Yep. But then I have to deal with homeless people that make me realize you need a dog and a weapon to be out here. There's no way to, like, traveling, it depends on, like, if you travel and you have mace and you have money in your pocket, where you're able to kind of enjoy the finer things in life, and you're, like, traveling through, like, Italy and Greece on the beaches on a sailboat, you don't really need a dog, but, like, riding your bike through the mountains, you need a dog. And kind of like the big dogs that people use to defend them, they need like a pound of meat a day. How much is it? Like a pound of chicken is like $16. Maybe $8.99 at Shaw's. But like a whole I guess a whole rotisserie chicken is $8. So I could spend $20 a day and feed that dog really well. Like strong Cane Corsos. Come on, bro. We've been talking about Jesus for 6 hours. Start a YouTube channel, and I'll link you. Have an outlet for it, brother. Let me know if you make content. If you make content, I'll put your channel on all the time. If you're really out there fighting the good fight. But there's nobody in here that isn't already on that type of time. These are like the people these are the same people that were here yesterday. I appreciate you trying to do a good thing. But I'm literally teaching people how to fast to get sunlight to connect back to Christ consciousness. How to be able to utilize your solar panel in your skin to take in energy, and how to kick out the bad spirits, which are parasites, that the same way demons possess you and guide your mind to do wrong things. There are parasites in your body that are guiding you to do wrong things, to help feed those parasites, and all disease comes from those parasites. It's not like you get a bacterial infection. It's that the parasites are shitting, and when you fast completely, your body goes in and it's called autophagy and apoptosis, where it eats those parasites. And then when you take in good protein and no sugar, because your body has no use of sugar, there's nothing that the body does with sugar that can't be done without it, with just eating fats. Sugar is like a reward. Eating berries and stuff, it's not necessary at all. It's a treat. And sugar is highly addictive because the parasites feed off sugar the most, because it's fast acting. Any sugar that you have immediately goes to your parasites first. Those demonic entities possessing your body, living inside you, keeping you from this natural connection to God when you have healed this sickness. So at the same time, when you say come to Jesus and be saved, tell them to stop to fast until their body eats all the cells that are damaging them, eats their brain damage. But yeah, I get when people do come in the chat and say come to Jesus, it reminds me to have a higher connection with God. But I've never had a good experience at church. I've had insane spiritual experiences with God by myself, but churches have not been good to me, and people that come out and work for churches that have come up to me when I was homeless, they weren't the good ones. Like, it was mostly people trying to steal my energy and invite me to their cult to spread the energy with each other. Are you a practicing Nordic pagan? Like, do you have stuff you can teach us about rituals and spiritual protection? And do you have like memories and experiences with spirits in those rituals? Damn, his parents were practicing pagans, and he lives in Denmark, and his name is Demark. Are you telling me when you grew up, your parents actively did pagan rituals, like sacrifices? And they followed like the lunar calendar, and they did certain things on certain days of the month in relation to the moon? Linnea. That's crazy. One day, either make a YouTube channel talking about that, and then one day I'll react to it on a live stream. Or maybe one day, like in the future, like 2025 or something, I'll be able to come in and you can explain how to do those rituals the right way to like defend against the dark arts. And then I'll have like a sub-series called The Theory of Everything podcast, or something like that. The collective theory of everything so far. But I think everybody should have a YouTube channel. Look how much I've done. And I don't make shorts that are appeasing to other people, and it's not professionally well done. where I sit in the same space and I edit it correctly with a computer. Just rant. I've got almost 100,000 views now of just ranting at a screen every day about the craziness of the world. Yeah. That's my life. The king of content. I'm the king of content. The KC. I want everything to be the best art ever made. Because as a 33 life path, my system is designed to create things that influence the most amount of people possible in the best way. And the Aquarius in me, all the Aquarius signs they have this natural, like, reach into the future. So we have like this big wave of light above us where we can look into the future and predict things correctly. And that works with the Sagittarius free momentum with ferocity. That makes it so, of course, my favorite thing to do in life is drive around daydreaming. It took you this long to sub. So yeah, that's where we're at. I want to learn more about pagans. I want pagan tattoos that are positive, that they believed would naturally ward off bad spirits. Like, I don't know why it was blue for them, but the Irish they would make their tattoos blue, and they had all these cool blue designs around them. So I'd want to, if I got tattoos, it would be that. It would be like old pagan and Egyptian, old Celtic, pagan, and Egyptian, not tribal, but stuff that they would use to, like, protect them. I wouldn't have any words. I'd have symbols. Tattoos now, to me, tattoos feel like it's like branding my body, that I'll no longer be able to, like, when I have no tattoos, my body's like a blank slate and anything could be emanating from my aura. But when I have a tattoo, it's like permanently stuck like that. That's cool. That makes sense that my dad's a fire sign, but his favorite color was blue. So when my dad would ski, when he was active in the ski season, he had red, and then he would wear blue when the ski season ended and he was done rampaging across the mountain. He would settle into blue. And he always wore the same color blue as the pagan Celtic tattoos. Yeah, they probably branded themselves with fire, and then it would burn their skin with a certain ink that aged blue. Or I'm thinking that they used tools for their paganism in their artwork, that when the fire subsided with that chemical, it would turn blue. Like the Irish had the strongest tree that they used in Celtic mythology. It would start off brown, and then the more people beat on it, the more people that hit that shield, it would turn red and red and red, and it would start to bleed the sap out from it. So that's the symbolism with the red shield, is that the people would turn red because of how much they've endured. The oak. So that's kind of what I want. Like, eventually I'm going to have some type of Native American tattoo, some Indigenous tattoo, tied in with the Irish oak, like the acacia tree and the oak tree, and something with Native American, like the arrowhead or the bear paw or something, or like a polar bear with not a headdress or something, maybe like an arrow. I don't know. I'm thinking about, you see this? Do you think it would ruin? Hold up. It's hard to see it, man. If I took this and I put bear paw, like the claws of the bear paw, at the top, so like poking out like horns, kind of like put a bear paw behind that, Or do you think I should just keep it as it is like this? I just kept getting inspired to make this. When I was 17, this was my brand logo. I had no idea that this is the Claude in Ireland. I had no idea that green was the heart chakra color. I wouldn't do a dream catcher. It's gonna be something with trees and bears and feathers and cats. Lions, bears, maybe Black Panther, eagles, hawks, in nature, and mountains, something like that, if I got one. I don't know what that is. I don't know what evolve is. Just see me spin, so I know my destiny. I know as a kid I used to spin around all the time. I was autistic. So I would walk out into the living room alone, and I would spin for like an hour and a half, counting to 1,000. And I'd be watching Ben 10 while I'm spinning. I'm listening to Ben 10 playing. And I'm spinning around in circles, counting to 1,000 at the same time. And then I'd stop and play with the Lego Star Wars and the Star Wars action figures. And then I'd hang out with my cats, and then I'd rollerblade around in circles outside in my Section 8 complex. And then I'd go swimming by myself in the river, and I'd just stay underwater for hours, just like swimming around. I've heard about that. I heard about that. Tarot readers have been talking about that. Some tarot readers have brought up during readings that the dream weaver or something, the destiny weaver, comes into the reading and explains to them something about the person. Definitely stay subscribed. I'm working on I don't know how to get a passport. I thought I was under the impression I was going to jail, so I didn't really go out of my way to get it. But soon I'll have a passport, and then I can do vlogs. And then when I travel, I can have a camera with me, and we can record the whole thing and put it up for the world to see, that there's more to life than what they think. And then maybe prank some people, do some trolling, catch some pedophiles, have some hot tub streams, work out every day, make songs with people and do live concerts on Twitch or something, and just live life at the top of the treetops. But I definitely want to meet that person, if she sees it as transactional and I'm going to come in as a 33 life path, the most powerful soul on earth, and she feels that, and then she tries to take it for herself, I'll definitely go. I definitely want to go to they have gatherings. Let me so I'm not rocking back and forth, bro. They have every year they have in Ireland, they have, and Celtic, just across the world, they have these big gatherings where they talk to Cernanos, and they do whole rituals with Cernanos. And I'm in the Facebook group chats, so I ask him every time. I'm like, did he come this time? And they're like, yeah, he came, and it was vivid. It was crazy. Why is it so zoomed in, brother? What the fuck? Come on, bro. We're trying to get buff and get bitches, brother. Okay, that's the best we're doing. So I gotta go over here and let's see if the audio is right. Alright. Can you guys still hear me? I'll talk like this. Where am I at with the pizza? Okay, there's now no coming back from the pizza. I'm eating out the trash tonight. Yeah. I mean, yeah, for the most part, we'd be showing people a new perspective on reality. And we'd also show them how to be respectful. A new perspective on reality and how to be respectful if they wanted to go do that. And it would also, if that woman runs a business, it would get her a lot of attention for the business. My whole life is a movie. I hope I make it to the sequel. If you're a groupie, you get left inside a shed behind Home Depot like we're playing hide and seek. My hometown's gone, bitch. It got fed to the streets. I got fed up with these bitches in New England giving treats, so now I just keep them around on a leash. If my dogs could learn respect, I might just let them hit them. Sheesh. When you're the Don, there ain't nothing out your reach. This song could have a couple features, but I'd have to hit delete. If you can't come with the heat, then you can't be on my beats. I could tell you reek and pay to look at feet. Petty problems never mattered much to me. I'm a heavy hitter and my blood is full of kings. I'm a masterpiece stuck around these memes. But if you fuck with me, you might just end up on TV. Like that icon Mr. Bean or that bitch that fell and screamed. But either way, you gotta pay the fee. Ain't nothing ever free. Me and my whole team got BDE, come feel the energy. I killed my BPD and took on BPD, and now a couple cops cried themselves to sleep. I was born with extra DMT. I'm probably a deity. That's probably why the GOV tries so hard to intervene. I'm gassed up like my great-great-grandmother around these clones of Adam Sandler. If you need me, I'll be out in public hunting and studying under monochromatic symbiotic ultra handlers. With supersonic, sonic, psychopathic, antifungal cancer scramblers. I was born with the answers. And I just went around New England reinvigorating all my reincarnated Celtic commanders. You're all a bunch of stands and I can't stand you, bruh. I wish you all the best of luck. Lead me through the darkness, straight through to the garden. Don't leave me broken hearted. Hold on to me, my love. If I fall before we make it, lead my children to greatness. Teach them how I saved them. Remember me, my love. Remember me, my love. And then the men in black, you're only here because you're the best of the best. And then the TV static fades out. And then it's just rain sounds. And that song is called Auschwitz. I'm off another 11 life path. An 11 life path. Taurus is the first verse. And I'm excited, man. I don't know what that is. I can't play music. But I'm excited for that. I hope I don't get spiritually raped. And all of a sudden, I'm like being injected with tons of culture, and they try to rip me out from the inside, like voodoo people do. I've been in voodoo rituals, and the voodoo people tried to steal my soul from me and replace me with a dog spirit. And then they were going to sacrifice the dog. They were going to give me to one of their cousins, and he was going to eat my soul. And then they were going to take the dog out of the dog and put it in me to replace me. And then they were going to kill the dog. And they really believed that that was going to happen. And for the most part, like that guy freestyled for an hour, and I was on some type of drug I didn't understand. And then the guy literally took, like he had no idea anything about me at all, but he started freestyling. He just sang one of my songs completely. I felt like I had been Harry Potter Dementored out, and then he got up and walked out, and then he came back, turned around, and told a joke that I used, like one of my regular jokes I used to hit on girls when I wanted to be funny, just like a playful tease. And then he turned around and pointed at them the same way that I point in that picture, of my profile picture. And he turned around and pointed and said something the way that Casey does. And then he walked out, and I felt hollow, empty, and lifeless. And then the girl that I was there to hang out with, that I thought was my friend, kicked me out into the street on drugs. So that's why I don't really hang out with people, man. That's why I'm very selective, and I like to be by myself. Because for most people, that's like a life-ending trauma. And I just had to get back up and keep going. And I've had tons of those experiences. Now that I know what that is, I can recognize when people are doing it at smaller levels. Like I can recognize when a group of police show up and they're trying to do the same thing. I can tell when like a group of strangers that shouldn't be organized the way that they're organized and all their backs are turned to me, but I can see that they're in the same position as the people were in that voodoo ritual, and they're subconsciously trying to manifest it out of me to trigger an old trauma, because now I have that wound where it feels like it's possible for me to lose my power. So then consistently I get roped into that same thing where I see it's set up, and then suddenly I'm trapped and they're trying to do the same thing, and I have to keep my focus and power through. And I'll usually I'll just get up and sprint away. And then those strangers that were supposed to be strangers, they're just strangers and they're standing around enjoying themselves at a park. And they don't know each other. None of them are talking to each other. Suddenly I'll go to the grocery store, and then they all come into the aisle. When I go in to get my sun chips, I turn around and all those strangers that had no relation to each other are now in the aisle. And that's happened to me a lot. Not so much as it's like a group of people, but definitely like one-on-one instances happen a lot where some guy I feel is an energy vampire has now followed me through 3 different towns, and he shows up when I have a breakthrough and I feel more connected to higher powers, and then he's just trying to rope it out. Like when I just hope that I can get buff enough that I can fight him back one day. So that's where we're at, man. This guy's going to bed. I did not get the pizza tonight, so I will not buy the pizza at 10:41. Should we go to 444? I'm kind of out of stories, man. There's not enough people here to ask me questions. I don't really know what else to talk about. I talked about all my dreams. If I could do what I wanted to do. I talked about stories. There's no NPCs here. It's dark now, so I don't really want to pick up my stuff. I'll wait until the morning, and then I'll pick it all up, and then I'll move it further upward in the Hubbard Park Trail. Or I'll just pick it up and collect it and then ascend to the mountain. I don't know. I'm just gonna let go and let God with that situation. I don't really feel I know how to resolve that with these fat white losers over dramatizing everything. Not in a positive way. So we'll go to 410 or something, see if somebody else joins. I got 14 likes today, bros. Guys and girls. I'm not sure what to do next. But I'm gonna go get a pizza from the dumpster. Maybe if the bar... No, there's no microwaves or anything. Yeah. They're bad people. The people that come be suck. They would never give me free food. Even if they're gonna... like that when you open the fucking... Yeah. It's 443 for you. Yeah, no worries, bro. What was I saying? When you check the dumpster, it's like a regular recycling bin, like 5 foot high, and it's stacked to the top full of pizza. It's just also stacked to the top with maggots, and it smells bad, man. Good night, bro. Stay in touch. Keep the faith. Keep pushing. This has been Casey Francis O'Brien. If you know any Richmond, north of Richmond, blah, blah, blah. Get your rich grandmother to help, and we'll throw a bunch of parties. Goodbye.